Alright, so today we're going to be popping back into Retro Rewind. Oh, it's day 5 of winter. I was like, there's no way we've only been playing 5 days. Alright, so we got Sandy Claus. So 3 years after Grandma's birthday. Yeah, bell bottoms. That's fake, man. My feet are killing me. Please wait in line. I'll do no such thing. Do you know who I am? I'm the dude who runs the mostly ethical video rental entrapment scheme. Not Neon Lanes, not the Rocket Bar, which still sounds like an excellent bar, not the Copper Kettle, which would probably be some really good comfort food, and not the Magic Scoop. Did they bother to make any of the businesses back here? I guess there's a straight around the corner. Santa the Elves keeping... I look ready to drop a new rap album. Alright. So we gotta go through this whole process, and the same thing I do every day. Hey, Richard, we're gonna reassign you to handle the return counter. I'm going to double check. So today is a boost in Xmas videos, which I still find the Christmas videos is a primary category. Nothing wrong with it. My thing the other day, which I didn't articulate very well. I didn't articulate very well. Was to me having the category of Christmas videos, and this isn't like Christmas versus Happy Holidays versus anything like that. It's like if one of the categories we got were heist movies instead of action, and you're just like, okay, I mean, there's nothing wrong with heist, but if I don't have, like, action as the larger umbrella, it's just kind of a head scratcher. It's like, okay, we don't carry, like, the, you know, Terminator style, like, movie. We don't carry, like, the, you know, like, the war movies or anything like that for action. We don't carry superhero movies. We carry heist. That's the whole reason I was trying to articulate with the Christmas thing. And, like, dude, there's Easter, there's St. Patrick's Day, there's, like, the Hanukkah, like, there's a whole range of holidays all year round. It's like, heck, Groundhog's Day. But having it Xmas only, you're like, okay, that's weird, but sure. Hey, I'm calling because someone at your store gave me a bad recommendation. I rented Hobo at Sunrise Farm, and yeah, it's not great. That's all I wanted to say. Sure, whatever. You think the family would have been better choice, rather than Xmas? Yeah, because I was trying to remember, going back to the days of Blockbuster and all that, I wanted to say they had, like, a shelf or two, so, like, not much space. It was, like, the holidays section. And like I said, it was everything from, like, if there was a movie on Groundhog's Day that didn't fit someplace else, it would get shoved there. If there was a movie for, you know, whatever. So we're looking for fast. We want to find fast and strong immune system, I think, are the things I care about the most. What is our current employee's good, right? Oh no, you're fast. Yeah, so we want to keep you for cashier. Any chance you can hold on to the race car's backstage pass for me? I'll swing by today. Sure thing, man. I will grab you your porno. Hey, Doppelganger. Thank you for the 170 stream streak. I do appreciate that. And then meanwhile, let's go ahead and give Richard a hand. Okay, I think that's all the horror movies. Yeah, because what I found is I could just reassign the person at the beginning of the day, so when you get that morning rush of videos, I could just assign my employee to handle that. And we can kind of take turns, because he'll do like 5. And so what I do is I'll just grab stuff of a category. Oh, well, we're doing both of these now. I can grab stuff of a category and start shelving it. And then Richard will do the next 5. And I found that works relatively good. Because broadly speaking, I find it a little faster than doing it myself. I've also noticed, if you run out of shelf space, they'll just leave the videos on the counter in the corner there for you. And they also, like, if a tape gets broken, they'll leave them there. And I found that very helpful, because then, like, while I'm trying to work on stuff, I can just go through and then can go out of my way to manually run over here. Okay, so now your assignment is to go to checkout, and then we're gonna open. Yeah, so let's see. Oh, wow, your store gives you so much nostalgia. Yeah, no, I've got a good setup here, because I need to make better use of my my limited space. So we did the rows here, and then as I've needed to expand, I've added end caps. So we continue to mark it.
Oh, her. Hi.
You asked Santa for a VHS player. I don't feel like that was even a big thing in the 90s to ask for a VHS player.
Wow.
How much money does it cost to expand? I think it was 1,000. But it's not really that much money. Alright, just chucking some flyers at people. I'm here to pick up my movie The Race Cars Backstage Pass I haven't reserved. The position that Lightning McQueen gets in this one are really impressive. Very dexterous for a car. I've said too much. Okay. Is there any decorations we can get for the snack area? Not specifically. But I'll get a custom sign, because I didn't do a lot of decorating the last time. Okay.
Oh.
There we go. I'm not paying a late fee, and I never will. Well, I'll go to another video store then. That's fine. Get the hell out of my store. Even if you've got some solid drip going on there, man. Oh, right. I'm supposed to be doing my job. Okay, you're reserved. Hey, Nick, how's it going? The face that kills you. Alright, so we got holiday, holiday, holiday. Ah, The Glowing Tentacle. A classic Christmas movie. Okay. Then we got some drama, some more drama. Okay. Why is there a person standing outside my store? My date is coming over to watch a movie, but turns out I want to bail. Give me a bad movie so my date will have a bad time. Sure. Officer, let my den go.
Oh.
There you go. You can watch a really bad porno with your date. Okay, we've got some sci-fi.
Her.
You know when people call to reserve a movie and they arrive to get it 3 seconds later? That's a thing that happens, though. Like, I distinctly remember at times calling Advance to go to the videos, like the video rental place, and be like, hey, do you have a copy of this in? Can you hold on to it? I'm here to pick up the bloody elephant I reserved. Oh, it was just a movie? This is way less exciting. And this before age-prolific cell phone ownership? Yep.
Hi.
Yeah, they also have it so you don't have to wander the store. That's another fair thing. I'm getting like one of each genre. I'm probably at the point I just need to grab whatever's there. Alright, horror, drama,
Oh.
Christmas, porn, fantasy, action, Christmas, adult film. It's adult film, horror, drama, Christmas, porn, fantasy, action, and holiday. I'm here for the comedian death movie. Is it available? Sure.
Ooh.
I must have rented out all my new... Oh, right. Did they charge extra for that? No, they didn't charge extra for not rewinding. Because usually what would happen is you'd drop off your tape in like the little drop box in the front or whatever. Or you just take it to like a basket. And so it'd usually at the most, if anything, just make sure the tape is in there. The Be Kind rewind thing. Am I out of space for my horror? That's not good. Okay. I have movie night with my mother. She only likes true story movies. Do you have drama recommended? And if it's old, I'd appreciate those as a nice bonus. An old drama. Let's see if we can find you a good old drama.
Huh? Oh.
No, we had a customer got mad and threw stuff on the floor. Throwing a tantrum like a child. That's not fair. Can you filter movies on the computer? I don't think so. I mean, you can filter... Oh, no, you can. I can filter by the category, but there's really not much beyond that. Like, I could click at it and look for those. But probably not very useful for, like, actually trying to go through and be like, oh, find a movie that fits these three categories. I just take whatever he offers, man. If he's offering me a movie, we're doing it. So we've got My Superstar Soulmate. There you go. Robotic Gambler Takeover. Okay. Appliance in My Mouth adult film. Double Swirl Sausage adult film. The Gangster Backstage Pass adult film. I'm here to pick up the movie Undead Explosive? Sure. There you go, lady. Operating in the gray area thing. Very on point. Yeah, hey, Peter, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Peter Ponders, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Hope things have been going good for you and all that good stuff. You broke my movie? Someone will die this day. But yeah, definitely check them out. Doing the walking trade. I don't know the walking trade. How is that? What is that? And like if you're trying to enjoy like your lurk or whatever, like don't let me keep you or whatever. But absolutely go check him out. Really, really fantastic content creator. A lot of good time. It's done historically like a lot of Product Zomboid and whatnot. Okay, so first, I have only one copy of that. So 118.11.772. $118.11.772. All right. Oh. There we go. Because I need all the movies. I think like the walking trade, shopkeeping in the zombie apocalypse is fairly basic, but has lots of fun. Gotcha. Because I gotta complete my entire collection of movies. We must have all the movies. Let's go ahead and close the door for today. And made ourselves an extra $300-ish. Kids movies. Oh no. Alright. So. I might finally be to the point that realistically I do have to make my store bigger. I think we've reached the point that I can't just get away with what we've been doing here. Can you put shelves in your back room? Don't you... I've been dealing with angry customers every day arguing about late fees. This job's not easy. I need a $4 raise, boss. Fine. Thanks, boss. You know, if Emily was still here, she wouldn't have asked me for a raise. You know that? She also would have taken a sick day every third day, but still. It upsets you that the carpet's crooked? Oh, you mean here where the spacing's different there or there? You got rid of Emily? Yeah, she kept taking sick day after sick day after sick day off. So it was like, okay, no, really, this has to stop. Alright, so you got a new thing. Let's see, how serious late fees are. You can do a promotion to for stopping late fees, and boom. So, funny you mentioned that. That was actually a thing that happened in real-life Blockbuster near the end of its existence. Like, where it kind of began its downfall, as it were. Because the way they got rid of late fees is if you're over 7 days late, you were forced to buy it. Like, it was just deducted from your... You're just deducted from it, all that stuff. I deliberately spaced those so they would all fit. Like, literally you fit. Did I mess up this one row? Oh, no. This whole row is like 1 pixel from where it's supposed to be, so I could squeeze in those. Oh, meanwhile, hey, Richard. You work on that while I'm doing that. Yeah, I remember the late fees in your country, but it's never too bad. Yeah, so generally the late fees had a cap on them that they never got too expensive. That was kind of the thing that... It wasn't like when Blockbuster went under, but it was kind of the beginning. Blockbuster went through an acquisition, and I can't remember who acquired them. But it was one of those things that after the acquisition... they started like really trying to make money on stuff other than just their rentals. And so some of the stuff was pretty chill. That they did stuff like, for example, they started carrying more merchandise that was not just rentals in their stores. Which was not a bad idea. Like, you know, they'd have whatever their movie would come out and there would be the toys associated with the movie that they would have. They expanded their snack section, like these kind of things. And that, you know, that's all fair and good and whatever. Like, no complaints about that. But what they started doing is leaning in, trying to get a lot more money from the late fees. And like the big one that they did that really got people up in arms was, again, they did make it so that with the late fees, you could be forced to just straight up buy the video at like full price. It wouldn't even be like a particularly prorated thing or anything. So you'd have an old movie that they had bought for like $30, $40, $50 or whatever because they have to pay a higher license than for a rental version than to just go to the store. And they would charge you like $40 for it. Hey, tape dealer here. I put aside a couple spicy titles for your next visit. Same days as usual, Tuesdays and Thursdays. Cool. Apparently they're bought by Dish Network, which you never heard until now. Yeah, and it was a very quiet acquisition. But it was a thing that they kind of changed their monetization model to be far less focused on the rental aspects of their business and trying to make money on all the ancillary stuff. Which, like I said, isn't even really a bad thing. But it was just, some of it got a little scummy. Yeah, spicy titles? Yeah, we got our spiciest titles in here. Right there, the holiday section. See, there is cinnamon on this toast, I'm sure. And you know the cookies by there. They're gonna have some nutmeg on those. Absolutely spicy titles. You put the adult section, putting the front store. You could have it kind of separate out. With how crowded my store is, like, the most I could hide it was back here at one point. I just kind of put in an aisle with everything else. I mean, none of these labels here are particularly that bad. I'd say, like, the worst one here, so far as, like, being, like, risque, is, Too Hot for My Keg, is definitely up there. And then way down here, Wash My Stranger. You have a drama in your store called Grandpa Love Affair. I still think my favorite ones is, that's not the one. It's that label, though. Nah, someone's got it right now. I've got one, Hungry for Keyboard, that amuses me greatly. Oh, there it is. Hungry for Keyboard amuses me greatly. And then there is, Two Women, One Zombie is another one that, amuses me quite a bit. I still think the, Die Trying, the action movie, is one of my favorite titles. Because Die Trying, you're just kind of sitting there going like, this isn't an action movie. This is just straight up a movie about trying to live in modern society. Appliance in the Mouth? Yeah, that's one we just got. Alright, and now you're going to work the register. So we did get the kids section. I don't think we can do it, though. Like, right now, I think I have to expand the store. And my first store expansion is $1,000 to expand the store deeper that way, which is, I think, what I'm going to do. Ultra had a kid style last night, cigarette in the hat. I saw that. I got a good chuckle out of that one. I just realized all my litter's gone. I have a reservation of they created the first bubble gum. There you go.
Ooh.
Classic 90s marketing tobacco to children. It wasn't not a thing. That is when they started to really ratchet down on a lot of that, though. I'm here to pick up the the machines wanted the pumpkin.
Ooh.
Hello, as a concerned parent, I'm calling to make a suggestion. Could you promote healthier snacks in your store? Everything you sell is processed junk food. That's whatever, I don't care. Hey man, if they give me the option to start stocking, like, you know, granola bars or something, we can go ahead and talk about it. But, that's not an option, so... straight from the machine, you're gonna get it. And also, you gotta be thinking about that high fructose corn syrup, man. It's where it's at. Well... yeah, so we definitely need that store expansion. I got multiple sections here that are starting to, get overwhelmed. Okay, so those are all still considered new. Okay, so we have this tape is 6481453. Six, 4, 8, 1, 4, 5, 3, I think it was. Gotta keep my collection, you know, as complete as possible. Yo, lady, free market economy. I stock what sells. Apples don't sell. I mean, to be fair, if I walked into the Blockbuster in the 90s and the snack aisle was like a bunch of oranges and apples, it's pretty unlikely I'd be buying a bunch of that. Rain in the forecast. I lost my job. My partner left me. Got a sad drama movie to watch in my despair. By the way, I have a soft spot for bad movies. Alright. We're looking for a bad movie. Good old depressed Wraith. Also, I'm not gonna tell you how to live your life, but I feel like just indulging the sadness might be rough. Okay, please, please, I beg you, don't charge me the $2 late fee. Charge the fee. But go to another store next time. Dude. You're not going to. We all know the next store is a good extra 5-mile drive. And after work, you're sure as heck not driving that extra time. We're gonna fume about this today, and I'll see you back here next week, ready to pay your fee. You don't fool me. I'm looking for a new release. Do you have anything to recommend? Sure. Draconic Park. Okay. Alright, so we're waiting until we get $1,000 so I can expand my store. I reserved a copy tree of Poetry is Dead. I love how dead poetry is. Poetry was the worst. My teachers used to make me write poetry. I hated it. I hate my teachers. Lady, calm down. It's a video store. Just take your video and leave. Also, you have a late fee. You'll pay $3 more for gas because of the $2 late fee. I'll show them. Aw, man. I don't hear about it as much nowadays. I'm sure it's still a thing. But I remember growing up, like around the time I got to the point I was just starting to drive, the number of people I knew who would drive like to the other side of town to save like a nickel a gallon in gas. And I'd just kind of stare at them, be like, man, you know you're burning a gallon of gas getting over there, right? So that nickel you're saving, you're losing any and all benefit to that because you just drove across town. That's not even considering the other wear and tear on your car. Like, this is an objective net loss for you to do this. Did you destroy the undead explosive? This has been one of my best renting ones. Oh, this is actually... Okay, that's a spare. Proceed. They don't make movies like they used to. I miss the movies where they would, you know, make lemmings run off a cliff just for story points. Disney was awful back in the day. Do you have any old movies where I could see people be awful? You can't prove I broke my last rental. I won't pay.
Aww.
Yeah, you will. I understand. Rules are rules. You wanted an old movie, right? An old movie. Where are you? Where? There you go.
Ooh.
The movie was working fine when I dropped it off. I won't pay your broken fee. Yeah, you will. Here's your cash. Leave me alone. You know what's right. My entire operation runs on these fees, lady. If you wanted a fair business, you should have, I don't know, lived in a different era or something. I don't know. I actually don't have a good answer for you. But you're paying the fee. Yeah, I'd say the restocking the snack shelf is probably the one thing that I find I would really like for them to change. That, like, when I click on the shelf, it just kind of selects the right snack, if there's anything still on the shelf. Like, kind of like it would set the label or whatever. And then I could change it, certainly. But having to go down there and, like, look down to cycle the stuff is a little annoying. Do you have any new releases? Sure. I have the last new release on my shelf.
Ah.
Reminds you of that great Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode where they drive back and forth to the gas station, siphoning it out into barrels. I never really watched Sunny in Philadelphia. I've heard good things. I'm assuming the idea was gas was cheap, so they were trying to, like, siphon it into barrels in mass to, like, store the cheap gas, as it were, just without having seen it. Alright, and I guess we are good today. I guess just as a precaution, I don't know if this will reset. Let's grab the kids' movies, and those could just sit back there for right now. Because I got nowhere to put the kids' movies until we expand the store. Own 500 movies in your inventory. Okay. Slow start to your day, you're a bit hungover. I mean, at least you're honest about it. So I'll let you get started on that. Nice can sit in the back for right now. I'll wait for him to get stuff. Pretty much selling gas from barrels at a markup, but end up using most of it since the gas station is miles away. Oh, I see. So they're going to like a gas station that wasn't like right in town to like get the better price. That way they could like barrel it, take it half across town to sell it for like the better price. And then ultimately they're just putting all that effort in to get pennies. Such as well as things that they end up losing money in the end. Yeah, I used to know so many people who did that. It's like, well, the gas is cheaper at the other place. How much cheaper is it? Oh, it's usually around 5 cents. You kind of stare at them and like, how big's the gas tank in your car? Oh, it's about 10 gallons. They're saying, okay, at the absolute max, you're saving 50 cents and driving half across town. I'm going to complain. I rented a movie and it was only rewound halfway. It's not a big deal, but could you please do your job correctly? Man, rip that off the wall and throw it on the floor. I'm glad that was reserved. I didn't actually mean to grab that one. I wanted to grab this one. People breaking all my movies. Alright. Okay. Uncle impersonating Santa. Rented 3 times. Okay, so 188. So it's 188, 1177 2. I have utterly forgotten that entire number already. 188, 1177 2. Yeah, so it says inspect object, but I can't actually inspect the object while I'm on there. So we definitely lost money on this one. Because we only rented it out 3 times. Stop trashing my movies, man. Start charging extra. They pay the full cost of the fee. This is... okay, that's fair. Look, but my time is money. And I definitely charge several $100s per hour to myself. So me going to that machine, I gotta make several $1,000s before it does, I think. There we go. Well, I gotta make it an authentic experience. If I don't throw the flyers in the ground, how will anyone know that this is an actual marketing campaign? I've checked with my boss, and my boss says it's worth... I'm glad you want to go to my movie theater. That's a bit of a strong reaction, if I'm being honest. Get out of here. Don't insult movies. The Bears Christmas sock. There we go. How long does your grand opening last? Yes. We're using the furniture store strategy where we're always grand opening or we're having a going out of business sale. But like we always stay a furniture store, we just change the name of the store every couple of years. I reserved a copy of The Static Haunting. Do you have a copy for me? Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, we found Waldo. Alright. Can you reserve the Chimp in Greenwood Forest for me? Sure. So, I'm listening to, it's just like a 1980s playlist, but like it's, you know, all copyright safe music. I think they're singing actual words, but just with the way they're doing the mic, it sounds like I'm listening to music from The Sims, where you're just, you know, you're hearing words, but they're not words. They created the first gumball. I hope it's not too late. There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, I think we're at that last little bit where... Got all that. Yeah, it's very similar sounding. I think it actually does have lyrics, the one they're singing. I think it's just the nature of how they mixed their audio. It is one of those things you're like trying to listen, or like, are they actually using words, or is this like Simlish going on? I do really enjoy in The Sims when it's very clear that the song is supposed to be a certain real life song, but that it's the Simlish. You're like, wait a second. Up, so Chip in the Greenwood Forest. Yes, we got that on reserve for you right here.
Wow.
Have a good time. Intercepted him on his way to take a break. The Duchess and the Cosmic Caddy. Truly a cinematic classic. All right. Guess it's English. Yep. Alright, so we've almost got enough money to do our first actual store expansion. At which point, then I need at least like 2 or 3 shelves. My horror section, I have more movies than fit there. We're also getting to the point that my Christmas section is getting pretty close to being overwhelmed. We have the new children's section we need to add to the rental place. Which means I need to figure out what I'm doing my coloring for my shelving. I've been debating. Do I want to change this style? Because we've got the lit shelves. You want the Duchess Cosmic Caddy? Got your friend. Yeah, this feels like early Blockbuster. Late Blockbuster wouldn't have the lights on it, but it would have the rest of it. Like, whereas, like, on the slanted rails.
Hey.
I have movie No Buffalo on the Farm. You hope you reserved it?
Ooh.
Alright. I think I like these cabinet ones more. What's the point of charging a late fee? I paid to rent the movie. I should never be allowed to bring it. I should be allowed to bring back whatever we want. People are awful. All right. Storge figuring. It's actually, for right now, you should be over here. There we go for the time being. Alright. I need an Xmas movie to annoy my roommate. It's not Christmas yet, and that's the whole point. If it's old, that'd be a nice bonus. Alright, you want an old Christmas movie. I mean, that one at the top left, it's a bad old Christmas movie. It's a neutral old Christmas movie. Apparently there's no such thing as a good old Christmas movie.
Ooh.
There you go. I don't normally rent adult movies, but I'm feeling a bit wild. Do you have one you can recommend? I'd prefer one that's old. Where are you? There. Big crystal ball for you, friend. Also, you don't really need to make a whole big thing. You can just be like, I'm here for an adult film. Could you recommend one? You don't have to be like, no, this isn't what I normally do. I definitely don't normally come in and rent a bunch of adult material. It's okay. We literally have a section dedicated for it. I assure you, you're not the only one who will be coming in this hour for an adult film. Feeling nostalgic today, could you recommend an old movie for me to watch? Sure. Okay, that's bad critic score. I at least have some taste. Okay, maybe we're like, there, we got a new, hey, the race cars backstage pass. There you go. Every time I hear the buzz, you kind of look over, it's like, are they going to ask for the manager? Let's be honest, when you work retail, you totally judge people in your head based on what they bought. I would say it's mostly good about the only exception is, like, I did tools is what I was selling. Like tools, lawn and garden, that kind of stuff. And there were definitely times when, you know, you'd have someone that would come in and ask for a tool. You'd be like, oh, you know, what? Oh, that was a fantasy? There we go. But yeah, so, you know, people would ask for, like, a tool, and, like, while you're taking them over there, you know, if you're a good salesman, you'd be like, okay, well, like, what are you looking to, like, what is the thing you're hoping to accomplish with this, like that? Like, what are you working on? Like, that kind of thing. Just, you know, an like, probing question or whatever. And it'd be a lot of times you're like, oh, I just want to do this. And there's definitely times you'd get the answer and you're like, this is not the right tool for that. Like, you're gonna get yourself hurt. Okay. So we're all good here. Let's close up shop. Because we gotta make sure we have the money to pay our staff member tomorrow. Because, like, heck am I working alone in this place? Need that special room with the curtain for the adult stuff? Yeah, no, I think the one that stood out for me the most was someone had bought an interior door that wasn't the right size. And so they wanted to buy a circular saw so that they could cut the door, I think it was shorter, so it would fit in the frame. And you kind of sat there, like, there is a lot of problems with everything you've just said. Like, a lot of problems. Like, one, the doors are hollow. So you're going to cut a chunk off and have a big opening on your door. It's going to cause it all sorts of problems. Where are you going? Just getting his steps in, I guess. It's cool. As long as you get your job done. But it's like, also, you know, like, when you get to the edge of the door, where the latch isn't going to line up right. And you're like looking at all this, like, also just getting a hand circular saw and trying to cut a straight line over something that's like 6 feet long or, you know, 4 feet across. It's like, you're not going to get a straight line, not a good one. Like, every decision going into this is a bad idea. It's one of the only times with, like, a customer, it's like, hey, I'm not going to stop you from buying this, but I'm also not going to be the one to do it for you. Like, I am telling you the correct decision here is you buy the right door size, because the unfortunate reality you're going to run into is all your other solutions are going to be a problem. Those are, like, the only times I'm like, yeah, like, here's what I recommend. You just accept the fact you got the wrong door size and get the correct door size. Yes, you're going to be delayed and anything, but it's an interior door. It's more of a convenience than anything. And you can deal with it. If you must cut it, your best bet is a table saw. And you can get a small workshop table saw for the same price that you're going to be able to get, like, a decent circular saw with a guide for being able to keep it lined up with the edge. So it's not even a matter of, like, the money side of it. You're going to be in the same ballpark. Okay. I feel like it's not too bad because it sounds like a lack of knowledge more than actual incompetence. No, that was the thing. Like, at first I asked, it's like, oh yeah, no, you want to be careful. It's like doors are hollow and all that. But the person was like dead set that they you know, no, it'll be fine. They'll have this sort of like, no, you're really not, like, this isn't gonna work the way you want it to. So, like, it was fine. Like, I had plenty of people who came in that, you know, when you're first talking with them, they, like, you know, they'll genuinely think it's like, I think I need a whatever, you know, for that section. But then you definitely have some that are, like, dead set and stuff and, like, flat out tell you the wrong. I think, like, the worst customers I dealt with for that was, dealing with, like, lawn and garden stuff. You'd have people that show up, and it was always like in a particular age range. And this isn't like, you know, being mean like generation. It's more like the age they were at that time, not generational kind of stuff, but rather, you know, like in their 40s, 50s kind of stuff. And yeah, you'd have people who's like, they'd bring back their weed whacker, wouldn't be working, and they'd be like, this is a piece of junk, like, what are you trying to pull here? What is this crap they sell nowadays? And you'd take it around back and like, hey, you know, let me go ahead and take a look at this. And like one of my jobs I had there for a while was like preventive maintenance technician. So I would take it around back, and the vast majority of time, it was pretty much I would take it, and a lot of times you didn't get to the point where you get like the tiniest whiff of the gas. You'd be like, oh, this gas is like all oil. Like, this is not mixed right. And so you'd, you know, drain the fuel line, clear it all out, do all that stuff, use properly mixed gas. It would start up no problem after, like, 1 or 2 pulls, and you're like, all right, it's working. You mixed your gas wrong. And, you know, even demonstrate, be like, hey, look, it's starting. Would you say this is good and all that? And it was definitely one of those ones that I would run into it. And some people are like, oh, really? I got it wrong. And then I had 1 or 2 people who swear, who are like, man, I've been mixing my gas this way for the last 30 years. I know what I'm doing. Like, cool. You've been mixing it wrong for the last 30 years. They're like, oh, when did they change it? It's like, that's what I'm saying. They didn't. You've just been wrong for 30 years. It's just the other ones, because they weren't nearly as efficient, the tolerance was better, that you could get crappier gas and still work. I'm calling reserve officer, let my den go. Could you set aside a thing? Oh, you're gonna love it. There's a scene, and I shouldn't say more. Okay, assigned to the job. Check out. Open the store. Okay. Yep, so I still got the kids ones back there, so I'm going to get 210 bucks. We'll get our new shelf for the children's section. And I have not decided what color I'm doing for it. We'll have to figure that out. Hey, who's this? Why does my boyfriend have your number on a piece of paper? Is this Melissa? I told you to leave him alone. Sorry, wrong number. I reserved a copy of my date night with my bear. Sure.
Hi.
There you go. But yeah. Now those are always the ones who got frustrating. Was you'd have a customer and they would be like, not belligerent, I don't want to overstate it, but they'd be particularly rude and abrasive, and you're just trying to genuinely help them. You're like, hey, like here's what's wrong with your weed whacker, and here's how we can fix it, and like here's what you need to do in the future to avoid that. The couple's foot, here we got you on the couple's foot.
Ooh.
And they would get all nasty with you, and you're like, okay, well the gas wasn't mixed right, and they'd be like, no, you're wrong, and like, dude, you just use this thing on occasion. It's like, my job is dealing with this all the time. Like, I repair these things in the back all the time. I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm trying to help you out. Okay. So we got our new shelf. So, I don't know how I want to design this so far as colors. I kind of wish there was more options for colors. Because we've already kind of used up all the colors already and stuff.
Hey.
Don't hey me. The snowman sofa.
Ah.
There you go. Let's go get our kiddo movies. Alright, we got Sugar Rush Teddy Bear, The Mammoth and the Little Duck, Art at the Zoo, that seems like a very upsetting child's movie, Sweet Ape, Mind Reader in the Pond, Shipmate with Flying Colors, The Cigarette in the Hat, Guitar at the Zoo, Cowboy on Rollerblades, and The Gold Parade. Cigarette in the Hat. Excellent.
Oh. Oh.
Okay. Sci-fi, fantasy, romance, other romance, action, horror. The Singer Lurking in the Field. It's my favorite.
Ooh. Oh.
Alright. A Letter to My Bubblegum. And you are 152 633. So 152 633. Grandma had one of those VS runs. Kenzie is laughing soon. It's been a good run. Gotcha. Well, thank you, Pretty Mixtures, for the 230 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. It'd be weird. It would be weird if you tuned in all the time. You're like, I don't like this. Officer, let my den go. There is your adult movie. Okay. You got a reservation for The Couple's Profit. You've hated every minute. That's valid. I need to be selling a lot more movies. Not selling. I need to be renting a lot more movies. Because we're gonna have this guy show up here. I still don't have room for a lot of these. I have a reservation for the couple's profit. And there you go.
Ooh.
What do you want? You want the bloody elephant.
Wow.
Okay, we got 2 days till Valentine's Day, then a new release the next day after that. Okay. Yeah, you collect those late fees. Give me that money. Oh, good, it's Sunday. I was thinking that for some reason today was Thursday in game, and that was the day I was going to want to pick up stuff after there. All right, closing up. Not a good sales day. A refrigerator is available in the catalog. Dude, I don't have the money for it. I need to endlessly expand my store. How much is the fridge? 400. Not happening. We'll get there. How much longer before Draconic Part X is not new? Oh, today's the last day and then Draconic Part will not be new anymore. Yeah, hate every minute. Like, I just want to wake up and be angry. Thank you for providing that service for me. I hate it. Get to return counter. I've not been keeping an eye on the employees. I guess I don't really care to keep an eye on the employees, because we've got some really good stuff here already. The likelihood I find a better checkout person is pretty low. And unfortunately, I can't really hire more than one person right now, not until level 20. Yeah, so we unlock the fridge, we get a new genre soon. I need a lot more money. Hey, calling because someone in your store gave me a really bad recommendation. I rented Family Uncle Drama. Yeah, not great. That's all I wanted to say. Don't care. Genuinely registers a solid -5 out of 10 on the caring scale. That one I've got multiple copies, so that's fine. Okay. I've got to get more shelf space. Hey, Vicky, how's it going? Grab the romance movies now. And the holiday movies. Because if I let him do them, he's just going to complain and be like, there's no shelf space. Yeah, there's no shelf space, man. Okay. You ordered a new GPU on the weekend, an RX 9070 XT for around $300. You think it'll ride tomorrow? Nice! I mean, honestly, getting a computer part and not be, like, absolutely breaking the bank right now is something to celebrate in its own right. Okay. Okay, so we've got that moved over there. Yours awkwardly in the middle now. Yeah, so the kids section, I'm not sure I want to deal with that. What I'm doing now is I'm just rearranging where I had some of these where they're taking both sides. There we go. You put the adult in the back. The adult's not the problem. The problem I have is the kids. I've been trying to make these all have different colors and all that, but you've only got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 colors. And I got more than 8 categories. So there's going to be some duplication on the colors no matter what I do. And the color coding has been a big aspect of how I've been dealing with stuff. Okay, so I got 2 days. Alright, so tomorrow I'll have, let's say tomorrow we will have... Words are hard, chat. Let's say tomorrow we're gonna end up having the black market guys show up. Okay, so I know that our horror section has expanded beyond containment. As of the holiday section. The holiday section is probably the more immediate problem. Could you get out of my personal space? My king's only regret, I reserved it.
Oh.
There you go. I got a stack of horror movies there. I'll deal with that in a moment. Next to the adult section. It's like behind the adult section. It's fine.
Oh.
Okay. So we've got only one copy. 5511-703. And yes, I am deliberately grabbing even bad movies and keeping our stock up. We can't have an incomplete movie rental setup.
Oh.
All right. So let's put all this away. It's been a while since I've been able to buy a mixed pack of just like anything. Alright, so you've got the movie on reservation. There you go. What's the difference between the market and black market? Cheaper, breaks faster. Black market, I can go out of my... So if I go to the market, I can only buy what happens to be there at any given time. The black market, I can get anything. But the difference is I pay more to the black market to get the specific thing versus that. That's the reason I'm using the black market pretty much only for buying stuff that I've down to one copy and that copy just got destroyed. But it doesn't change anything else about it. Okay. My dad left when I was a kid. Do you have a family drama to cheer me up? To cheer you up? No. But here, feel free to break it so I can charge you full price. I got too many copies of it as it is. Alright, but before I forget... There, so we've got like a full wall drama section back here. I'm here for the Duchess and the Duchess with the caddy, whatever. There you go, man. Nice shirt, by the way. Because little by little, the store expands. Alright. I dislike that I can't quite put it against the wall. That'll be fine for there. Let's change your color scheme to be darker. Okay, you're looking for the Space Queen Tactics. That's good. I had to order a brand new one of those. Someone just destroyed the glass copy. Deal with you in a moment. Stop breaking all my tapes. Okay. I've only got one copy of this one. So, 61, 71, 1,432. 61, 71, 1,432. Did I put too many ones in there? I did. What do the colorful stripes in the edge of the tape mean? Probably Technicolor. Reserved a copy of Lane's Chosen Ape? Sure.
Oh.
That's just the thing they did with a lot of movies that Technicolor came out, and they wanted to market it really hard because, like, this new advancement in technology and yada yada. Neither of those can really afford to lose their end cap. Alright. So I could buy another shelf. I don't think I will. I think I need to save my money for when we get our, both the black market will be one we'll want to save our money for, which is tomorrow, and then the new release the next day will probably be a thing. Speaking of which, I believe Tomorrow Draconic Park is no longer considered new. I appreciate the progression of this game. I feel like some of these games, because they do like the exponential increase in XP required to level, as you get later in the game, they get really slow. And I don't feel at any point that that's kind of really happened in this. The drama end cap could be something else. Yeah, I mean, my comment was more, I've got this red end cap here and this green end cap here, and I kind of need those end caps for facilitating the volume of stuff here, but it doesn't match, but I can't really fit them both there. So that's kind of more where the comment was there. One thing I could probably do is assign you to start dealing with the tapes. Let's just start moving the whole shelving stuff all down. Give yourself more room by the register. Now we can start putting these by the register stuff. You're no longer a new release. Okay. The pots are reserved, the tome's true desire? Sure. There we go. I greatly dislike that that corner blocks me from doing stuff with that. I was worried about. I greatly dislike that this sticks out. Meanwhile, I just realized that we have the color changed here. Interesting that that column has like its entirely own rules or whatever. All right. Okay, so then we got the action movies to move over here. Okay, so this is the kids' movie section. That'll be the fantasy section. Deal with that in a moment. Okay, and we're just rearranging the store. That way when I go to expand, I can just add shelves over here and not have to deal with it. Give more room to work around over here. But the columns being over here, like sticking out of the wall, absolutely killing the entire organization I've got going on here. Right, and you've got those positioned here. Wait, that's the adult stuff. Hang on. Hold, please. Okay. Is it possible to say my barrel never called? Sure, we can grab it. My barrel never called. You know, it's like the game intends you to line up with the carpet. Oh, I'm definitely not doing that. You know, those would be our action movies, probably. That's fine. That's a fantasy movie. I literally just removed a billboard from this spot. Oh, I guess the promotional materials are different sizes. This one's slightly wider than the other ones. Okay. And thank you for taking care of all of that. Now you go work on the art thing. You didn't leave any copies stacked up anywhere, so that's a good thing. Oh, you're not in your section, are you? Alright, your barrel never called. We can take care of your stuff there, man. There you go. Okay.
Hey.
The tape got stuck in my VCR. It's the machine's fault it's busted, not mine. You're still being charged. Your Tome's True Desire. Sure, we can go ahead and take care of that. There you go. There's your
Oh.
adult film. Okay. Gonna wake you up so you can get back to work. And that way you can be bombarded with advertisement the way you walk into the place. You would like to get the pink neon merchant. There you are. Grab all the holiday stuff. Okay. And we're slowly getting this all sorted out. It's weird that there's slightly different colors. Okay, and today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, so end of day we'll be able to buy some movies, so wait to spend money until the end of the day. Alright, so there's your Dr. Layton's a favorite ape. And there's Cigarette in the Hat, an absolutely beloved child's film. With nothing that anyone could possibly question about it.
Hi.
The Static Haunting, I should have a copy of that.
Oh.
And I'll remind you, sir, that you said you would never come back here, and you go across town to find someplace. I gotta remind you that you came back here. We don't do pre-rolls. If you got hit with an ad, it's because you joined in on a mid-roll. Do you have your reserved copy of Streamer on Mars? No, sorry. We don't carry that filth here. We only carry some nice, wholesome adult movies and, you know, that sort of thing. If it's got more than a 3-star rating, we don't want it. You demand to see the manager? That's fine. I'll be back to you in an hour or so. You just wait. It'll be alright. No, the standing ads. Oh, my apologies. I missed that. The standing ads as you enter the store is basically a pre-roll ads for customer. Pretty much. Just being bombarded by ads the whole way in. Hey, I had to get extra copies of each of these movies. I had to get extra copies of each of these movies to get my stand-in art. Hungry for streamer? Oh no. I'm glad they haven't, as far as I've seen, had a category or like had a title that includes streamer as part of the name. 'Cause yeah, that could get very, very weird. No, I never bothered. Look, man, it's expensive operating here. Don't leave those lights on. It's wasting power. They came for the Martian. There they go.
Oh.
Poor Martian. Streamers don't exist in this timeline? Or at this time? Yeah, no, absolutely not. Hell, this is like pre-public availability of the internet. Okay, so we should have the black market guy show up pretty soon. Alright.
Hey.
Stack haunting. I should have checked for a copy first. Sorry. It's okay, fine. Ma'am, you have to pay for those. Ma'am? It was still called Twitter. Dude, you gotta understand. There's no internet at this time. The 1990s is pre-internet, early 1990s. The internet becomes publicly available in like 93, 94, 95, all depending on what you want to go with. Now, we actually walked through it the other day that 1990, while what becomes the internet exists, it's not really where you would have just the internet any random house.
Thank you Thaverlast Lardine for subscribing for 29 months. A thing.
Thank you, Lardine, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. That's 29 months you've been subbed to the channel, and I really do appreciate that as well. Okay. The movie was working fine when I dropped it off. I won't pay the broken fee. Too bad. But yeah. Does Concuss get imposter? I know you're probably, it's probably a type of pasta I'm just horribly mispronouncing. But thank you so much for the 480 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. Let's see, Rual, if there's no internet, how do we know what Steve in Alabama thinks about current events? Yeah, Twitter was 2006. Yeah, no, there was the internet, but like publicly at homes, not really. Ah, so I already own a copy of you. Oh, it's showing me. Okay. So I can't check the inventory. That's fine. Tasting Chimp. Adult film. I think I might have our most cursed video. You don't think your family got internet connection until like 96? Yeah, no, that's the thing. There was like the precursor stuff to the internet. There's a bunch of different things. I didn't even check that last one. Gotta make sure to check the funny names. The Squire's Final Biscuit, that wasn't the new one. Blade the Holy Shipmate? Yeah, no, I missed what was the new name in the movie. The Beggar's Spellcaster? It's fine. The dessert is in for a treat. Okay. Always nice when the stream streak and the resub pop at the same time. Yep. Blade of the Holy Grandpa was the one you missed. Gotcha. Great. Blade of the Holy Grandpa. Alright, so we do have a little extra money. So let's check to see the market. 10 random films. I'm gonna get those. In the Name of the Guitar. Full Throttle T-Rex. A classic. Two Brothers and the Sofa. A drama. The Grey Robbers Outside. Horror. Santa's Jester is Coming to Town. Christmas. The Pixie Frankenstein. Horror. The Frosty Dessert. Christmas. The Disco Queen Dropout. Drama. That'd probably actually be decent. The Scientist and His Toadstool. Long Live the Doghouse. Solid choices. You think you saw the first game you played on the PC was Warcraft? Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely around the late 90s. You remember? Yeah. No, so, if you actually look historically, because you had, like, the DARPANET and all that kind of stuff that led into it, and you started getting people who, at their home, were getting internet access at the early 90s, but it was pretty rare. And usually it wasn't, like, the internet as we know it today, where you could just, like, connect up and do search and all that. You're talking, like, getting more into, like, bulletin boards and all these kind of things. The internet so far is being able to just, like, hop on, pull up a random website, and do your thing. That didn't show up for a while. But it was around, like, 92, 93 that you start having a lot of that other stuff start popping there. Alright. So deal with the return station. Yeah, that was the reason. I wanted to buy the fridge as well, but we came up a couple bucks shy. We do have a new movie. Phone Homes. Yep. Let's see, USR's 2X and Rockwell 56 call both were only worked when the ISP used T1 or PRI. Did you? Yeah, notice a whole lot of stuff. 1 second. Hello. I was at the help desk and no one assisted me. I waited a whole minute. Do you ignore your customers? Not my problem. Get the hell out of here. Okay. You know, I remember going from a 28.8 modem to a 56K. And disconnecting and reconnecting again and again and again until I could get at least, like, a 42 or a 48.8 connection. Okay, but Draconic Park sounds awesome. Yep. Do you ignore your customers? Slams the phone. Hey, man. The customers are the worst part of the job. Sad but true facts. Phone home. Friendship always finds a way back. Start with that. Slamming the phone was cathartic. That's not wrong. There was definitely that moment when, like, someone called and they were just whatever garbage they were doing. There was a certain satisfaction in being like, could you believe what they said? How rude. Body part love. Sweet 8 the Kids movie. Shelved. Okay. Nothing like basically a software modem. Yeah, Win modems were garbage. Oh, yeah. Yup. Yup. Oh yeah, when you had like the cable and you sit there and you do that garbage because you just didn't have anything to do with your hands while you're on the phone. And then inevitably it'd end up breaking the cable on your phone, or like where like snapped into the back, like the little clip would break or something like that, and you'd have to get a new cable for your phone. Okay. And drop these off. You have an old ringtone on your cell phone for the memories? Yeah, I have. I mean, honestly, to be frank, my phone almost always is muted, but my ringtones in there are usually pretty mild. I don't generally get calls that I need to actually deal with any real urgency. If anything that's important, I'm going to expect someone to, you know, text or whatever. I don't know, it's just not a thing. Like, I've had, you know, the family member who would complain where, like, what if it was an emergency? I was in a car accident. You're like, why the hell are you calling me if you're in a car accident? Call the hospital. Don't call me. I'm not a doctor. I'm not someone who can handle insurance. What the hell am I supposed to do? If you're bleeding out, call the EMT. They're gonna get there faster than I can. Or what if I was in jail? Again, call a lawyer. What do you expect me to do? Ask nicely? Write a sternly worded email?
Hey.
Do you have a kid movie I'd like? Hey, I'm an adult. I'm allowed to enjoy them too. Don't judge. I'm not judging you. There are some solid kid movies. Sugar Rush Teddy Bear.
Ah.
I definitely got into like when it's still like out dating age, that kind of, not dating age. When I was out dating, it's not an age thing. When I was out dating and all that, there was definitely one or two times I went on a date with like someone, and they would go to like call you the next day, and they didn't, you know, you were driving or whatever, so you didn't answer your phone, and then, you know, someone like they would be like, you didn't answer my call. Are you like, it took you like 15 minutes? Like, yeah, I was driving. That was definitely one of the things that'd be a deal breaker with me, is if it's like, you know, while you're driving, you don't respond to a text or whatever, and they get upset about it. I'm like, hey man, I'm sorry, but that is too much of an ask. I will get back to you, absolutely, but I'll do it when it's safe. I'm not getting into a car accident because you wanted to know what I thought about some little clip or whatever. Nothing is that urgent. Nothing you're gonna do over the phone, at least. Luckily, over time, people have gotten better and better about that kind of stuff, where there's just not that expectation anymore. Okay, 18, 12, 35, 42. Okay. You have your on mute but vibrate. Usually have it on the surface near me so it's not super loud, but you can still hear it. Yeah, pretty much where I'm at. Is I have it something in that ballpark, either silent or vibrate or whatever. I don't know. To me, it can get pretty obnoxious when you're out in public and you just hear the phone just blasting. Like, there's obviously a reason to tell you, like, you've got a family member who needs care or whatever. Sure. I'm looking for a horror movie. Will you make me pee my pants? I misread that sentence very much. I'm looking for a horror movie that will make me pee my pants. That has nothing to do with you. What do you suggest? There you go. The Neighborhood Pixie Killer. Somehow don't feel vibrate. Hey Alana, how's it going? For those who don't know, Alana Rama, another fantastic content creator on the platform. We can get a shout out for Alana, by the way. But, plays a whole variety of, like, indie games, does, like, RimWorld, Timberborn, and a whole bunch of other stuff. as well. It's definitely, if you like the content here, you'll probably like it there. One would assume. Today, you increase it. Tomorrow, who knows? Did someone, after I recommended a stellar horror movie for you, you'd throw it on the floor? My great old grandfather is turning 101. Do you have a very promise? Oh, we promised we'd watch the movie together. Do you have an old classic he might enjoy? Sure do. Today you increase it. Today you increase it. I'm so confused. The cost of winning Twitch. Oh, I missed that there was the redeem. Okay, I was in there. Okay, that makes so much more sense now. I missed the redeem on the top just so you had, like, the evil laugh kind of thing. And I was like, what? Alright, so we need an old one that Grandpa would like. Because Grandpa's 101. Where's my crystal ball? There you are. The Builder's crystal, big crystal ball. There you go. You and your grandpa have a lovely time watching that adult film. And Grandpa's like, I'm really not comfortable with what's going on right now. You kids and your being a little bit more open things gets a little more than an old heart can take. You are very open about things. Or he's too comfortable with, yeah. The class, what was that, That was, Hell of a Boss. They've got a scene where the government's got the demons being held captive, and they're, like, in your interrogation room all tied up and all that. And it was like, we's gonna make you scream. He's like, I mean, you're not, like, if we want the pain to stop, we're just gonna tell you what everyone to make it stop, which is gonna make it not reliable information. Of course, on the other hand, we might also enjoy the injury, and then you got a whole different problem. It's like, oh no, they're very much into this. I enjoy Hell of a Boss and Has Been Hotel. Definitely not for everyone, but they're certainly a vibe. Okay. So let's close up the store for today. Another almost $300. And with that, before we get into the next day, Tomb should be home like any time now. So I'm gonna quickly take a quick like 5-minute break to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, chuck some food in the oven. I'll be right back up. This is my quote unquote long break to the stream, but like I said, it's about 5 minutes. So that's it. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. And thank you so much for the 7-stream streak, Alana. I appreciate that. But I'll be right back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Oh, Star Trekker? Yeah, no, I enjoyed Star Trekker. I do feel Star Trekker very much suffered from its marketing. That it gave the implication that it was going to be like, space American truck sim, and it was very much not that. It was more resource managey. So I don't think it was a bad game, but it was definitely not what people expected, which certainly hurt people's impressions of it. Like, don't get me wrong, it had some rough edges when it came out. Another thing I appreciate about this game is if you try and like intercept your workers when they're going to the clock, that they'll actually stop and be like, hey, I can't work until I'm clocked in. It's like, that's right. You can't work till you clock in. Yeah, it's also a technical game. Yeah, no, and like to be entirely genuine, like I said, I do feel it was one of those things that the marketing didn't outright imply that it was going to be, American Truck Sim, Euro Truck Sim, but space. But once you started to see that people's expectations started going that way, it was kind of on them to be like, hey, just to be clear, this is what our game is. Like, start pushing what the actual main thing of their game was. Okay, so you can get the fridge. Basically correct expectations. But the fact that they didn't, again, I do think that is their party foul. Not that I'm going to accuse them of doing like when No Man's Sky first came out, where they straight up just kind of lied, like, with the promises they made. They very oversold, undercommitted kind of stuff. But it was definitely a thing where more of like a dereliction of duty kind of thing, going, hey, once you started to see people's expectations get into the wrong foot, it kind of was on you to be like, hey, just to be clear, I'm not going to be able to afford fully stock in this. Okay, so they only have 8 for that one, so that's good. I only need 1 fridge. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that you do sometimes, like, when, like, if you're making a game and everyone's hyping about, like, oh man, this is going to be so amazing when multiplayer comes, if multiplayer isn't a feature you're planning, it's kind of on you, and it sucks because it puts you in a weird, awkward spot where you have to be like, hey, multiplayer isn't a planned feature. Which could potentially cost you sales, considering, people are very clearly hyped about that thing. At the same time, if you don't do that correction, when it comes out and you're like, oh yeah, there's totes never going to be multiplayer, there's no plans for it, then now people are pissed off because they bought the game, with kind of this expectation that'd be a thing at some point, which again, it's kind of on them for if a game doesn't promise it and then they make a decision based on the thing that was never promised in the first place. But yeah. Alright. So you're on checkout. We're broke as heck, so we're not gonna worry about that. Come to the store. Lady, don't walk away. Sir, I mean.
Ooh.
Sir.
Oh.
All right. Sir. Don't mad me.
Hey.
But Victoria, not sure if multiplayer was ever intended, but man, was that took a long time to get the correct due to the deterministic nature of how the game worked. Yeah, no, that's kind of one of those things that's very impressive. Oh, so this one I've got tons of copies of, so we can chuck that. That, like, Factorio is just one of those games that you look at the scale of it and how the things that happen to the game really need to be handled correctly. It's not one of those games you can get away where it's like, it's mostly right or whatever. No, it needs to be, like, on point, or it can gum up everything where individual differences between the two instances could just wreck everything. Love the banner, Plinko game you have at the entrance. Let's see. I'm here for your Soldier Space Squadron.
Ooh.
The banner Plinko game. You love the banner Plinko game you have at the entrance. The banner Plinko game. Oh, this. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes, I understand. Where it looks like Plinko the way you'd go in and bounce off this. I understand. It took me a minute. I got there. It was because I had them with the respective shelves and I don't want to get rid of them. And they're just slowly taking up more and more place. You want the static haunting?
Ooh.
That's right. You pay that 20 bucks. I knew you got that drama film. That's right. I knew you broke it. Do not walk past my business.
Ooh.
Oh.
All right. Alright, let's get our stuff shelved again. It won't be too much longer before I'll potentially want to expand my shelving again. It's kind of a bummer that you don't really get, like, new shelving or anything over the game. I kind of find myself missing that as a progression arc where they just, is like really at the beginning of the game, is just money. But, like you get your biggest shelves and it never advances. I kind of wish there was a little bit more progression there. Hey, my wife just told me she felt pressured to buy snacks by your staff. What kind of video store's business are you running? Not my problem. If your wife wants to lie to you about the fact that she had a case of the munchies, not stuff. I'm gonna pull a prank on my partner and rent her a bad movie. He's gonna lose it. Give me your worst movie. I'd enjoy it if you'd recommend something that was an adult film. Absolutely. You want a really bad adult film? Ho. Man, the Tome's True Desire, a bad adult film that's old. I am down for pranking your partner. A business is what kind of business I'm running here. Yeah, we're gonna get you on them upsells. All right. It seems like there's some times where it does actually detect what you're trying to restock. But other times it doesn't. Other times it just defaults to Crunchzilla.
Hey.
Merry Christmas. Oh wait, it's not Christmas yet? Well then, do you have a Christmas movie for me? Sure. A Toaster to Christmas Legend. There you go. right. And cool. Not rotating the inventory? I mean, we just keep growing our inventory. Why would I have less when I could have more? Prisoner in a vial. There you go.
Ooh.
Heck yeah, it's time to go get ourselves some more inventory. Oh, for the snacks? Oh, absolutely not. We have the one that sits in the back there. It's probably about 30 years old. But, you know. I'm not reaching back there. The PC in the Velvet Room. Fisherman on Mars. Truly a disappointing movie where he just sits there and is like, I'd fish for my food. The Builder's Big Toaster. Adult movie. My love life is pathetic. Got any romance movies to cheer me up? Sure. There we go. Cupid's target. Bob. The night one? Oh, yeah. I feel like that make it worse for you. That's exactly what I was thinking, where the person's like, I'm having a bad week, and I'm really sad. Do you have a drama to cheer me up? I'm like, I don't know, watching something incredibly sad feels like that wouldn't cheer me up. Would actually very specifically have the opposite effect. Okay. We always end up open after hours. Don't pressure with your flyer. Nope. The other 4 after that were entirely reasonable, though. How long till we have one of these new releases becomes not new? So we got one more day on the new release on our past one. Day cursed with bad luck, perfect for scary movies. Slam that door the immediate she turns around. Alright. So we now have comedy. So last time we had one of them standing outside our window. I'm not loving the increase in number of them. Alright, so we'll get our free set of comedies. Which have more than enough money to buy a shelf and have our employee get in here. Okay. So we need a comedy section. So we bought our comedy stuff, leaving us with $69. We've got Hostile Officer Takeover, a comedy. The Underground Peasant, a comedy. Goofball Letter, a comedy. The Big Grin Officer, a comedy. Banjo, The Big Idea, a comedy. The Big Toe Illusion, a comedy. The Coffin Behind the Mask, a comedy. The Heirloom Wingman, comedy. Broadcasting Android, a comedy. And Disco Queen Delusion, a comedy. Grab all these new releases. I would watch all of the Disco Queen movies in your store. Yeah. There's certainly some of those movies you're like, okay, would this be a good movie? Probably not. Would it be probably a fun movie? Sure. There are definitely movies that you pull out there like, you know what? It's not a great one. Hey, Daniel, thank you for the like over on the YouTube side. But there's definitely those movies that come out you're like, this is an objectively awful movie. But I am having a good time. Where, like, the audio is just crap, the costumes are garbage. The Jason people that just stare in the window? Yep. I am looking forward to getting an employee I can commit to just... Dang, man. You all got a ridiculous amount of sci-fi this week. I'm here for it. But just in the course of a day, having a full entire inventory of just sci-fi, and there was more to go after that. Zombiever has entered the chat. Alright. Cool. Okay. I'm definitely confusing the pathing with all these signs in the middle. And I'm not going to stop. Okay, so this is the last day for that one being new. Then we got the saddest day of the year for drama, and then we got a new release. So we should be good for a while yet here. Oh hey, we generate over $10,000 worth of revenue. I reserve my copy of this data conting. Oh. There you go. That morning rush is always a thing. Oh. Okay. I get the drama. Yeah, it was science fiction. Okay, so fantasy, sci-fi, fantasy, drama, Christmas, drama, sci-fi. I'm here to pick up the in the name of the guitar. Oh. There you go. Go with that in a minute. Okay. Hey, Leffy, how's it going? I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for LaFay? I do apologize for everyone raiding into a ad break. We don't have pre-rolls, but sometimes just timing work out like that. But we are just running a little store here. All right, fantasy. But yes, how was your stream? Welcome in, Raiders. How did it go? All that good stuff. I assume that you were probably playing this as well. You gonna be enjoying the game? You've been playing it offline? Nice. Yeah, no, I hope you've had a good time with it and all that stuff. Streaming's good? No problem. Cool, cool. Let's see. The additional tape tasks makes me think sci-fi game voices. Voice over IP. Oh, also playing the Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is absolutely fantastic. That's those ones I haven't gotten to play very much myself, but I've enjoyed them. Do you still have the Colossal Chimp? If you could you hold a copy for me? Sure thing, the Colossal Chimp. There you are, buddy. We'll just go ahead and toss that over on the reservation shelf. And if I ever catch up, I'll deal with the next thing. Dude. Come on, man. Got the holiday stuff. I need to wake him up, but my hands are full. Yeah, what's your deal? My film class is talking about the old classics, and I'm totally lost. Could you help me broaden my movie knowledge with an old film? Sure, I can get you an old film. Gonna run right back here, and where is our old film? You're here somewhere. Oh, there we go. The Builder's Big Crystal Ball. There you go, man. That'll be perfect for talking to your class about. Okay, so I don't have a spare of these. So you are 1004, 1962. And I heard you yelling for me over here. Here to pick up the Colossal Chimp, and there you go.
Oh.
Okay, so this is the broken one. Chuck you in there. Alright, gotta keep our full inventory. What do we got coming up? Nothing new there. So, market. Do you have... Yeah, so you do not have, like, a random pack kind of thing. The fishbowl covered in blood. Sure, I can help you out with that.
Oh.
There you go. And I blink and this counter is completely... overrun again. All right. Your class talking about old movies? Aw, man. I'll see what I can find. But my adult section is getting... I mean, that's bad critic. I'm gonna try and help you out, man. But we gotta get you something. We gotta get you a proper old movie. Something your teachers probably has seen. Oh, you know what? I actually don't have a not terrible old movie there. Okay, I guess we're just gonna go over here and look for an old movie that's not terrible. There we go. The Sad Smoke Dreams, there you are. And I see that someone got mad and threw a bunch of tapes on the floor. Alright, so that's one I only got one of, so let's go here. So 61, 21, 433. 61, 21, 433. Well, that's not at all creepy or concerning. That there's a Jason in my office as well. Okay, you're looking for an old comedy. God, I had a comedy section. There you go. I think there's just all the line for the register where things are being all glitchy and whatnot.
Huh?
Just, this place is absolutely popping at midnight.
Oh.
Okay. So continue letting the money roll in. What we'll potentially do is, as I need more shelves, we'll get that. And as the wild card packs go up, I like to get the ones that you just get like 10 random ones for a discount price. I found those to be more interesting to me than like going on my way and trying to remember, like, do I have this, do I not have this, that kind of deal. The chicken has gone insane. We can get you that. Because can I easily see? Yeah, so unfortunately I can't check to see if I've already got this easily. That's kind of the thing I'd like them to add, is the ability, like, when you're looking at where you're buying stuff, that I can, like, hit a button and it'll show you, like, this is how many copies of it, how many you've rented, that whole bit. Or, like, otherwise to be, like, you know, put a new or something else to be, like, hey there. Because just like the same with the SKU, I kind of wish when I grabbed a tape and I hit the thing to, like, look at the tape, instead of having to, like, remember the SKU and type it all in, that I could, like, hit the button and it would just copy the SKU and I could just paste it in, so I don't have to just, you know, remember arbitrary numbers and have to enter it 2 or 3 times to get it.
Hey.
Okay. I will say, he can make the rainbow slushy way faster than I can. All right. You noticing people taking their basket outside definitely messed up pathing? Oh, yeah. No, very much. I think a big part was he fell asleep partway through the day, and usually you can wake him up super fast. But I had been carrying like 8 videotapes at the time. I was like, all right, fine. I went to take the time to put them up. And as well as things like each tape was practically its own section. So it was asleep for a while. It does seem like the customers won't just get annoyed and like walk out or anything. You live here now, customer. There's no leaving. Marketing! Oh, okay. We'll, alright, so upcoming, nothing. Alright. So we've got a Christmas Carols Keg Edition, A Bridge Beyond the Spaceman, which is a new drama, The Last Dinosaur in Blackwood Manor, The Casket Living on Mars, Superstar Bloodbath, Christmas Eve with My Appliance. Hot Dog Space Explorer. Where the Cookie Rests. Queen and Mood Base 42. Let's sit you over here for a minute. The Mushroom Against the Flame. Okay, so I'm going to need an extra display. For the fantasy section.
Okay, this is a life and death situation. I need to reserve the Princess on Mars for me. I'll be there today, don't rent it out.
Two Wheels, One Princess action movie. Lord Puzzles with Friends kids movie. She played as the relic waited romance. Oh my god, please stop calling. I don't want it. Fear the Pumpkin. The Pirate Behind the Mask. The Divorced Lord. The Big Toe's Long Way Home. Corsair Pet Shop Party. My Letter to My Jester, a romance. Giant Witches Attack Manhattan. Alright, what do you want? Hello, is it possible to reserve the Climbing Teddy Bear Mountain? Sure. You can get Bonafide Classic. What is this Temu video store? Yeah, it's kind of like Blockbuster Simulator, whatever you want to go with. Okay, but it's all, like, parody names on it. Retirement with My Cowboy. The Clairvoyant Knocking at Midnight, a horror movie. Math Party with My Trooper, a kids movie. Very badly rated. Lawyer from the Depth, a fantasy movie. Heirloom Alien Invasion, sci-fi. Beast on a Plate, the untold romance movie between Belle and Gaston, where Beast dies in that one. Kissing My Smoke in the Sky, romance. Gangster Team, The Last Hope, action. Astronaut in a Suit, that just sounds like you described an astronaut in general. Quiet Time with the Prisoner, a romance. What movies out of these? Honestly, there would be a number of these that solidly come across as, like, very much like B-rated movies that I would be like, you know what? Objectively, from, like, the quality of the cinema, probably hot garbage. But also, something I would probably enjoy watching knowing it's hot garbage. Fast Mushroom Pursuit, action movie. The Steel Duchess on Patrol, sci-fi. The Gingerbread Explorer, Space Explorer, sci-fi. A Lifetime of Love with My Fairy, romance. The Red-Nosed Corsair, Christmas. You know someone you can't use real names, but wow, someone have eaten a good amount of shrooms. They use procedural generation. So not Gen AI, but procedural generation, so they have, like, specific static images on the boxes and specific combinations of words that they could swap in and out the words. And then it just chose stuff out of there. So, like, if you look at the Superstar Bloodbath, you've got, like, that singer there. You'll see her in other places as well. Looking for a good example. Yeah, so you've got these ones. These three here all have the balloons in the background. This one's got a mailbox. You'll see that mailbox show up other places as well. So yeah, like there'll be like a foreground image. Yeah, so you got like the pirate up there on that one. You also have the pirate down here. So it's definitely one of those ones that they kind of use that to put together a bunch of things, and it results in a lot of really, really fun ones. There's some that they definitely put effort into, like Draconic Park is clearly one they actually put time into. The Static Haunting, Die Trying. So a lot of these ones that they're that are hitting their like new release stuff are very clearly parodies on actual movies, but a lot of the kind of filler movies are just generated. Like I said, procedural generation, not generative AI, which there's a very significant difference in those two things. Procedural generation, ultimately you're taking, like, different image layouts or whatever and kind of piecing them together. So, like, for example, the creatures in, No Man's Sky are procedurally generated. They made a whole bunch of different limbs and they just combined what goes on what differently versus generative AI trying to create net new ones. So 545-2771. Alright. 545-2771. You're an expensive tape. Sign job. You are now on the register. Go ahead and open up. Because every time a tape is destroyed, if I don't have a duplicate of it, I'm ordering a replacement now. Alright, so this is the first time I've definitely got a tape that we got new into a set that I'm pretty sure I don't care about. So I might start trying to sell those. I have the movie Climbing Teddy Bear Mountain on reserve.
Oh.
Okay. All right. There's so many movies to move around here. Oh, you're not new anymore. That's gonna start being a problem. Yeah, well, all the other ones are already off the shelf. The last movie I returned is bad anyways. Who cares if it's broken? I'm gonna charge a fee. I'll turn the next one late. I don't care. The chicken has gone insane. We can get you there. There's the chicken has gone insane for you. Cinematic masterpiece. Hello. How long until you can hire another employee? Level 20, which is literally the highest the game gets. We're getting relatively close, but still have a little ways to go. Okay. Alright, what do you want? You're looking for an action movie that's old. Here you go. Fast Wolf Pursuit. There you are, friend. Another one? Come on, man. You think I broke the movie? How dare you accuse me of vandalism? This fee is unacceptable, and you will be paying it. I have movie Princess on Mars reserved. There you are. Wake up. Hi, I rented a movie and found $20 in the case. I don't know whose money it is, but I want no part of it. For all I know, it could belong to a drug lord. Take it. Thanks. I'll take the $20. I believe they do get charged full price for the damaged tapes. Alright, it's been a long time coming, but I'm going to finally get the clearance bin. That way, this movie that we just found, that I have a duplicate of. Okay, I mean, it looks like you get a little over half its value. I reserved a copy of Uncle Impersonating Santa. Cool, don't break it like the last 3 times I've lent that thing out. Broken fee is a flat 20? Oh, I thought it was more than that. Or rather, that it mattered the value of the tape, sorry. That it could be more than that. Here we got a reserved movie. Put away the sci-fi. Foil covers are rare. Yeah, they basically mean that whenever someone rents it, it gives you an extra 50 cents more than it would normally cost to rent that movie. Can we go over here? In there. You're looking for black hole sausage. There is your sci-fi film. You got a reservation on that. Alright. I definitely have a need of more staff. I reserved in the name of a guitar. That one goes out a lot. Like, noticeably a lot. Alright, Space Pod codename Couch. So 6671063. 6671063. So chuck you out of here. $20 for damaging a movie? I could find a copy of the same movie in return for $5. I won't pay it. Yes, you will. This is a scam. You better believe it is. I reserved the farmer's evil heart.
Ooh.
There's sci-fi and horror. If you're wondering if this place is a scam, it literally says on the building, mostly ethical video rental entrapment scheme. Scheme does usually not describe legitimate business.
Hey.
Am I looking for a new release? Sure. Never mind. Oh, it's fine. Thanks for the help. Our new releases are not keeping up. Yeah, no, that's the reason why we don't have to worry about the legal stuff, because most people just be, oh, it's the video rental store, that they forget all the details that, you know, could potentially be questionable, but at the same time, you know, gonna keep there. Might have to start ordering more than 10. Yeah. You're not wrong. But then I gotta deal with all the spare copies. And you only get part of the money back when you sell it in the clearance area. Right, but my understanding is when you sell them in the clearance area, you don't get the full price, you get them quite a bit marked down. Like, if I'm selling, or if I'm renting them out a couple times each, it's probably fine. That probably shouldn't be a thing that I'm avoiding. Yes, you're worth $29. Okay, so it'd be 15 bucks if I sell it. I'm gonna start clearing out some of these ones that were new releases that I got many copies of. Probably not. I suspect it's going to heavily limit what I can do with them. Oh, we had a couple of action movies. I got a bunch of duplicates of. Yeah, so I still got those two copies there. So I've got the Poetry is Dead already up on that shelf. Okay. And that was all our new releases we did have. Okay. Yeah, so it's level 20 that we get our second employee. Alright, so grab all these. While our worker shows up. Alright. Assigned to the return counter. We've got tons of money for right now. So we can get some mixed packs of tapes. Which I surely will not regret. Yes, that's all full up. We don't need to worry about that. I'll probably need to refill the snacks. I kind of don't want to deal with them. Alright, we got the Snowman's Doghouse. We've got the Inmate and Santa's Cookies. Another Christmas one. We've got the Giant Witch Attacks Manhattan. That's a duplicate, so we'll deal with that in a minute. Echoes of the Burning Enchanter. Cool, we can go ahead and put that in our fantasy section. The Outsider Who Fell. So this is just people laughing at someone who fell down. The Relic Sleeping on the Job, another comedy. The Foot at Light Speed, sci-fi. Giving My Queen for Christmas. Alright. Okay, and the Bathroom Carnage Kill the Wolf is a duplicate. Roller Award Disco. Love to see it. Ahoy, Templar. Kids movie. A Dinosaur Beyond the Rainbow. Kids movie. A Mindless Stuffed Toy. Comedy. Retirement with My Surgeon. Alright. The Machine and Santa's Cookies. The Tomb Experiment, sci-fi. Inheriting the Chest. Drama. Goldfish, You Will Die. Horror. The Cash Against the Flame. Fantasy. Abysmal Dentist. Fantasy. Or it might have been Abyssal Dentist. The Bearded Dynamite. A Christmas classic. The Dog in His Grasp is a horror. The Family Cowboy Drama, which is a drama. Tango with My Queen. Honestly, that sounds like an actual romance movie. Paladin's First Love, another romance movie that is horrendously badly reviewed. Big Grin Keg, half a star. The Gum Machine Star Cup, sci-fi. The Troll Love Affair, drama. Roller Inmate Disco, which is a kid movie. Okay. My Frying Pan is My Prom Date, a comedy that got 0 stars. Okay, we got One Sailor Away, a relatively badly reviewed romance. Love as Light as the Android. Android being particularly heavy. Explosive Princess, an action movie. Roller Award Disco. I was like, you know what? That's probably fun, like a kid's comedy movie. Sleepy Fish. Relatively well reviewed. Critics hate comedies. Yeah, generally speaking, they don't tend to do well. The Monstrous Biscuit. Kissing My Bomb Under the Moon. Blade of the Holy Outsider. My Cassette, Count With Me, a kid's movie. Lonely Waitress, drama. The Dull Space Explorer, sci-fi. What you want? I'd like to make a complaint about the name of your store. I find it offensive for a video store. Not my problem. Also, look, man, I am very clearly, honestly advertising what it is we do here. Which is we scam you. So it's not that the store is offensive. The store's just fine. The reality is, the offerings we provide are generally just not good for anybody. All right. I was really hoping I could just do a thing where I just like click and it would just do it. The fire chicken? Well, the problem is there was one too many items to shelving.
Type 13x2 for subscribing for 43 months. 43 months ago, I got paroled for crippling Batman. Time to do it again.
Hey, B-Type, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate it. Hey, and, you know, if anything, Batman's the bad guy. But, thank you so much for that. I do really appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot that you support the channel this long. And, you know, I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that stuff. Get the chicken put away. We got a comedy one to drop over here. Okay. Where the Templar rests. You love the movie names? Oh yeah, like there's a bunch that are just kind of like whatever, but there's some solid ones in there too. Okay, so you go ahead and get the checkout. It will open. Why does everyone hate the poor quality movies? Okay, so 41, 41, 13, 22. I don't remember at all. 322. Where my Templar rests. Okay.
Wow.
There you go. You love the RNGesus created movie tiles? Oh yeah, they're great. I still think some of my favorite ones is let's see if it's here. Hungry for Keyboard. That is probably one of my favorite of the adult movies. Hungry for Keyboard is excellent. There's also Two Ladies for One Zombie. That's another definitely adult classic. In our action section, we have Die Trying, another absolute classic movie. And I know I say it every single time. For me personally, I really hope Die Trying is just like a movie about just living a perfectly normal life. I'm in the mood for a good old revenge story with crazy fight scenes. What action should I watch? Sure. Yep. So I think The Rooster and the Gangster will be just up your cup of teeth. Hey, don't you ever sleep again. Yeah, Die Trying is basically the Truman Show with even duller life. Yep. Okay, get a ton more copies of that, so I don't need to worry about that. Drama, drama, horror, sci-fi, horror, holiday, action, adult, Horror. There. And what do you want that you're just standing here? You want a copy of Phone Home?
Oh.
Okay, My Keyboard at School. Vampire Fairy. Phone Home. For the record, this is just an 80s playlist. Like, copyright safe. So the fact that it's playing Christmas track in our game's winter is just the whole thing. I want to scare your grandmother with the dark horror movie. What should I watch? Get out of my way. The Dead Clown is Alive.
Oh.
A true classic. And these are ones I already have, so... There you go there, and I should have some more of Draconic Park. So just working getting rid of all those duplicates.
Oh.
Okay. Got the drama. Got the horror movies. Got some sci-fi. Okay, so you're here to pick up Phone Home. We got you.
Oh.
Movie about calling your parents to let them know that you're running late and you're not going to be home before the streetlights go on, but like you're letting them know, so please don't be mad. Okay. And there's just more and more always coming in. All the time. Your parents at your summer didn't care? Yeah, like, I don't distinctly remember them telling me, like, hey, you need to be home before, like, the streetlights go on. Sorry. Like, I just don't distinctly remember them saying that, but at the same time, I do remember, like, that just kind of being a thing where, like, you'd see the streetlights go on, you're like, oh, I gotta get home or I'm gonna get in trouble. Part of that's probably because where I lived up north, you know, you'd get to the winter and it'd be dark really early. And my parents would have it be like, hey, you need to get home when the lights go on. But during the summer, because of how late the lights would take to go on, because being that far north, you know, I'd like the peak of the summer would be something like 10 or so. Before, like, you would have it start getting properly dark. And so, like, the streetlights wouldn't end up coming on for a while. Because during the winter up here, it gets light at 8 a.m., and almost pitch black by 4:30 p.m. Yeah, no, that's the thing. You got to winter, and, like, mid-afternoon, it'd start getting properly dark. Mid to late, well, more like late afternoon, early evening. But it'd be something like 4 or 5 p.m., and yeah, it was just dark at that point. Like, not borderline dark, just dark. Candy dispensers are available in the catalog. Alright. Let's get a candy dispenser. Yeah, no, it definitely got fully dark during the summer where I was at in Michigan. But it was one of those things that you wouldn't really have that much time where it was ever properly dark kind of thing. Oh yeah, we're definitely having jawbreakers. Letter to my gumball. Okay, so you start working that. Let me check to see if any videos have fallen through the earth. Nope. But the summer and dark here gets like dark at like 9:30 in the evening. You didn't stop my parents from being overbearing. Oh yeah, no, that's a thing. Like my parents are never particularly bad about it, but I definitely had like a lot of friends who, even like getting into their 20s, were still kind of like, you know, as long as you're living at home, you need to be home by this time, and it'd be something like 10, unless it's like a special thing, and it was just like, oh man, I couldn't imagine. And a lot of those ones that are kept like that far under thumb, you know, when they finally left for college and all that, a lot of them just kind of didn't know how to function without parental guidance. Like, some of them would either second guess every choice and all that, or some of them would go absolutely bonkers wild. You know, whether it's just ridiculous amounts of drinking or whatever. Like, there's a certain need for people to be like, hey, your kid needs a certain amount of their own independence. You know, obviously, you don't just be like, hey, go wild, live, you know, do whatever. But there's a balance between there of going, hey, you know what? Like, let your kid go out, make some safe mistakes. Just worry about, like, the real dangerous stuff and all that. Your dad was always like, as long as you're getting good grades and not getting in trouble with the cops, I don't care what you do. My parents are pretty good. They weren't quite that lax. But generally speaking, I was a good kid. You know, I got in trouble once in a while, not like legal trouble. But I got in trouble like once in a while where, you know, I'd misbehave at school and it'd come back to bite me. Nothing dire. So usually they were pretty reasonable. And they were honestly very, very chill with me, you know, just going and hanging out at a friend's house and staying the night kind of thing. They really never pushed back on it being like, hey, like, unless there was something that they really needed me the next day there or something. Like, that's about the only one, but even that was very rare. Yeah, no, I did a little drinking here and there. That wasn't like a super common thing. And it's like the big thing we did is we did like the LAN parties now where we just drug our computers with us and played games. And so it's kind of one of those things that's seen as like, you know, of all the things you could be doing with your time that we'd have to worry about, that's a pretty big nothing burger. Whereas, you know, like the big concerns would be stuff like, you know, your kid going over to someone's house and making the kind of decisions that are long-term, i.e. doing something illegal or ending up having a kid of their own well before they're ready. You get the idea. But that was not the kind of stuff that they had to worry about with me. Like, the worst I might do is get myself in trouble doing whatever. But nothing major. Yeah, for me it was the couch, PS3, PS4, yeah. Couch co-op, yep. Yeah, a lot of LAN parties are also giving each other games, yep. Yep. Like, don't get me wrong, I did have friends that parents had the same kind of approach, but they would go and do pretty wild things that, like, okay, actually, you know, lots of drinking, partying, you know. not necessarily making the greatest life choices and whatever.
Oh.
I can't imagine what it's like dealing with that kind of stuff. All right, one moment. I'm gonna mute my mic and open something real fast. That way, during the ad break when it comes up, I'm gonna quickly eat some food. But think of your teeth. You gotta suck them, not bite them. Oh yeah, the jawbreakers. Yeah. Man, I couldn't tell you what age I was. It's probably early teens or whatever. I remember getting the jawbreaker that's like that big, and thinking that's like the coolest thing ever until I actually had it and got real tired of like the different flavors on it, just with whatever. And that there was no way to like stop eating it for a while to come back with that wasn't utterly disgusting of just spit. As late was my return, it wasn't around that much last week. $2 fee is not the end of the world. Then why are you bothering me? You're like, I need to see the manager. The $2 fee is not a big deal. Then why are you bothering me? Just pay it if it's not a big deal. Don't demand to see the manager just to tell them, like, whatever. I don't want to come out of my corner and face the human race unless necessary.
Hey.
My child is obsessed with television. Do you have an educational kid movie he could watch so I don't feel like a bad parent? Let's see. Oh, can we get a shout out for Brill Dane, by the way, and our fantastic content creator who's also been playing this recently. When you get that, get the size that you can get into your mouth, but you can't get it out, you're stuck sitting there until it gets smart. I hadn't gotten to that point. But yeah, it's also been playing this as well, among other things. No, that's harsh. Cigarette in the hat. Hey man, you want something for your kid? Here's cigarette in the hat. You think I broke the movie? How dare you accuse me of vandalism? This is unacceptable. And you're going to deal with it anyways. The dentist pulling Santa's sleigh, is that available? Sure.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, no, Brill Dane's excellent. Makes her own like 3D model for streaming and all that stuff with, custom outfits and all that kind of stuff. Puts a lot of work into it. Really, really cool stuff. Alright. Yeah, cigarette in the hat. Yup, we did get that. Literally the first box we got of the kids stuff had it in there. You're appreciating? Yeah, no, you should always appreciate hard work. Okay, so how are we doing? So we got a new release tomorrow.
Hey.
Merry Christmas. Oh wait, it's not Christmas yet? Then do you have a movie for me? 1 second, I've got to go slap my employee. Wake up. Sure, The Glowing Tentacle.
Ah.
A holiday classic. Can you tase your employee to wake them up all the way up? No. There's no, like, tasing or anything else. Jeez, who rented what? There's none of that kind of stuff, so it's not like, what is it? The water park simulator where you have people sneak in and you have to, like, slap them to get them out of there kind of thing. Nothing like that. A letter to my gumball. Alright, here's your letter to your gumball. The glowing tentacle. Oh my god, that emote is awful. That emote is amazing, is what you mean. Some of the most cursed emotes are some of the best emotes. You can just really get your mileage with them.
Um,
Date night with my bear.
whoa!
This always reminds me a lot of Blockbuster when you're a kid. You remember them getting annoyed if you didn't remember Rewind? This game is literally meant to be a parody on Blockbuster. Like there's a reason to remind you of Blockbuster. The default colors of the building are blue and yellow. It is very much intended to be a parody of Blockbuster.
Hey.
Oh, you sub to it for half price and never sub again since it's lifetime sub? The Jesse Cox channel? I don't know any of what that is. You love how excited they go when you give them money. They're like, whoa! Yeah, I know how to deal with the manager stuff. It's fine. People who ask to wait, you know, ask for the manager, get to wait an extra minute. A broken fee? This is a scam. Yeah, I'm gonna charge you double. I reserved a copy of Fear the Pumpkin.
Oh,
Okay. Oh, we do that a lot, B-Type. Quite genuinely, if they don't give me a specific category they want, the first place I check is the adult section. Grab me some of these duplicates. There we go. Alright, so tomorrow is a new release, and the black market person. So I'm trying not just to immediately spend all my money because we are going to need to continue growing the store and doing all that stuff. But yeah, no, very much this is a thing. It's also funny that this came out, so like only 2-3 weeks before this, me and Toom ended up going to one of the fairs in the area, and they had the Blockbuster experience that you could go to. We didn't end up going into it because they were charging like an extra fee for it, but it was they had taken a building and they had dressed it all up like a Blockbuster, and you could go in and have the experience of renting a VHS tape or DVD, which you were buying it. But it was one of those things like, man, someone just got a hold of a bunch of VHS. They're like, wait, we could charge extra to do that. An extra fee, how very like Blockbuster. Yeah, towards the end there. New movie released today. Alright. Jumbo Manhunt. Okay, and you should be all clocked in here. So get to work in the return counter. Yeah, you put on a VHS and it's at its end. You have to rewind it, but it wasn't a crisis to you. Oh yeah, no, it was a whole thing, like people getting upset that the VHS wasn't rewound. Like, I get it, sure. But I was always one of those things, I'm like, that's not that big a deal, man. Okay, so that one I got a bunch of copies, so I can go just right in the garbage. Okay. Grab the sci-fi. Oh, that's fantasy, that's fine. Remember Netflix came out and you could rent DVDs in the mail? Yep. Oh no, I have to rewind. Video night is ruined. Oh yeah, I know exactly. Like one that would actually potentially ruin like movie night or whatever is you'd rent something, you get all excited for it, get home, and then open the box, it'd be the wrong tape. That one genuinely sucked, or like the wrong game or whatever. Because we never did a lot of we didn't tend to rent a lot of movies. We did rent a lot of games though. Alright, you want the Colossal Chimp, life and death situation. The only worst thing was dusty heads. You had a cleaner for that? I don't remember running into that much. You knew every Friday? Yeah, we definitely got rentals. I wouldn't say it was nearly that frequent. I'll deal with you in a minute. It wasn't like a every week kind of thing. It was frequent enough. Okay. So let's deal with the android bleeding to death. So 5341673. Alright. Because we gotta keep our entire inventory stocked. Let's see, we got multiple copies of this. So go ahead and get those shelved if possible. Okay. So we got 3 copies of those to attempt to sell at some point. We got our new release all stocked up. We could assign you to the checkout counter. Open the store. The snacks and all that are fine right now. We got $300 to our name. But before we do anything, it is going to be a day that the back alley dealer shows up. We're going to save our money for the back alley dealer, and then we will end up needing to fill in our things. Meanwhile, I'm going to mute my mic for a minute and quickly eat some of my food because I'm getting really hungry. Or I'll be immediately asked for. You literally just walked up to the shelf. You walked to the shelf, looked at it, and then came back. Alright, well, I'll be back in just a minute. Yeah, Elcar, mine wasn't my first time seeing like an adult film content, wherever you want to go with. It wasn't like a mixed up tape. It was we were looking for a new show and we went to like Blockbuster, whatever. And we grabbed a cartoon that was an anime. And its opening was basically two topless cartoon women, like anime women, like running past the camera for whatever. And we kind of stopped and we went to my mom's like, I don't think we're supposed to watch this. That it was an adult anime or whatever. But it was definitely like, you know, like 8-10-year-old or whatever age we were. It's just like, it's like, I don't think we're supposed to have this. So you want Jumbo Manhunt. Where? Oh, right. But it wasn't, you know, little kid us was not expecting that. The Egg Graveyard.
Oh.
Man, it was definitely not what we were looking for. We were looking for, like, I don't know what we were expecting it to be, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles kind of thing. And then when we saw that, I was like, I mean, Innocent Little Well, I mean, we were at an age that we weren't like, you know, we weren't into girls and all that kind of stuff yet. We were very pre-puberty. So it was very much like, this isn't what we wanted. Like, we were looking forward to, like, some, you know, I don't know, ninja robots kind of thing. That's probably what happened, is we probably saw, like, the box art or something, and it probably had, like, a Gundam kind of thing going on for it. But, you know, was just not that. I got a friend coming over for a, haunted pajamas party, and he's super scary movie. There you go. But yeah, I know it was definitely one of those things, like, you know, even then, like, say it was like had gotten to like full on teenager. You know, granted, at that point we weren't renting movies anymore or anything like that. It probably would still be one of those things that the TV was kind of in the main room there. So it's not like you're going to get away with watching that stuff for very long before, you know, the folks would have wised up to what was going on. That said, they never did make a big thing about, like, oh, you're not allowed to watch this kind of stuff or anything like that. It was never like that. But it's kind of just understood that, like, hey, that's not something you're supposed to be doing. And again, like, this is no judgment about people watching adult content or anything, like, whatever. Or, like, what age range people feel are appropriate for this and that. Because, like, I've known families that were very much in the, hey, you can watch literally whatever if you're comfortable with it. You know, we're just gonna make sure to sit down with you when you watch it kind of thing, and they'll explain why maybe it's not appropriate for you at your age or whatever. Now, granted, I'm sure there's limits, but usually most of those limits the kids wouldn't have been interested in the first place, so whatever. You'd like a sci-fi movie. There we go.
Wow.
And broadly speaking, like, I've known ones that, like, the parents are like, oh yeah, you wanna watch this movie? It's gonna be really violent and scary. And usually in those cases, it was a thing that, you know, the kid's like, no, I'll enjoy it. And then they watch for a little while, and they're like, I'm gonna go in my room and play. Yep. Got too scary. It's okay. Is that the couple's foot? Yes. You haven't heard of the couple's foot? This, my friend, is a masterpiece. 3.5 stars. Solid movie. Cigarette in the Hat, a children's movie. Excellent movie. Highly recommend. Two big toes up. Yep. I Wish for the Clown.
Oh.
Fantasy movie. There you go. Oh, cool. You cleared up some inventory. Where did... Put a bunch of tapes there. You're expecting a rabbit's foot or something, not a zombie foot? Yeah, no, it's just the way they did the procedural generation. You get some pretty wild stuff out of it. You got the fantasy movie. Okay. Operation Tome Hero. Cool. And we've got Keyboard on a Plate, romance movie. We've got The Outsider Under the Bridge, a cheap drama. Dripping on the PC, adult film. Too Hot for My Fish, adult film. Yeah, it's just like that one particular. I'm like, no, 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 mm-mm. Big money day. We don't need to outline the theoretical things that might entail. Okay. So I've got the black market dealer on Thursday and all that. And we're getting pretty close to a new movie genre, which I am unprepared for. Had to rewind the store to get those SKUs. For your own playthrough, or so when you see someone else playing, that you can just kind of drop in. It's like, here's a SKU you might want to check out. For your own playthrough, yep. I'm a hard worker, I'm never late, and I rarely take sick days. I'm an essential part of the team. I'd like a $4 raise. You suck, you kid. I'm gonna go look at the potential employees right now. Ooh, you are lucky that Taylor doesn't have the thing where she doesn't get sick, because her being good at everything is pretty good. Can you reserve Exterminate? Okay, the snacks are all probably fine for right now. I didn't accidentally restock all those, did I? $20 random movies. Done. Fast Gingerbread Pursuit. Action movie. We have Giving My Relic for Christmas. Christmas movie. Gambler Nutcrackers. There we go. Red Tobacco Juice. The Sausage Spellcaster Fantasy. Jokes on the Stranger comedy. Scary Weightlifter Flick horror. The Sword Chose the Wraith fantasy, alright. Dull Space Squadron sci-fi. Cupid's Target Goldfish romance. The Computer's Light in the Snow. Solid Christmas movie about how a Gateway 2000 computer led the sleigh so that Santa could, you know, do the deliveries for Christmas. Gangster Magic Trick, a kid's movie. Hey kid, watch how I make your Uncle Paulie disappear. Alright. The Depressed Singer. Cask Warzone. The Chicken Comedy. Long Live the Monkey, a fantasy. Table for Two with Our Lawyer. Table for Two with Our Lawyer sounds like a romantic comedy where both people are trying to make sure, like, you know, they're wealthy people trying to protect themselves who are in love, but they're also keeping their lawyer in the loop so that the lawyer can help them navigate it. A true sign of love. Okay, so let's go and get ourselves another shelf for the horror stuff, because that's just getting out of hand. We'll chuck all this up here. Okay. I'm just gonna shove you back here for right now. I believe there's an achievement for having enough of the holographic stuff on one shelf, but that's fine. We can keep collecting. Alright. Sad Smoke Dreams. That was the one that the person wanted us to rent because they were super sad, and I guess they took it on the tape. 4150-983. 4150-983. All right. You're gonna be a minute. Okay. Yeah, we're doing pretty good on a lot of these. I say, realizing we don't even have the tiniest fraction of the movies out there. I'll deal with that then. Casket down my chimney. You read something like there's 1,400 or 14,000 titles? I'd believe it. Gonna take an awfully long time to collect them all then. Okay, what all do we have left to unlock? Okay, so you're ready, so we'll open this place. You're now running checkout. Yeah, so far as unlocks go, so we've got 2 more genres to unlock, the arcade machines and then the second staff member. Our store has not been growing much in size, but we do have our shelves packed in here real tight, and we are starting to fix the size. You want the casket down the chimney. There you go.
Ooh.
But so you follow someone on Instagram who thinks the Titanic on VHS, so it's who collects Titanic on VHS, like just that movie, collects many copies of that one movie. That is certainly a life choice. Oh, come on. Exterminate.
Ooh.
There you go. The one guy has like 500 copies of the Titanic on VHS. That is the weirdest thing. Because I'm pretty sure Titanic, they had a pretty ridiculous number of copies they made of that. Can you recommend a new release? Sure.
Ah.
Oops, I took the last rental apart because I was curious how VHS tapes work. I guess it wasn't a good idea. Yep. It was a terrible idea. And now you're gonna be paying like 20 bucks for it. Matrix was on VHS, mind blown. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna take 2 seconds to grab myself more to drink. I don't have anything else here, so I'm gonna just let the day run for a minute while I quickly do that, and I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in.
Hey.
Okay, what do you want, lady? Cupid's target the bomb. There you go.
Whoa.
Okay. My adult section is going to need to expand. Alright, let's go ahead and get this drink. And thank you, Cuz Jackie, for the 35 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Okay. Yep, so no more returns for a while.
Oh.
Don't walk by. Don't walk by.
Oh.
No need to be rude. You're looking for a spicy romance for a first date. Okay. A spicy romance for a first date. Quiet time with my prisoner.
Oh.
Or with the prisoner.
Her.
Okay, so we got plenty of copies of that, so I can go right on in. Cool. And drop you off.
Oh.
I went through a breakup. Could you give me an emotional drama movie? Sure. I'm trying to, man, and you're blocking that. The Wizard's Last Round.
Ooh.
A drama about boxing and wizardry. Had the movie No Elf on the Farm left? Oh. I see you with your elf prejudice.
Ooh.
Quiet Time with a Prisoner, a captivating movie. Yup. When does that go off from being a new release? Oh, today's the last day of the ET-esque movie being a new release. The holidays, broadly labeled. That Xmas movies go way up. Oh, I see. So this is Meeting Santa, and this is the actual Christmas season. That makes sense. I thought it was weird that it was, like, so early in winter that was, like, the Christmas one. I have Jumbo Manhunt on reserve. There you go. Okay. Then go ahead and handle all this stuff. I didn't see anything. All right. It's fine. They were screams of joy. Closer to my bun, a romance. Are you sure it's a romance and not an adult movie? You're looking for... I'm part of a big tabletop club. I'm looking for new quests for my campaign. Do you have a fantasy movie to spark some ideas? All right, so you're looking for some some tabletop, some D&D inspiration. So we've got the Beggar Spellcaster. That seems... Oh, Abysmal Dentist. There we go. It's holographic, so I get to charge you extra for it. You're welcome. That's actually my lesson is you can get your D&D club, start charging admission, but like, if someone wants to get like a shiny figurine to represent them, they can do it, but you charge them like an extra $5. Be the ruthless financial-based D&D. Where instead of like slaying dragons and all that, it's all about, you know, managing your various assets. Maximizing profit. There's gotta already be that. There already has to be like a tabletop game that's basically Dungeons and Dragons, except for it's just, you know, hedge funds and all that kind of nonsense. Alright, next day should hit us to level 17. Medici D&D. Okay, so we'll have the black market stuff tonight. I really should be keeping an eye out for, like, if we get a really good choice of thing. Check the snacks. Yeah, the snacks are getting pretty low, and I've been ignoring them because I don't actually much care for the snack mechanic, how this works. And to be fair, the selling of the snacks, that part's fine. The part I'm not a big fan is the restocking mechanic is just a little tedious to deal with just because of how the user interface is. Like, the fact that it charges you how much it charges you, the stocking, and, like, how fast it goes, like, oh, that's fine. But I have to, like, look down at this and scroll and all that. It's kind of the rough part. Yeah, so, like, where we have the gumball machine, I'm okay with that one. That one's not that big a deal. It's just interacting with the cardboard box thing. I'd much rather I label it, I can click a button to restock it. It takes like 20 bucks or 30 bucks or whatever the appropriate amount is. And you're no longer new. One copy there. Okay. Gonna have to wait. Busy doing other things. Alright. Two Brothers and the Sofa. A drama, can do. Put that on reserve. Alright. Oh my god, please. Congratulations! Your small business grant has been approved. You'll be given $60 to help with your video store. Oh wow, thank you very much. I didn't apply for a grant. Go to the kids section. Grab another one of these extra copies. Alright. Let's go check to see if any tapes have fallen through the world. They have not. So it won't be too much longer before it'll be time for us to expand the store again. And I think what we'll end up doing with that is as we do our expansions, all these like random marketing advertisements, I'll probably just tuck off into a space where you can have like the, you know, movies past, that kind of nonsense. I probably also need some background posters, some lights, some, you know, something else. Okay, you're reserved. And we got all this going on. Think of our two brothers in the sofa. Okay, we ran out of shelves for romance. Let's go deal with that. Because if we run out of space for something, we get more.
Hey.
Okay, and do this whole style. Okay, what do you want? You reserved Rocket Octopus. I can help you out with that.
Oh.
And just keep on expanding. Okay. Cupid's target goldfish is one I've already got. We've got Planet Space Squadron. We can go ahead and put that here. We've got Silent Bird Death, a horror movie. Where the Egg Waits, a drama. The Genie in the Hot Dog, fantasy. The Race Car Will See You, a horror movie. Magic Medicine Count With Me, a children's movie. He Waits for the Puppet, horror. The Tentacle Puppet, fantasy. Swimming Class with My Fairy, children. That actually sounds like a legit children's movie. Sometimes a bad movie is the best way to unwind and switch off your brain. Do you have one to suggest after a hard day's work? Let's see. You'd enjoy a recommendation more if you give me a kids film. You want a bad kids film. My understanding in real life is that is most of them. Alright, Corsair Pet Shop Party. There you go. Alright, I hear my employee sleeping. How dare you, sir?
Oh.
Okay. So we can drop off some of the sci-fi here. This is fantasy. And those are duplicates we can go ahead and get rid of. Bunch of science fiction, and what do you want? You're looking for an old comedy. The Coffin Behind the Mask. There you go. Just every time you step away. Okay, it's another duplicate to get rid of. Drama, drama. Horror, horror. And comedy, and Christmas. Me Time with My Skull. I hope you have it reserved. There you go. Me Time with your skull. I'm such a loyal customer. Please make an exception this chance and just cancel the broken fee. No, it's $20. Not letting you pass at a $20 fee. That $20 fee is how I keep my lights on. Intergalactic Chest Endeavors. Sci-fi. The Blaze Princess Rider. Action movie. The Glowing Visitor. Christmas. Beggar's Perfect Sunset. Drama. And No Queen, All Laughs. There we go. Hey, it's the 90s, baby. Things break, but we move on. No need to charge me broke. You're charging the fee. Like, you're paying the fee. That's $20, man. I gotta rent like 10 other movies out to make up that money. It's actually 5. But I mean, I'm considering the late fees as normal rentals. Because everything gets a late fee. That's actually one thing I could kind of use as like a mechanic to add more depth to this game. It's just like ability to affect some like the pricing and the fees and all that kind of stuff. So you could charge more for like new releases you could have be particularly expensive, or you could have like higher late fees, and then the consequence, you get less customers for like the more over the top you get. And I'm sure they'd be like, oh, here's the meta strategy around it, but still. Merlin. And customer history, like, bandos who break the tapes all the time. Yeah, I could see a thing, like, the customers would have a thing. So we've got extra large heirloom, please, an adult film. The Creamy Teacher, an adult film. Trophy Wrapped in Lights, a Christmas film. The Yacht Through Space, I already have that, so we'll go ahead and put that in the shelf we're getting rid of. The King's Teddy Bear, a drama. The Big Toe Illusion. Alright, Big Toe Illusion, here you go, a comedy. Teacher, like educator, instructor. Adult film. We need another shelf. Because my adult movie section is just getting too big. I want to hear an You take your and go someplace else with it. There, marked it for comedy for now. I was a big comic book nerd growing up. Do you have any superhero action movies you'd recommend? I'd really like a good movie. The Rooster and the Mobster.
Wow.
Okay. No, we actually haven't labeled it yet. That's a good point, so... Pop. Pop, and it's labeled now. Dude. Buddy, Richard. When did you grow the stash? Just wake up one morning, he's got like a full Snidely Whiplash stash going on over there. Full set of handlebars. Okay, we have police as the new genre. Interesting that police is... I would probably call it detective, because we already have action. Where, if it was like detective movies... that can make a little bit more sense. Alright, so we're going to move that over there. So we got room for the police stuff. Which does mean I'm going to need to go here. What happens if the shelf is left unlabeled? Does it remain empty? I believe so. I believe it will remain unempty. I haven't tested it, but that would be my assumption with the way a lot of these kind of games have worked. Hey, you go ahead and work on that return counter while I get this other stuff going. Because the way it seems to work is your employees will seek out shelves and they'll be like, okay, this shelf is the right category or whatever. Alright, so for the police section, I am running out of colors to work with, so red it is. I know blue would arguably fit, but blue is action, and those are too close. I'm just going to mix them up otherwise. And as we are police films, The Godfather's Stolen Ticket, a police film. The Target of the Plant, a police film. One Shot, One Zombie, a police film. Visitor Contraband, a police film. Farmer, The Suspect, police film. Dead Shroom Investigation. Monkey the Suspect. The Toaster Agents. Headshot, The Relic. Mailman Collector. I'm not loving this. I need more of a color palette to go with. It'd be nice if they had like hex colors, where you could go in and instead of just using your 12 colors, you could kind of override to add your own colors. I think that'd be a nice way to let you kind of make it your own. That said, I only have one more genre to unlock, and then that's all genres unlocked. Okay. I'll also be curious, while the game's fully released, they have mentioned that they're going to be adding more to the game. It does genuinely make me wonder, like, when the game's been out for a while, like, how far are they going to go with it? Like, is it going to be just kind of a handful of quality of life features, that kind of thing? Maybe expand some of the tape names or whatever, and that's kind of it? Or will it be a thing that we're going to get, like, these major updates that'll add, like, extra rooms to your place that you can then, you know, instead of having just, like, the 2 arcade machines we have right now, or whatever it is, be able to have, like, a full-blown arcade. Oh, right, we have all these drama because the saddest day of the year was, on the list there. And you're still all new. Check the kids area, make sure that's not the kids area. Check the kids area. I was looking to see, yeah, we've still got a bunch of copies of this. There. Got 6 copies, they're not all in here. Got 5 copies. They're not all in here. Got 7 copies. They're not all in there. Alright, that's fine. Okay, see another duplicate. Alright. So I got a bit of money. I do think this was ones that... Alright, sell cotton candy. Have we really not sold cotton candy 20 times? Y'all need to buy more cotton candy. And I know it's that... Oh, you know what I think it was?
Hi.
You reserved the movie, The Saucy Cash Delivery.
Oh.
At some point, I'll probably have to work the register myself. I'm guessing the achievement detection happens when you sell, because I do know that we did not make... I've only made popcorn for a customer one time the entire time I've been playing. And I got the achievement for doing the 20 sales when it happened. So like I said, my guess is it does count the sales... Oh, are you kidding me? I'm guessing it does count the sales that, your customer does, but as far as the achievement updating, it only updates when you complete the sale. You don't go there, you go over here. Okay, you're looking for a comedy that's old. The Outsider Who Fell.
Ooh.
You can't prove I broke my last rental, I won't pay it. Yeah, you will. Don't worry. You won't be welcome back to get stuff here anyways.
Hey.
Don't hey me, I'm busy. Do you see how much work I have to do around here, lady? It never stops. You all just never stop showing up. I spend my entire day just rewinding films and then reshelving the films. Okay, what do you want? You want an old movie. We can get you an old movie. Let's get back here. Where is our tried and true? Where is the big crystal ball? Ah, yeah, the builder's big crystal ball. There you go, lady. Good times. Every time I step away from that counter, someone goes. There needs to be, like, we don't accept reservations. We don't accept any of this. Like, we don't offer recommendations. Go find your movie by yourself. Excuse me? This is not behavior we allow here. Just because this place has an adult section doesn't mean you're allowed to, you know, do adult things in the back corner of the place. I'm gonna need you to take that to your own place and not here. Alright. So what do you want? Okay, you have
Oh.
that in a reserve. Alright. Oh, come on. Would you not be awful?
Ooh.
Like, the customer going by and just throwing things at you. It's like, come on. No need to be a child. Hello, hello? There's so much stack in line. I can't think it's here a thing. Hello? Sorry, wrong number. Be with you in a minute. All right. Okay. We can just drop all these off. And you have the science fiction section. More holiday stuff. We have drama. We got kids stuff. Action. Got a couple of comedies there. The rental prices are really high, and now you want to give me extra money for a broken feet? I'm not paying that. Yeah, you are. Give me your most intense horror movie. I could take it. The Monstrous Bun.
Oh.
I can't help you. I'm pretty sure our new releases are all booked out already. The Bearded Dynamite. Okay, so 1898. $2863. There we go. Hello, sweetheart. This is Grandma calling. I wanted to give you $250 to help you with your business. I hope everything's going well. I'm very proud of you. Thanks, Grandma. You're the best. Unlike these trolls I call my customers. Okay, a letter to my tobacco, race car temptation, and the lawyer space golf.
Oh.
All right. The amount of fees and all that. My grandma's dead. Hey, you know what? If it makes her feel better for supporting the business for someone else, that is what it is. Okay, so our only new thing coming up is in 2 days. We got a new release. We'll likely also get the arcade machines in a minute. Very, very likely, I'm going to need to expand the store to make room for the arcade machines. I think the next expansion's 1250. Well, unless I do something weird, like it make my store face like a big L. Which costs more for less footprint, so I guess I won't do that. Yeah, so once I get $1,250, we can expand on to the next area. Because we do need to just keep growing the store. This is also a thing that I would say one of the things that stands out different from what I remember going to Blockbuster is that new releases wall. That thing would be like 4 shelves that size. It'd be like half of one of the entire walls would be just nothing but that. Because in reality with the new releases, it's not like you get one new release a week or something like that. Usually you'll end up having a good like 5 or 6 new releases, and they stay a new release longer than a week. As far as like new releases in a Blockbuster, if they came out in like the last 2 months, they're probably up on that shelf. So you'd end up having a good like 20 or, 30 different things in your new release section. And it would be one of those ones that'd be like the big movie, like Jurassic Park would be up there, and it'd be like the top row across the entire wall, like 4 deep going down. And then you'd have, like some anime came out, it'd have like about 8 or 9 spots, and you'd have like some, rom-com that wasn't like an A-lister, but just kind of like a, like direct to DVD kind of thing, and it would have its one row down there. But you definitely have like the big movies, like there's like a new Star Wars or Jurassic Park or, Lord of the Rings or whatever. It would be this massive like a whole third to a fourth of the space would be dedicated to that one new release. And I know stuff like this, a lot of these kind of poster type things, a lot of those would end up, you'd have them on display, and then when it wasn't new, that the staff members would quite often just get to take those. Whether they were supposed to or not is certainly a different story, but a lot of them would take them. I knew a number of buddies who worked at Blockbuster in the movie theaters who had those promotional displays that they would take, you know, for a movie they cared about, they'd take home. $626. Oh, we apparently just sold the cotton candy for today. The one I was like, oh, we should really do that. Maybe it updated when I actually interacted with the cotton candy. Boom. So the next one we haven't claimed is hire 2 staff members, display 4 holographic movies in a display case. Ah. Okay. I didn't realize we had movie display cases. Well, they're also cheap. Alright. Okay. You're on checkout now. Sorry. That's on me. You're on the return station now. I know, the carpet, it's, the carpet works great with the rest of the ambiance. Meanwhile... I can take you back off the shelf. Grab some of these holographic ones. Put them on display. Yay, achievement! And added bonus. Gave me an extra $100. Unlock all the stores, unlock all the movies, buy an arcade machine, own 1,000. Yeah, so the last ones are basically just regular progression. They're just going to happen. Which, on that note, we're just going to go up here and say, boom. Well, now you've made my store all weird. Okay. There, we've got our basic snack stuff. Cool. It's nice that the expansions aren't pure blank, bland extra flair. Oh yeah, instead of just being a expanding rectangle. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things that, like, part of why we played this one, and because I've commented a number of times that the shop sim genre after, like, supermarket sim is a genre I tend not to play much in there, because a lot of them tend to be pretty low effort games that they just take a rectangle, add some dividers, that kind of thing. you know, they really kind of just don't put the effort in. Lots of, you know, asset flips, generative AI, that kind of garbage. And that's kind of what made this one stand out. I was like, oh wait, this one they've actually put some effort into it. So you're not new anymore. Alright. So there's going to be more finagling that has to happen here, but that's fine. The other thing you're going to need to do... the moment, keep up the paint style we've been doing. Eventually I'm going to want to make some of the spaces their own color schemes. Not just be the same as the entire store. Alright. And while that's going on, I'm going to go ahead and get another display. Okay. Take all our holographic ones, we're going to put them in there. They don't pay much extra. And if we can get a bunch of those all tucked away, that'll be kind of just a fun thing to be like, build up our collection of the holographic ones to show off. That's pretty funny. I put one of those back in the shelf for some reason, so it had the label for that. Alright, so we got room for another display. But I can't afford it, so that's not going to happen. I think someone who was going to buy it had a tantrum. Gotcha, that makes sense. Okay. We got comedy, drama, comedy, police movie, horror, kids movie, comedy, sci-fi, drama. Switch you over to working the register. Open up for the day. Okay, you want me to hold on to Super Bread. Oh, that one I got lots of duplicates, so you can just go on the trash. So you definitely want to put the kids section right down by the snack area. Alright, so Heart on Mars.
Oh.
Hey.
Grab all the sci-fi and the... That's fine. Just grab what you can. Yeah, well, though, you would want a comedy. Alright. I see that she wants something. She just got to wait her turn.
Her.
Okay, what's your deal? You're waiting for the release of Jumbo Manhunt? Yes, that should be over here.
Ah.
What do you want? Hey, I know how this works. You randomly assign late fees to customers just to make an extra buck. Yes, I would. That's a great idea, sir. Thanks for bringing it to our attention. You love Christmas and you refuse to wait to the holidays. Give me my favorite Xmas movie, please. 1 second. Gonna chuck you there for putting on display later. Here. Giving my gold for Christmas. And we're gonna go immediately over here and say, I need another display case. Okay. Let's go back to looking for the holographic ones.
Oh.
Shh, I'm busy. Alright, there's your copy of Super Bread.
Oh.
You're not holographic. That's just the way those cases look. Oh, hey. What else is in the wrong section here? Gotcha. So we put one wrong, and then our staff member must put the other one in there because it was now labeled as mixed. There we go.
Wow.
Okay. You walked past one bottom shelf? I'll double check, but it looked like it changed the display on the top to what I was looking for. Okay. Let's double check. So, both those are labeled Xmas. Those are all labeled Romance. Ah, there's one that's wrong on that shelf. Okay, so we'll get that one in a second. First, I need to clear some hand space. So I've got someone on... There we go. That's properly labeled horror again. Those are all correctly labeled sci-fi. Those are correctly labeled fantasy.
Her.
Police, action, drama, adult. And kids and all that. Alright, cool. So romance. Drama. Action. 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 Drama. Comedy. Drama. 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 There we go. Oops, I took the rental phase part because I was curious how they work. That was a bad idea. Yep, pay your fee. Alright, so you wanted my frying pan as my prom date. Comedy. The whole time you're just standing there and all you hear is ain't late fee, ain't late fee, ain't late fee. Okay, so we got horror, fantasy, fantasy, sci-fi. I reserved my king's teddy bear. There you go. I'd like to reserve the shroom bombers, please. There we go. You kind of want to watch my frying pan as my prom date out of sheer curiosity. Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely one of those things, like, it's a comedy. It's like, okay, I can see, like, a number of ways that could play out and actually work and be fun. Like, it kind of starts out as, like, the teen movie kind of thing. And, you know, the person just doesn't want to go on their own. And it ends up being a whole thing about trying to, like, take their frying pan and make it seem like they're a person or whatever. But obviously it doesn't work out. I'm sure there's a room for, like, a teen comedy in that. I need an employee. Please.
Huh?
I spend the whole day running around constantly. Going like full speed trying to keep these shelves stocked. That wasn't right. Okay. Anything I need to worry about soon? Yeah, so we got a new release tomorrow. So when does the phone call come asking you to buy Netflix where you just hang up on them? Aw, man. Blockbuster made some pretty big blunders there near the end. There was a number of opportunities Blockbuster had that they could have really done well. And just bad takes all around. Oh, right. It didn't fit there because that cursed little place there. That's why I had that there. I was like, get this nonsense out of here. It's fine. Because this wall pylon thing there just ruins everything. Here's a strong joke. It reminds me of BlackBerry when, like, the iPhone and Android are really starting to pick up at the beginning. And BlackBerry was struggling, And I kept getting impression, like, pressure from the investors being like, do something, like, to, like, do, like, literally anything to, like, differentiate yourself. Like, do something. Like, no, our business model's been working. We're not going to change. We're going to stay the course. You'll see this other thing's just a fad or whatever. And just didn't really advance their stuff at all. One of those companies not around anymore. Tactile keyboards and thing. Oh yeah, no, definitely there's an appeal to that, but there's just so much other stuff that they thought that one thing was going to be just the thing that they could kind of ignore everything going on. And as I kind of said, BlackBerry ain't around anymore. Okay. Did I actually get 2 holographics? I'll keep one of the holographics. Oh, you're a comedy. I thought Phantom Patrol was good. Okay, okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's say BlackBerry's still around somehow. They at least sent out TSA emails. At least a company called BlackBerry? Yeah, but I'm talking BlackBerry like the phone company. Like if they're still around, I mean they're still just a ghost of what they once were. And imagine it's probably the BlackBerry brand name is still around in some capacity while the organization as it was is just gone. Okay. I'll be curious. I'd have to look it up. Because yeah, I know it's for a while that they were kind of like the third place third place for phone brands. They kind of became a big deal when Windows Phone started overtaking them. You know, Windows Phone being another one that just didn't survive. Which still, to me, that one's partly dumb because they were just kind of starting to get market success. Like, they hadn't done particularly well in the U.S. market. They only ever got to be something like 12 or 13% or something like that. But in, I believe it was Brazil and I think Italy, that I believe Windows Phone had actually pulled up to the I was like the second and first position at different points right by the end. But I can't remember. It was something like that, like iPhone wasn't particularly available in Brazil, or there was some reason why one of them did do the thing. The time when everyone still was trying to figure out how to do a keyboard layout, yeah. But Microsoft's notorious for that, of investing into a product and like getting to the point where it's just starting to kind of climb out of the hole and then abandon it. You thought BlackBerry got bought by Microsoft and BlackBerries are still used by the government, you think? BlackBerry does ad hoc for the federal government communications on their page for it. Yeah, so I think it's one of those things. Yeah, I can see that. Let's see, 438.3. 438.3. But yeah, it's one of those things that BlackBerry used to have, like, genuinely not a dominant position on the market. Oh, that's not... I didn't want to clear it out. 4383. Okay, you want this movie. A table for 2 with our lawyer. And then 913. Okay. Ran more than a few of them. BlackBerry's communication server, BES, is the bee's knees. Oh yeah, no, back in the day, BlackBerry, because, like, the BlackBerry having all those kind of smart, not smart device like phone, but like kind of your PDA kind of functionality, that predates all of the stuff like iPhone and all that. Like, you had your daily planner and all that kind of in there. There's a reason why they were so popular within the business and government sphere and all that. And they had focused on those features. And that's kind of one of the mistakes that BlackBerry made in the long run, was while they were the first ones to get there, then, you know, the iPhone and that came out, and they're like, but that's just a consumer device, and all that kind of thing. You know, no one who does business is going to take that seriously. And they underestimated the power of what you end up using at work, you get comfortable with, and then you end up taking home, but also vice versa. The devices that people want at home, so your new iPhone, your new Android and all that, your new Samsung, you end up getting really comfortable with those devices, and you start asking for it to be able to use for work, and it can kind of create a pressure that could kind of force adoption of stuff at work, as familiarity with the devices has its own value. And if I have to teach you to use a brand new device that you only ever use at work, versus you just already know how to use your iPhone because you already have an iPhone, there's definitely a value there, and a kind of like a friction there of having to learn the new device. So you just don't want to put the time into learning a device that isn't the one you use as your daily driver. That's started to become a thing that became a strategy of getting stuff into companies, was trying to get the consumers to buy in. You had a rough day. You want to copy? See, that's how you cheer up. Everyone else be like, I've had a sad day. I'd like a drama to watch to, you know, to cheer up to him. Like, I don't understand how that works, man.
Ooh.
It was really secure on-prem. Yes. Like, there was reasons why BlackBerry was, like, the business device. It's just, like I said, it's kind of one of those things that they had their thing they did well, and because something else is like, oh, it's not exactly our market, we're not going to worry about it, we have the thing we do well, that it just kind of ate away at them. Wasn't trying to throw it at you?
Hello, I watched Blaze Prophet Rider. It was so good. I need to know. Is there going to be a sequel? Please say yes.
Yes. I have no idea. I come for your copy of the Shroom Bombers. There you are.
Ooh.
Let's check to see if the tape-ass carrier accidentally got teleported. Yeah. It got teleported because I accidentally shoved it someplace it couldn't go, so it hucks it out there. Ultraman the Weightlifter returns. I reserved it. Alright, Ultraman the Weightlifter returns.
Whoa.
Let's see, if they were around in today's market, they'd probably patent each idea feature. If they had, you imagine they could try to prevent comparison. So BlackBerry actually did have a lot of patents, and still does for that matter, in the sense that, like, they had stuff they had patents on that those patents wouldn't have expired. So they very genuinely did. But it is kind of one of those things that, sure, you can have patents on it, but usually the patents are more narrow in, like, how you've implemented it, that kind of thing. So with a lot of that stuff, okay, I can't use your specific implementation, like how you've got it, but I can find something that covers the same use case quite often. You serve the Biscuit Love Affair.
Ooh.
Because it's not like they could patent a calendar or a daily planner. Granted, that doesn't mean they won't try. Like one of the classic troll patents of Apple trying to, I don't think they succeeded, but they tried at one point to patent the page flip animation on a phone. Or I think it was portable device. So if you had your iPad, nothing could use an animation that looked like a page flipping on it. I believe they lost that, or I think they gave up the patent. They didn't even lose it. They gave up the patent pursuit when it kind of got publicly known and people made fun of them for it.
Ooh.
Then we start on the software patent. It's right up there with patents on specific DNA sequence. Yeah, and the good news is a lot of times, a lot of places, they don't recognize software patents in the sense of, like, how things are actually coded specifically. They'll sometimes have it where, like, a design idea or a concept, if it is truly novel, will get patented. But most of the time, even if a patent gets granted, the moment it goes to the courthouse when it comes to software, it almost always falls. I reserve Jumbo Manhunt. That also depends on where you're at, though. Let me reword that. They would patent each idea as a general possible, like calendar on a portable electronic device with a real simulator. Oh yeah, no, they'd probably do that. It probably wouldn't do much, though, because there's just not many people trying to make the physical keyboards. There's a lot of engineering and infrastructure, not infrastructure, there's a lot of engineering costs and everything in doing that. Well, pans are crap. Pans are a very mixed bag kind of thing. You would like a Christmas themed thing. Like, there are some reasons why patents hold value, in the sense that you want people to be able to do that. You broken fee? This is a scam. Nope, you're paying it. So, like, it is a thing, but where people just get a bunch of patents and do nothing with it, and just use it for, like, lawsuits. Like, patents definitely need a lot of limitations. I would also argue if you are not actively using your patent, that it just doesn't get to be enforced.
Oh.
The movie I returned is broken? My baby thought it was a toy and was smashed the tape of the port. It was an accident. Charge the fee. So you swear that goblins are real and you want a good fantasy movie. Here's the spellbook Sacred Oath. Hence why I wrote, or on a simulated keyboard, they would certainly try to file considering what their competitors do. Oh yeah, no, I would doubt they would actually get some of those. Yeah, pans are design. Well, D pans are design pans. They start with the letter D, and the whole rounded quarter. Oh yeah. Now stuff like, you know, using a glow, like using a light background on a dark surface, like all those kind of design pans. Yeah, no, I agree. Because almost all those patents shouldn't get granted because you'd be like, hey, that exists in real life, or hey, that exists in other places. You haven't actually created something novel. Like a rounded corner, it's like, come on, man. Rounded corners have existed since before electricity. And they can be like, well, it's a rounded corner on an electronic screen. No. It's still based on something that's...
Thank you, Allison Adventures, for subscribing for 32 months. Happy Movie Store, Rual.
Hey, Allison, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub, going above and beyond. I really do appreciate that. That 32 months you've been subbed to the channel, and that means a whole heck of a lot. And playing some Spell Brigade. Interesting, I didn't see that, because I saw Allison's also been playing Retro Rewind as well. I didn't catch the Spell Brigade. What is that, and how is it? But again, check it out, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic. And we have ourselves an arcade machine. Is that not a situation of patents? The number of private inventors, even pharmacologists, lost patent applicability because they couldn't provide actual product, you think, within 5 years? That depends on kind of where you are. That there are some patents you can effectively drag out where you're not doing anything with it. And you just try and license it out or go full patent troll and just try and sue people for it and all that. There's a lot there. Dude, right in my ear. I'm returning a missed call. What did you call me a couple minutes ago? Sorry, wrong number. Assign. Return counter. Used to work at Blockbuster. Oh, I did not know that. Spell Brigade is if you took Vampire Survivors and made it multiplayer with friendly fire. Oh no. That is a very dangerous sounding thing. Alright. Ow. You hurt. But where it cost me 500, I get 100 back for that, so it's kind of 400. Okay. Magicka crossed with Vampire Survivors sounds like a truly terrifying game. Because Magicka was already a game, thank you for being reserved, was already a game that you would 100% murder your teammates doing stuff. I liked the Magicka casting mechanic where you could use your different buttons to like go, all right, I want to use a fire spell or I want to use a water spell, and you combine like fire and water and it explode, or you could do like I can't remember half. It was like water and rock and it'd do that. Oh yeah, no, 100% you just constantly get yourself killed just screwing around with the magic. I like our gradually growing a holofoil collection. After your gameplay in Magicka with self-explosions. Oh yeah, no, there's certain things you'd combine in. If you just combine the wrong thing, it's like, well, rip me. And there'd be times you'd begin the casting and go, crap. I need to figure out how to, like, cancel out of this thing now. Where you got, I can't remember if you got hit by an enemy, you'd, like, drop your spell or whatever. And just the whole, I'm not a vampire, blee! But it'd be like, murderer, vampire, blue. Man, we're moving some adult films is what I'm seeing by that shelf. Hey, Panzer, how's it going? Man, Magic is a game I haven't thought about in a hot minute. Oh yeah, and that was it when they came out with Magicka 2, was that the one where they tried to make it like a multiplayer versus like MOBA kind of thing, and it just never got anywhere. Like they put together the game, they released it in early access, and it just did not work well so far as an idea, so it just did not survive. Like, I want to say that was one of those games that never did get to completion. Which is such a shame with how good Magicka was. Or I don't even think they called it Magicka 2. I think I like Magicka, you know, Arena or Magicka Battleground or something. Alright. So we're getting pretty close. Wizard War. Yeah, it was something like Magicka Wizards War or whatever. But it was intended to be like a MOBA-esque thing.
Hey.
And yeah, it was not great. Because I was like, Magic is amazing, I'm picking this up. It's like, wow, I am pretty unhappy with this. You want the sleepy fish.
Wow.
Half the fun of Magica is trying to progress while the game actively fought against you with its systems. Oh yeah, because you'd be like... Cause often you'd find a spell combination that worked really well. And yeah, no, definitely if you're playing with someone else who's like staying as far away from each other as you could, and then trying to find a spell that you could fight the enemies by having lots of damage with big area effect, and not just straight up kill each other constantly. The dead gas mask is alive. I'm pretty sure I got that, friend. Go ahead and get you that over here on reserve. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that whole thing, that you could have, like, if you use, like, the same type of, like, beam spells, you could combine them to make them way stronger. But if you use different ones, it would detonate, so you could deliberately detonate them on enemies for extra damage, if you could coordinate it. But sometimes you'd both go to hit the same enemy, it would die, causing your beams to hit each other and putting an explosion just too close to one of the two of you. It was such an excellent game. Like I said, that's definitely one of those games I feel like they pursued multiplayer later on, so far as like trying to make a competitive multiplayer game, that kind of thing. And just that's where it died. And they didn't really go like proper competitive, but like a versus one. There you go. But can I, like, actually play the arcade machine? Oh, I even get XP if they just play the game. Ah, you suck. That is really terrible. That's right. That's right, you show me. Oh, yeah, no, you're still really bad. So it's $2 a play. You hate that after Microsoft auto-update your PC? You keep asking to turn on your location while using some app saying to improve accuracy of service.
Hey.
Well, that's not even the Microsoft side of it. That's the individual application being like, hey, give me location data. And then you can tell it no. Knock, knock. Who's there? Funny. Funny who? Funny comedy movie. You have one to recommend? No, not with that being your joke. The Big Toe Illusion. Here you go. Yeah, that's pretty common. Like, I get the same thing on Android and everything. When Android updates, I have a ton of the applications. I'll be like, you know, this application would like to use your date, like your location. That just kind of forgets some of its permissions. Usually a lot of that comes down to they will be changing what's required for the permissions, usually to your benefit as a user for privacy, or because they're legally required to. But it does result in that annoying if I have to answer it again. I reserved the movie Too Hot for my keg.
Oh.
Have a lovely time. Flashlight needs full. Oh, that very genuinely, that kind of stuff happens. Where we'll get some like stupid thing. It's like, it's a calculator app. I need access to your contacts. It's like, the hell you do. You know what I expect you to do? Except me putting in 2 numbers and some type of equator in between them. Or not equator, what's it? It's not symbol. It doesn't matter. Arithmetic symbol in between them, and I expect you to get my results. That is literally the entire list of things I want you to do.
Oh.
Nothing more. Operator, thank you. I want to be able to put an operator between them, and I want you to do literally nothing more than take those 2 numbers, that operator, and give me a result. Nothing more. You don't need my contacts, you don't need my file system, you don't need access to my text or anything else. The moment I see something like that, where, I have an application that should have very limited permissions required, and they ask for, like, the whole kitchen sink are way too much, is like immediately it's like, no, absolutely not. I've actually had with stuff like as a content creator, you'll have like you'll go to the thing, it's like, oh yeah, this place is a key provider or whatever. You know, if you want to do sponsorships, you got to provide all stuff. And it's normal for it to be like, hey, we want to be able to look at your basic analytics and all that. Sure, you want to see some of my basic analytics? That's totally fine. I get it. That's the thing that the people who run the sponsorships and all that want to see. What's my average CCP? But when they're like, yeah, we want to be able to see your subscribers list, and we want to be able to see this, like, no. No. Absolutely not. And I've pushed back a good couple of times where I'll go to someone's like, yeah, we just need you to set this thing up for your bot and all that, and ask for all the permission, like, hey, this is gonna be a no, man. Like, you are asking way more than is reasonably appropriate. And to their credit, I haven't had any who have pushed back on it, being like, no, you just have to accept. Like, I'll outline everything that they've asked for, and I'm like, you only need this and this. And yeah, a lot of times I'll be like, okay, don't worry about it. Yeah, no, you're right, that needs to be fixed. And to their credit, the one or two I've had that happen with, I have gone back and like a week or two later, they will have gotten it fixed. I was thinking about summoning a demon from the underworld tonight, or I could just watch a fantasy movie if you have one to recommend. Dude, go for the demon summoning. Live a little, man. How many of your friends are you going to say hi to that are going to be like, you know what I did last night? I did a demon summoning. By the way, I've ended all life on the world and put us into an eternal hellscape. But, I mean, who else? I had a scam attempt recently. It was dangerous. Could have taken my whole Twitch and everything. But it got shut down before it continued, thankfully. Yeah, no, I know there's been a couple of creators have gotten their Discords hacked recently. There's been a thing, and it happened about a year and a half ago as well. But it was a thing that the thing will happen is someone will get their account compromised. And what ends up happening, oh, you're $600? It's fine. Someone will get their account compromised. And then what'll turn around is it'll go through that person's contacts on Discord. And it'll be like, oh, hey, you know, can you do me a big favor? I've been working on this game. You know, like, it's not a whole thing. It'll take just like 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, Ultra had been talking about that. That same scam went around, I think it was like a year and a half ago. And it was the same thing, that a couple big people got caught in it. And so it's kind of one of those things, like, you know, if some random person just shoots you a message as like, hey, you know, I've been working on a game, would you check it out? You know, you're not going to think anything of it. But then, you know, someone you really know and trust suddenly reaches out and they're like, hey, you know, I've been working on this game. I'd love it if you would check it out real fast. It'll only take like 5 minutes. And you're like, well, I want to support my friend. That's really cool that they're doing this. And then you download it, and congratulations, you've got. It's just too late. And so it's kind of one of those things that the general rule is, if you are not expecting in advance for some type of link or something coming from someone, I mean it very specifically, like, in advance from this person to send you a link, you should just assume the link is compromised. It might be totally fine, but you should just go on the assumption that it is not on the up and up, that this person's account's been compromised or something like that. And so what you can do in that case is say, just since it got brought up that Ultra was talking about it, if say like just randomly Ultra reached out and was like, hey, I've been working on this game or whatever, it'd be really cool if you'd check it out. One, I'd be like, I had no idea you're doing this, or whatever. But there's a couple things you can do. Like, one is you can ask the person a question that only they would have a reason to know the answer for. So like I could be like, hey, you know, after we got hot sauce at San Diego, what's something we did after? Because that's not something that, you know, people are gonna know. Not some random person who is trying to like con me or whatever. And if she can't answer it, then it's pretty sure that it's probably not Ultra. Because even if she doesn't answer with the thing I would be expecting, there was a handful of things that happened after that. I'm sure she'd remember at least one of them. But you just kind of do those kind of things. But you absolutely do not click the link. It's the same thing like when you get an email from your bank being like, "Oh, hey, we got a fraudulent thing here," or whatever. You know, click the link. Dear God, do not click that link. If you're concerned that it might be genuine, go to your bank directly. Do not click any links. Just go to your bank directly and go through whatever UI is on your bank's website. Do not click the link. Just the same if you get a phone call that someone's like, "Hey, this is your bank. We believe we've seen a fraudulent transaction," or whatever. If they ask for like any kind of information about you whatsoever, immediately be like, "I'm going to call you back." And go and like pull out your card or whatever and call them using the number on your card. Do not give them information over the phone. Not unless, again, it makes sense. Like, you just did a transaction, it got declined, and then your bank calls you. And you're like, okay, this makes sense. My transaction got declined. Like, at that point, you're expecting the call. But, like, if just randomly you get that, "Hey, we think there's a fraudulent charge," it's okay if they say, like, "Hey, we think there's a fraudulent charge. Did you buy 2 pairs of shoes at whatever? Yes, no." That's fine. But if it's a thing where they're asking, like, "Hey, can you verify who you are by giving us your last 4 of your social?" you should immediately go, "Hold up. I am not 100% sure I am talking to my bank right now. Let me go ahead and, again, you turn around, you just pull your card out, you call the number, and then go, "Hey, I just had, the bank supposedly call." And if it is your legitimate bank calling and you say, "Hey, I'm just going to call the number on the card," usually they'll be like, "Yeah, that's a smart thing to do. This is the number, like, this is the extension you'll need to reach your department," or whatever. Like, here's the way to, like, navigate the menu. A lot of times you get that kind of thing. I'm watching you. Okay. But yeah, no, it's just always one of the things you gotta be so careful. Let's see, there's a time that you talked about type of headset with your coworker. And after that... One second, I'll deal with that in a moment. I'll have to catch up. And let's see. Media and ads, bombarded with headset ads. You think your phone is listening to me? That's why you're kind of mad that the apps keep asking for permission. Okay, so I can actually answer the question. So your apps are not listening to you. Not in the sense that you're implied there. Usually the way that works is there's a number of different technologies they use with it. But, like, one of the things, like, if you got a buddy on, say, Facebook. So what ends up happening is you hop on Facebook and all that, and you're talking to your buddy. And then you and your buddy go to the same place. Well, both of you got the app on your phones, and it does see that you were both in the same place, because it has location data. And it notices your buddy has been looking for a lot of things, and you two met up. It's going to assume that you also were looking for those same things, which is still invasive as hell. But it's not that they just, like, turn on the mic and they're just, like, scraping it for data. Let's see, have you figured out uploading your own thing? The instructions seem simple enough, but your video isn't playing. I didn't. I know Ultra did. Because I want to say the big thing about it was you had to have the right video encoding. And that's kind of the tricky part there. But, and that has to be like the 512 by 512, so that doesn't look that bad. I know Ultra had a video playing on hers, if I remember correctly. Also, where does it want you to put it, though? Okay, so just a... Yeah, so it's movies, VHS, public, RR channel, public. Yeah, so you replace that file. Yeah, it's H.264 for the encoding, and then AAC for the audio. And it has to be 512 by 512 pixels, which is a pretty unusual size. So 1038. Three 732. It also might be a thing is if you have your game open the whole time, you might have to close your game and reopen it after you do the file drop, because it is entirely possible that the game preloads the stuff when you boot up the game. Let's see, every MP4 you tried has worked, and there doesn't seem to be a length limit, just playing full videos. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I don't know beyond that. So, sorry I can't really help anymore, just, I haven't done it myself. But, it doesn't seem like it'd be that hard. Because my assumption is all it does is in the game, it just goes load video asset or whatever. And that it's going to be put through at that size and it should just work, but I don't know. Could it be capitalization on the file name, maybe? Capital RR underscore capital C underscore capital P with it? Because I wouldn't be surprised if that was case sensitive. Sure, we can reserve Draconic Park. I reserved a copy of Spirit Alien Invasion. You got it, man? That's the Spirit Alien Invasion. Yeah, no, it definitely looks simple, but you never know. Alright, of course the cop movie would be not rewound. Okay, holiday. Action. Sci-fi, sci-fi. Romance. Sci-fi. Police. Romance. Police. Don't forget with Windows, if you drag a file between two folders in the same drive, the permissions are explicitly set from the source. Right-click copy will make it inherit the permissions of the destination. I don't know if that'd be the issue, because the game shouldn't need any special permissions. Like, because it'd be the actual application that would need your permissions. The last movie I rented was bad anyways. Who cares if it's broken out? I care. This place is a ripoff. You're darn right it is. Literally walk outside, lady. Mostly ethical video rental entrapment scheme. What did you think when you walked in here you were going to get?
Hey.
The Doll Space Explorer.
Oh.
Your names bring joy. Yep. It can be such work coming up with names, but yeah, no, I enjoy a lot of the names. I like that I can work with stuff like the, when we're playing a lot of stuff, like a lot of Tycoons, like the mostly ethical series and all that. Especially with, like, big ambitions where we kept naming all sorts of stuff. And how it's, like, starts with, like, mostly ethical-ish, not so ethical. Understandable explanation, but still kind of nuts that it only needs some basic information and location. And they can know what folks are thinking. Container-made apps. Yeah, but that's kind of the whole big thing, is when you download an app, and they're like, again, you know, you've got an app that's like, okay, this is going to be keeping track of your calendar. And it's like, okay, well, I want to text on your behalf. and it asks for that permission, and you just don't ask, or you don't answer that. It's like, I want to be able to access your search, your search information. It's like, no, you have no business about that. And I do appreciate that a little bit more these days. They're doing a lot better about when you go and you grab some application, that they've gone through and started actually being a lot more restrictive on what stuff that the games and all that can even ask for. Unfortunately, a lot of apps won't let you download them without getting all permission. Yeah, so you just don't download it. That's just the answer, is you don't need any specific application. If it asks for permissions that you don't find acceptable, the responsible thing is to not use it. Because if you're not granting it permissions, it doesn't get used, it makes it struggle to succeed. It's the reasons why I don't have Facebook, and I won't put it on my phone. And if someone's like, you're not on Facebook, it's like, you're damn right I'm not on Facebook. Did you see what it's asking? And if you are, and you're using it on your phone and you complain about privacy, I'm gonna make fun of you. Now, I understand some people need to be on there, because, that's just where grandma is or whatever. But it's just kind of one of those things. The Steel Instrument Patrol? It's just one of those things, like, you are, in a lot of ways, surrendering your privacy. And this isn't like, oh no, it's fine, they can do that. This is not me basically saying it's a good thing. I frankly think we should have some very, very strict privacy laws around a lot of that. Like, I think it should be completely unlawful to resell data without explicit permission to begin with. Like, not only explicit permission, but like in the terms of service, it has to be a separate prompt that is specifically and exclusively about the permission to resell data. And yeah, it'd be annoying you install an app, you have to do your 10 prompts to get everything through, but I think it's important that people know what they're agreeing to. Driving, you forgot your serum. There you go. I have a late fee. Okay, then, if you say, then why are you bothering me? If you're just gonna be okay with paying the late fee, don't call me over here. The fact that Facebook has profiles for people who don't even use Facebook, oh yeah, no, that crap should be straight up illegal, as far as I'm concerned.
Hi.
That every single individual, they keep track of that information that hasn't explicitly given them permission, that should be a fine. Alright, so Dad wants an old movie. It was working fine when he dropped it off. Probably broken there. You're gonna, do that. Alright, let's get you your movie for Dad. Alright. There you go.
Ooh.
Car's backstage pass. You know how people here, at least, that rant about conspiracy theories about the government stealing our data while Facebook? Yeah, I know exactly. My computer never called a drama. A song for my family, romance. Neon chimp tension, adult. The coffin's final ascent. Action. The cougar wants my minotaur. Adult. It also shouldn't be required to use whatever it is either. Yep. People don't want to pay either. They want to complain about Gmail and Google, but won't pay for private. Yeah, no, that is I've actually kind of gone back and forth on that thing. That we kind of set up the expectation that the internet would be free in the beginning, early on. And I feel like in a lot of ways, while that was a very optimistic, idealistic, whatever thing at the time, especially as things grew and became more expensive, the reality was someone had to pay for it. But because of that kind of basis of you get these things for free being the setup, because at the beginning it was enthusiasts and hobbyists and all that, as things went expensive, they had to figure out how to make money, and so few people are willing to pay for it that we've just gotten more and more into ads and data selling and all that kind of stuff, and it kind of puts you in a really tough spot. Yeah, the problem is with that is you can pay for those services and they'll still sell your data. No, that's another issue. I get it's the same thing like when you buy a game, but then the game is riddled with microtransactions. It's like, no, you get to choose a lane. You are a free game with microtransactions, or you are a paid-for game. You don't get to be both. Choose one. Because, yeah, that irks me a lot when that comes up. Because, like, a lot of the ones that do that, the microtransactions will be particularly egregious on top of that. Wow, full price of subscription. At least in that one, there's the argument about it being an MMO, and there's all the data infrastructure stuff. I do dislike some of the things that you can do to, like, pay to max level your character and that kind of stuff. That to me gets real scummy with WoW. But that was that's kind of an always with the things with like the MMOs, is they're actively having a bunch of stuff going on. And buy gold for gear. Well, buying the gold for gear, that's usually third party against terms of service for World of Warcraft, unless something's changed that I'm not aware of. That those are RTM websites that are literally against TOS to use. Most ISPs stop offering email addresses with your account, so you almost all have to use Gmail. Not anymore they sell it? Well, that's just garbage. Okay, we've already got tons of copies of that. Yeah, no, I wasn't aware, I hadn't heard that they sold the gold in-game. Oh, is it a thing where you basically pay for game time as a token? And then you can resell that to other players? Gotcha. I'm actually not as against that. The idea of being able to... Because, like, yeah, it's effectively legitimizing buying money, but you are effectively buying money from other players. And it is a way of kind of countering the RMT stuff out of it. It does have some ick to it, but it is kind of trying to tackle the problem of the RMT stuff. And it's also a way for players who don't necessarily have the ability to continue afford playing the game to be able to keep playing it, because ultimately that money doesn't come back out of the game. It just becomes someone else's subscription. Well, I can definitely see the ethical concerns on that one, where it is, you know, pay to win to a certain extent, but that I'm a little bit more okay with. Alright, the clown that is dead is alive. We'll grab that. But no, I do recognize someone can go in, just buy their way to victory and all that. If it was strictly on a competitive side with World of Warcraft, I would have a lot more of a problem. But yeah. You believe Blizzard takes a 30% cut in those tokens? Yeah, that checks out. That didn't surprise me. They're actually data frugal and safe services like Threema. They're rare the most, but most of them put an emphasis on safety and security too. Yeah. And people don't want to accept even a small discomfort. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's usually a lot of the ones are like, hey, we're not going to resell your data or anything. We don't collect that data in the first place that are that minded. You have to pay for. Because ultimately all these things got servers to run. And they got to pay for them. And servers get, you know, frickin' expensive. So you end up paying 10, 15 bucks a month for the service as opposed to them reselling your data. Yeah. Anyone here encounter where HR asks for your social media? Your answer is no. I bet if they see mine, they'll take topics. Oh yeah, no, I haven't had people ask me for my social media account from like HR or whatever. But yeah, that's a hard no. Doesn't matter. And it's not even that I'm worried about them seeing stuff that, like, you know,
Oh.
would potentially get me in trouble or anything like that. or like, you know, that they wouldn't be willing to hire me, there's certainly some of that kind of stuff would happen. Okay, so we've got, already got some copies of that on the shelf. It's just a matter of, like, unless my social media account is going to be a part of my job, or I'm specifically being hired for my social media presence, that is my personal life, and they don't get to know about that. That's none of their business. You'd truthfully say you don't have it. To be fair, these days technically I have a Twitter account that just, it's mostly there just to reserve my name. I don't ever intend on using or anything. I just don't want people to impersonate me if I shut it down. But I don't have a Facebook or anything like that anymore. I think I reserved the name and then shut it down. Or sorry, reserved the name and just, again, nothing there, no posts ever. Blue Sky is the only one I kind of post on. Oh. It'll take me a minute to get all these put back in the shelves. While our employee is asleep. Yeah, it has been interesting also seeing that the popularity of social media, broadly speaking, is kind of in decline. It's still very, very, very heavily used, but like your Twitter Blue Sky-esque stuff, we're seeing overall usage is going down. Oh, hey. That's a holographic. Alright, so you have this one.
Oh.
But yeah, overall usage is down in general. Okay, so 1144,072. 1144,072. Ow, you're expensive. Yeah, VPN services aren't private. They literally concentrate all the browsing data. That's the thing you gotta watch. There are good VPNs out there, and there are really bad VPNs out there. There are VPNs who are effectively data brokers within their own right. And so you go and you sign up for the VPN being like, haha, I'm hiding all my data and just feeding it directly into a company who's going to resell that data. There are good ones, though. Like, plenty good ones. Usually it's the classic, if it's too good to be true, like you're getting a really good service for free, you're probably not getting a really good service. The Baron, my soulmate.
Wow.
Hi, this is kind of embarrassing, but you could give my number to whoever was working the cash register earlier? I thought they were kind of cute. Sorry, wrong number. How dare I? I'm sorry, Richard. The game forced me to bogard you, buddy. I wouldn't have given them the number, but I would have been like, hey, would it be cool if instead I gave them your number? You know, that way they can kind of make the decision for themselves. And just be like, hey, you know, someone called on the phone basically asking for your number. Like, I'm not gonna go hand out your number, because that's super sketch. But, like, you can call them if you want to. The genie in the hot dog. Okay.
Oh.
The last million rent was already broken when I got it. I should not be charged. You're being charged. I guess customer loyalty doesn't mean much here. It doesn't, man. I got a business to run. Cassette on Mars. Reminds me of the National Public Data Breach. It was one-person operation. They had private information on 3 billion people. Yeah, information brokers are awesome. Yeah, no, I absolutely would love to see when it comes to like data brokerage, and there is valid use cases but usually when it's the data brokerage, it's for a very specific thing, like a very niche thing. But I do wish that, like, one, to be a data broker, you would have to, like, publicly register yourself and everything, that people would be allowed to look up their information about you and say they're not allowed to have it and all that kind of stuff. Good on you for reflexively encouraging folks to meet new friends. Right, and also trying to protect them in the sense of being like, hey, I'm not just going to give you your give the number out. That's, I don't know who you are. Being like, hey, man, you can reach out if you want, but also, like, protect yourself. But yeah. But yeah, when it comes to that data brokerage, is like, yeah, that just based on the type of data being stored, that they would have minimum bar security things that they need to meet, and if they fail to do so, it would be effectively a fine per instance per individual on there. So, i.e., financial ruin levels of money, so that you basically will meet those criteria, or you're just not allowed to operate in that industry without facing, again, effectively bankruptcy levels of consequences. Alright, and get a display case. And then on top of that, like, reselling of data, strictly forbidden. Just, no. No reselling of data. So they'll be fine for, like, uses in studies and those kind of purposes. But for, like, just marketing and all that, nope, absolutely not. Cash Against the Flame. There you go.
Oh.
How do you audit them? Julie, Tina, Howie? You feel all VPN providers are crap. You know, a day job, you block, like, 100%. Yeah, that's the challenge. Like I said, when it comes to free providers, I will agree with the assessment. If it's free, it's probably no good. No, I'm not selling that. Well, that's the thing. I should rephrase that. Not even selling, that you are not allowed to share, transfer, anything data at all to someone outside what has been strictly authorized, and collecting data about individuals requires individual authorization. And then anything that data is going to be used has to be explicitly authorized in that. Like, very much I'm in the mind of really, really ratchet down that, again, there are legal reasons for data brokers, but broadly speaking, it is an industry strife with abuse. Even at 10 bucks a month, how does a VPN handle paying for bandwidth? They're selling that data. You'll end up like, California. Well, that's the thing. There's a difference between having a warning where it's just there's a sign you see there, but I'm talking that, like, to interface with it, you literally get a prompt that's outlining what's going to be used for explicitly and individually, and you have to approve it. And yeah, you'll have the websites that come up and they go, I'm going to use it for everything listed there. And obviously if a person clicks OK, but even with that, I still think strictly if you are going to be reselling or transferring that data to another person, you would then need to reach out to everyone you've got data on and be like, you need to authorize the resubmission of your data to another group. Oh yeah, no, you're not wrong, Stoic. But there's doing literally nothing or doing something. Like, and I'm talking about, again, that we're talking about restricting, like, 99% of the use. And all that. Okay, so Wednesday, so I don't have anything I need to worry about tomorrow. Do you have... Give me 10 mixtapes. But yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely, they gotta do something. Because it's a thing, like I said, they do actually have a function. There are, again, like, studies that need to pull up a bunch of data about a bunch of things. Marrying My Hot Dog, a Romance. The Dentist's Sacred Oath, a fantasy. That happened to be a fantasy, so it worked out. You're a comedy. You're in the wrong section. Wait, what? What is going on right now? Like, there's only so much you can do so far as, like, if people just hit OK and be like, give data. Like, I do think we should heavily restrict what data is allowed to be collected with people, what it can be used for, how it can be sold, how it can be manipulated, all these kind of things. You love the night of that on that oat with me. You don't disagree with the data concerns, but you imagine the administration would be super. Yeah, we don't need to get into current politics or anything. Like, obviously, there's that. This is a thing that's been an issue long before the current political situation, which that's as far as we're going on to current stuff. We're not a strictly no politics channel, but broadly speaking, we don't bring up any individuals politically, we don't bring up political parties, and we don't bring up what I would refer to as current politics. Because I've just found historically, if someone brings up name of candidate, brings up name of politician, brings up whatever, people stop thinking like rational adults, and they start being like, you know, I associate with Team A, they said something negative about Team A, throw a hissy fit. You know, start being rude and all that. And not accusing anyone, I think, just getting ahead of it, being like, that's why I have those rules around that. Okay. Administration refers to policies and practice of administering. Well, yeah, but we're talking laws and all that. You can understand in that context, referring to administration, that is probably talking, again, we would be talking government if we're talking laws, not specifically police. Oh, wait. That one's reserved. Like, if it was meant otherwise, like, I'm not trying to counter that, but you can understand why I immediately was like, alright, hang on. Administration is most of the time used in, again, like, leadership around that. When we're talking laws, who's the leadership? Do you still have heart at the zoo? Sure, let's go get it. The bandwidth for users coming out of VPNs towards the servers, their day job, all VPNs. I'm sorry, I'm missing that. Your website going to plain text before encryption handshake starts? I mean, sure. The monstrous bun. Yeah, no, I got you. Okay, like, administration, like, actually enforcing. Yeah, you're not wrong. Okay, my apologies. Yeah, that makes more sense, sorry. Yeah, no, I got you. But, yeah, you're not wrong, but I'm also someone of the mindset just because a law is unenforceable in practice doesn't necessarily mean we shouldn't make it a law. Like, yeah, the odds you catch people are very low, that kind of thing. But at the same time, like, choosing to then just not make a move on it at all kind of makes it a moot point. I'd rather have something on the books and, yeah, you only catch the one person who they went ahead and, you know, like, started shouting out to, like, people in public, like, oh yeah, I totally scammed these people, and then, you know, sends the email about, like, outlining how they scam people. Sure, that's the only one you catch. But on the other hand, if you don't have the laws and they do all that, and you're like, well, what they did is legal, so now they still get to walk away because it's not illegal. But yeah, no, it's the whole thing. Okay. So with you, You're on checkout now. Get that going. We just have this evening the other stuff there. So we can keep getting these. I'm debating now how I want to spend my money. Because we've got our room upgrades, and there's a lot of money to do there to open up more space. I can certainly keep getting more and more, you know, tapes and all that, and more shelves, and that's another good use case of money. But I haven't appreciably been seeing our money going up much. It's going up a little as we expand, but it's not like a linear thing where the bigger my store goes, the more money we make. It seems to be like as the store gets bigger, there's like a nuanced increase in the money we make. So I'm partly wondering if we just want to keep expanding the store to get those things going. The monstrous bun.
Ooh.
I'm also worried if I keep expanding my inventory without having the employee able to handle it, this is going to become more and more insurmountable. Oh, I thought she was coming to return that tape. Do you have an old movie recommendation? You bet I do.
Hey.
Where? There you are. Crystal ball. There you go.
Ooh.
I have a broken V. VH tapes are indestructible. It's impossible it's broken. Whatever, take my cash and leave me alone. Yep.
Oh. Oh. Whoa.
Okay. Once you give away a right, it's more difficult to get it back. You're not wrong.
Oh.
That is definitely a very painful reality. It's also a thing whether for good or ill, the desire for more power and effectiveness, like power and all that, gets to be
Ooh.
more. Like, you want to do more good, well, you want more power. Well, you want to do more stuff to, like, benefit yourself, well, you want more power. And that it takes, like, people are very conscious to the dangers of that power, specifically to be like, no, we really shouldn't, we should be ratcheting this back. You want a good adult film. Wake up, Richard. The swimmer is in for a treat. There you go. Surprising Apple seems to have a pretty decent VPN. They actually send the traffic through two separate companies. Your phone talks to one and then is forwarded to another provider. The big three they use are Cloudflare, Cachefly, and another whose name I forget.
Oh.
It's also partially like Tor method, where there's an obfuscation between source and destination. Yeah, no, there's definitely like good VPN options out there.
Heard.
There's not many good VPN options that are free. Bad movie, that's fine. That's outrageous, don't do it. Someday, sir, they'll give me the ability to commit violence against you, and I will do so. And you even threw a soda on the floor? You're a monster. And you got rid of the neighborhood pixie stalker. That's one of her best-selling, or best-renting horror movies. That thing comes up quite a bit. And the builder's big crystal ball is anyone who asks for an old movie and doesn't specify, that's what they get. Reserved a lawyer's space golf.
Ooh.
All of you people are terrible. Customers are the worst. The skit from, what was it, Clerks, where it's just them sitting there and like, you can't remember what happens that chases away all the customers. But it shows like the next scene where they're like closing the store and he's like, you know, this job was so much better when the customers were gone. Is that new? No, that's sometimes when you have a customer who's upset that you're charging them the fee for either destroying tape or for being late, sometimes they'll get mad and they'll, you know, basically knock stuff on the floor. It's just we're starting to get enough people going through here that it's happening not super regularly, like maybe once a day or once every other day on the average. It just today happens to be a particularly rough day, which makes sense. You know, it's right around Christmas, and people tend to be awful right around Christmas in retail. The headshot to the relic.
Ooh.
I hated working the holidays. You'd have a lot of people who are like, you know, really kind of fun and festive and all that kind of stuff, and you guys have a lot of people that they're just frustrated, they're stressed, whatever. And that they just kind of take it out on the staff. But there's definitely an uptick around the holidays with all that. Yeah, especially when you get those last couple days before the holiday. A cassette on Mars.
Oh.
Her.
Okay. Okay, you want the snowman sofa.
Ooh.
Alright. So, 1874, 2764. Okay, so replacing my damaged tape. Why is there so many people here still after midnight? Go home. Two ladies, one convict, adult film. The Love Seat and the Little Duck, a kid film. Grandpa's Perfect Match, a romance. That'd probably be actually like a sweet film. My Dynamite, Her Desire, an adult film. The Chicken Killer. Holographic going in the case. Okay. It'll probably be tomorrow, but we can get our next store expansion.
Huh?
Alright. Buying kids' movie from Pirates has worked out poorly in the past. Yup. Yes, it has. Are VHS tapes a real thing? I don't think so. Not in the sense like this. It's not like collectible cards or anything. Like you just the 1000th instance is holographic or whatever. They do make collector's ones, but it's not like a gotcha game or whatever. Sorry, not a gotcha game. It's not like, you know, collectible cards or whatever where you get that. At least not as a normal thing. I wouldn't be surprised to hear that, like, a movie tried it once and, you know, however that went. Alright. Okay, so we now have Westerns as our last category. So where would the Westerns fit here? We got the cop stuff there. Let's just delay the expansion. That's fine. So what I can do here is mark it. Give me the Westerns. Go over here. Give me a large shelf. And so temporarily, put you over here with the cop stuff. Now put on a wood shelf. Assign you to the return station. Okay, so you actually have an orange shelf. We can go ahead and do that. Okay, so you've got Serum Venom, The Dead Cauldron's Outpost, Brothers of the Bare Desert, The Lonesome Stranger. That actually just sounds like a legitimate. Why is he wearing sunglasses? Probably partied. Some days he'll come in with like a full handlebar mustache and everything. The Black Hat Sausage. The Mammal's Last Ride. Okay. Ghost Town Surgeon. The Outlaw's Tome. Gunslinger Philosopher. The Buffalo's End. Oh yeah, no, I had been pulling up the box art. Nah, it's fine, I'm gonna leave it wood. To be fair, we didn't have much on that stood out. Like, these ones are all just like that kind of stuff. So like this one just straight up looks like a legitimate Western movie. I wouldn't say any of those stood out as particularly like, I mean the Serum Venom. I wouldn't say any of those stood out as like, ah, that's a really clever title or whatever, or a really clever one. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm going to let him continue stocking stuff. I'm going to quickly step away for just a minute and oh, come on. I'm going to quickly step away for just a minute to use the restroom real fast and grab myself some more to drink, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, getting busted for mislabeled kids movies. That'd be a fun mechanic in this game. I wonder how that would actually work and all that. Alright, so while he's doing that, I'm gonna go and get myself a little viewpoint here, so we can watch him shelve stuff. I'm going to quickly pour my drink, and then I'll help him shelve that up. And I got about halfway through eating my dinner before I got distracted by all the unreasonably needy customers we have here. This whole town is full of needy people. They're like, pick my movie for me. I can't pick. Dude, just walk to the appropriate section and just grab something. I imagine that's one of those things that, like, some days working in these kind of places, you'd be like, oh, hey, yeah, I'll show you to, like, my favorite movie. That's fine. And there's probably other days where you're like, look, man, I won't make your decisions, because if I make a decision you don't like, you're going to throw a fit over it. And I don't know what you're into. Alright, let's go chip in. Okay, and one thing I'm going to do is, while I've been enjoying this playlist, we have reached the point it is definitely looping. It will take just a minute to change our playlist. The playlist we have been listening is called 1980s. But it's like DMCA or safe music or whatever. Oh. We'll see how this goes. This is the 1990s playlist. For those watching on YouTube, you won't be hearing it because even though it is DMCA safe, I've had way too many times if I have any music playing on YouTube, YouTube will be like, this breaks copyright. It's like, no, I've paid for permission to do this. It's fine. You're like, oh, you're right. You are fine. We still demonetized your video for the entirety that it was relevant, though, so you know. Screw you. Okay. There's unlock all movie genres. So I still got hiring a second employee and unlocking the whole store. Okay. I was gonna be like, can I unlock the detached room? I shouldn't be able to. And no, you can't. So you want shipmate with flying colors.
Oh.
Alright, 1 second. Inheriting the Martian. Oh my god, please, people. 4082, 891. Oh. There we go. Love as light as a chest. There you are.
Ah.
Go grab you. Now you gotta deal with the morning rush of tapes. Immediately be bothered by a customer. You want a bad movie. I want something awful that we can quote all night. You got a bad movie for us. Excellent. Girls' night out, you want a bad movie. The Hitchhiker in the Velvet Room. There you go. You'll be quoting that all night. Is there a way to know if you have one of everything? Not that I've seen. I'm just kind of... I mean, there is. Not elegantly. About the best you could do is go over here to the data. And it'll show the movies you have in yellow and the ones you don't in gray. But it's like 14,000 movies, so I don't think you actually realistically collect all of them. Relic sleeping on the job. Okay. Relic sleeping on the job. There you are. Like, I just don't see you reasonably doing that. If they worked out some of the systems, like, I kind of wish it was something like when you had a movie show up that you didn't currently have in your inventory, that have like a new flag or something like that on it. Okay, you want no buffalo on the farm. I don't normally rent adult films, but I'm feeling a bit wild. Do you have one you could recommend? Where are you at? Hungry for keyboard.
Ah.
Yeah, a new and duplicate flag would be nice, so you can sell duplicates. Yeah, no, exactly.
Oh.
Just like a little quality of life thing to add some visibility to it. You wonder if the SKUs are part of the procedural generator, the same as every playthrough? I believe from what I've been told, the art, the names, and all that are the same between all players, including the SKUs. They were procedurally generated initially to, like, make the game kind of thing, but it's not procedural generation that's running every time we play the game kind of thing. But yeah, no, there's people putting together, like, a whole massive list of all of the SKUs. So, like, if someone gives me a SKU to a particular movie, I can just get it. New release? Never mind.
Oh.
Can you order the new releases before the release by SKU? So my understanding is the way it works is what are new releases in your playthrough are different than anyone else's. That's something that's randomized between runs. So, like, if I play again, Die Trying might not be a new release for me. It's my understanding. I have obviously not tested this. But the assumption would be, if I could guess which movies are going to be new releases, then, in theory, I would be able to potentially, you know, have the new releases prematurely and would see what happens. Now, it could be that they've got a control for it or something. Lisa, do you have Long Live the Doghouse? You best believe it got Long Live the Doghouse. Get out of my way so I can grab it. $20 broken fee for a terrible movie? If you charge me, I'll never come back. Good, leave. You broke my movie. Those things cost me like $20. You can do nothing without hearing, Yeah, it's like, do I look like I'm struggling for business? Sir, I am begging for more workers. But I have like 2 levels to go before I can make that happen. So in the meantime, I just have to endure it. Fantasy's over here.
Huh?
The extra large heirloom. I reserved a copy of Phantom Patrol. Do you have it for me? Sure.
Whoa.
Let's see. It seems like those are a special batch too. They don't have the procedural gen tape names. No, they don't have those, and they have their own art style. It could be though that they got maybe 100 or so of those, or however many that they made, and that it is those things that thing. Have you ever not had a video from a reservation? No.
Hey.
the underground peasant, because otherwise, with how many video files or how many videos there are in the game, you would just learn to not bother, because there'd just be too many. Bigger. All right, long live the doghouse.
Oh.
Wait till she's not actively grabbing something.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, you are looking for a romance movie for your honeymoon. The chicken carried by the wind. I missed corner paint? Alright. Yes, it did. So put those there, and we'll also put the westerns back here. Can I make this sign any brighter? I'm surprised with lights you can barely make the sign out. It's almost like there's like, in effect, dimming everything. It doesn't sound like you don't have a light switch pulled or anything. No, it's fine. Okay, so nothing to worry about there. All right. Yeah, so you got 750. Yeah, so you got a decent amount of room, like floor space to still unlock.
Oh.
But, you know, we're getting there. But yeah, no, I'm pretty sure the way the reservation system works is it checks your current inventory, and then they call about one of your things in your inventory. Like, as a specific thing. The one thing I've been curious is if something gets reserved and I put it on the shelf, will someone eventually pick it up and try and, you know, deal with it anyways? All right, 550. Making more money. More and more money. All right, PC in the Velvet Room. So, to be clear, that was the one that the one lady took for their girls' night so they could make all sorts of quotes. So I'm going to go with the headcanon is the one friend got together with the others. They had their girls' night where they all had fun, like misquoting the movie and all that kind of stuff. And then one of the girls is like, I really liked what I saw, and I want more. And is now getting that tape. that she was not yet complete with her viewing of the really bad adult movie. Where did you work on that? Let's see. A cheap 5-tape bundle, I'll take that for right now. Okay, so we've got a comedy. Sorry, I should probably mention that. So that was The Superstar Imposter. We've got The Masked Soldier. We've got The Smoke Corporation, a comedy. A really well-received comedy. We've got A Hot Dog in a Suit, a fairly well-received comedy. And A Skeleton Sleeping on the Job. A very, very poor comedy of limited edition holographic. She wanted to watch the bonus features. The making of. Alright. Another day, another ruined tape. 4103863. Part of me wants to take a bunch of those ruined tapes and just like go into a corner and start chucking them there. I'm sure eventually it'll cause problems. It'll take way too long for it to be a meaningful amount to be interesting. But still. So how close we are leveling wise? Yeah, so we're right about to hit level 20. And with that, I can get my second employee so I can have a dedicated person to just deal with this nonsense. Alright. Now, as a reminder, tomorrow we're going to be doing a sponsored segment of Roadcraft, which should be fun. The day after that is the 5-year partnerversary for the channel, and then the day after that, it's about 7.5 hours earlier than normal. We'll be streaming over on SES Software's channel, which is the creators of American Truck Simulator and all that. Let me do one thing real fast because it just brought up something in mind. I want to say, what was the thing? Was it a DLC or an update coming up tomorrow or whatever? Okay. You going to bed? Alright. You take it easy, Duchess. Thank you for tuning in, all good stuff. We'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, so I gotta watch because I've got the fantasy tapes and sci-fi. Alright. Do you still have the Lonesome Stranger? If so, could you hold a copy for me? Sure. I want... There we go. So you're 6502. $764. All right. Let me check one thing real fast, because I want to bring this up real quickly. While he's doing his thing over there. Let me make sure I get the specific details right here. Yeah, it's the Reclaim expansion is what's happening. So I believe that's a DLC coming out tomorrow. So for people asking what's got Roadcraft coming on, it's the Reclaim expansion. I was just trying to remember if it was like a DLC or what it was. But yeah. Okay, so get you to the register, ready to open. Yep, nah, so if you missed what I was saying, Cream, it's for the Reclaim expansion, so I believe it's a DLC. Is what's going on with Roadcraft tomorrow.
Hi.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm with this, like, I couldn't remember if it was like a DLC or like an update or what it was. I figured it was a DLC, I just wanted to verify. Alright, so you want the Lonesome Stranger.
Oh.
And I'm hoping this in-game day we might be able to push for the point of getting our other employee, because then I can basically stop working this.
Oh.
Hand the videotape restocking over to someone else. You're looking for an old drama. Okay.
Huh?
Here is the family cowboy drama. Grab all the romance. Grab the one sci-fi of the group. So you got ads for Taco Bell, Gamble and everything. Uncrustables, vaping is bad, eBay ripoff. I don't really need the list of what ads got played. Because those ads are actually localized to you. Like, it's one thing if an ad is, like, funny and people are like, oh yeah, that was a weird ad. Like, that's kind of thing, but just, you know, advertisements are just the nature of, you know, quote-unquote, the free internet. It is what it is. Let's see. You've not bought Roadcraft, but really like SnowRunner, but still working through that game. Yeah, to be fair, when it comes to SnowRunner and Roadcraft, it's the same company who made both, but it definitely is just an entirely different animal. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They're very different focus. Like, it's one of the things that when Roadcraft came out, a whole bunch of people was like, oh, we need hard mode, so it's like SnowRunner where it's challenging and all that. And they introduced hard mode, and I didn't hear a peep. Like, they introduced hard mode, people messed with it briefly, and they're like, ah. And that was kind of the thing I had talked about the whole time when we were playing Roadcraft, because we played a lot of it on the channel, that I felt like hard mode, like being a SnowRunner-esque game on Roadcraft just didn't make sense. Gingerbread on Mars. Just the nature of the style of game it is. Oh my god. I haven't even gone away. You're looking for Gary. Wrong number. Phantom Patrol. There you go. I tried to run my movie around and broke the tape. Clearly not my best idea.
Oh.
Okay. But yeah, no, I would definitely say no. I would definitely say, like, Roadcraft, it's not a hard game or anything like that. Not like SnowRunner where it can be very challenging and you're trying to, like, muscle through it. But I think it's the difference of the way to look at it is SnowRunner is about kind of persevering and enduring the world, working your way through to get your deliveries despite the state of the world. whereas Roadcraft is about fixing it. Now, the issue where these two different games don't work together is if I can fix the environment and make it better and make it easier to traverse, then there's no challenge in going through the world anymore. So, inherently, the Roadcraft mechanic undoes the primary game loop of SnowRunner. It's one of the reasons why I don't think we'll see in SnowRunner the ability to, like, properly fix the roads in a meaningful capacity, beyond, like, the the scripted you build a bridge there. It's just not going to be a thing I think we'll ever see. Or if we do see it, there'll be some heavy limiting capacity, like it costs a bunch of money, or you have to lug all the resources and it's an absolute slog, and there's limitations and all that. Because I do believe the two gameplay objectives are antithetical to each other.
Hey.
Despite being, advancements on the same game engine by the same devs with similar mechanics. As far as the cranes change, I understand that's a very unpopular change, but it's also one of those things I feel like that came to be because in, like, between the games being able to move and all that while operating the crane was more important and all that between the two of them. It just takes getting used to. The color Velvet. There we go.
Oh.
Yeah, to me, people who made like a huge deal out of the keyboard changes was kind of a shrug for me because, like, okay, like, don't get me wrong, it was a little rough to switch. But yeah, alright, you're here for the color Velvet. But I don't think that's that big a deal. But yeah, I think a lot of people, and I think it's the same problem they ran into with what was their other game? The one where you did a lot of the exploring, Expedition. Mudrunner Expedition. I think it was the same kind of problem. Is a bunch of people who are big fans of SnowRunner want a SnowRunner 2, but there's no real push for them to make a SnowRunner 2 because they're still actively adding more content to SnowRunner, and the engine is holding up just fine, so, like, there's not, like, genuinely people would be direly upset if they had to buy a whole new full-price game to just get more of what they already have access to. So I don't think it makes sense for them to make a SnowRunner 2 right now. So you're looking for an old film. I need an old film that's not crap. The movie was working fine when I dropped it off. Yep, pay your fee. Yeah, but no, like, Expedition was basically, there was people who liked the, doing the off-roading, like the four-wheel drive scouting kind of stuff. And Expedition was, what if that was, like, the whole game? And then having it be, like, more mission-based than you just kind of work on the same thing. And I kind of agree that, like, to me, the using the scouts and going around with that part I enjoyed. But it was the whole, like, you go out on an expedition, and then you can't, like, stick around and just keep working at it. Like, the idea is you go out, you have your funds and all that, and then you have to go back and then kind of reset again and again. I just asked for fantasy movie recommendation in elf language I invented. I was wondering why I couldn't make up with anything. So you just want a fantasy movie. I'm tempted to give you a bad movie so you never come back and try and talk to me in Elfish again. But yeah, no, it was definitely a thing with Expeditions that, like, that whole, you choose, like, your operator and you choose this and that, and then you send, go out. I didn't care for that part. I feel awful about this. It's my fault the movie's broken. I'm just unlucky. I know, it's my responsibility. I'll pay the fee. Why do you bother the manager if you're like, I'm okay with this. This is reasonable. All right. And we're about to finish winter and get over to spring. And soon I'll be able to get a second employee, and we'll have them start dealing with the shelving and all that. And we can continue to focus on just expanding the floor space, not. What achievements are we missing? I'm just curious while we're waiting. Okay, so achievements that we have in progress. Own 1,000 movies, unlock all the expansions, hire 2 employees. Alright, so we're pretty close to getting our second employee. The other expansions are literally just...
Ooh.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Richard. We do not give exceptions to any of the fees ever. Ever. Their dog got hit by a car? No exception. I never want to hear of you skipping out on a fee ever again. Do you think physical copy video rental would work in 2026? Absolutely not. You could have, like, a very niche kind of hipster kind of thing of it, maybe in a very specific community, but as, like, a broad business, there is a lot of attrition that you'd have to overcome. Because for me right now, if I want to watch a movie, like I'm in the mood, like I want to watch a movie, I can pop on the internet and just watch the movie using whatever streaming service and instantly have it. If I want to go and watch a movie and there's a rental service, it means I now need to drive all the way to the rental place, see if they have my movie, pay for my movie, bring it back home, stop at my home, then go in and hope everything goes smoothly. And they're going to need to charge me $4, $5, $6 to do the rental when they're competing with my $5, $6, $7, $8, $10, $15 per full month to have all of the movies. I don't see a reality that physical could last. Let's see, your video rental store only died because of COVID. Why did it last so long? Yeah, no, that's actually surprising. There's a reason why rental kind of died out. Alright, Lux, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. Yeah, no, I think physical stuff is all that. What if rideshare deliveries? Ah, so I can buy a private taxi for my video? That means I'd be paying like $25, $20 to rent a movie. At that point, I could buy the movie online. So yeah, no, I think that would actually be even more difficult to pitch. Because if you tried to make it like the $5, $6 that maybe someone would be willing to pay for it, or like the rental, you wouldn't be able to pay your drivers. Like, literally at all. Because they would need to be able to deliver, you know, half a dozen movies an hour reliably to make it make sense. And I don't see that being realistic. The thing is, part of what made rentals work back in this era is it was like $4 or $5 to rent a movie for several days. You would go there, you'd get, you know, several movies, and that wasn't that big a deal. But these days, when you consider the cost of streaming, getting like a streaming platform, like getting content on there, that only costs you, again, like $10, $12, $15, all depending. If you do more than 3 rentals in the entire course of a month, you've already cost yourself more than it's going to be here. And realistically, they would need to charge a lot more for the physical copy nowadays than they would in 1990. That's getting quickly close to 40 years ago. There's been a little inflation since then. like, even if we went back to the Blockbuster model, and people were just cool with it, to be able to get any kind of margin, you would probably be talking that a single video rental would probably need to be $16, $17 maybe? Because again, you got to pay your staff and everything, and wages. Well, minimum wage hasn't gone up very much. If you want a staff that's going to stick around for any amount of time or be able to do the job much, you're going to be paying more than minimum wage. In a lot of places, minimum wage has gone up. Not everywhere. Some places it's still like $7 and some change here in the U.S. Yeah, and I don't see it, but I also, low-key, I don't actually see it as a loss. I know some people might be upset. I have a certain nostalgia for Blockbuster and all that, you know, before they started being crappy towards the end. But at the same time, would I go back to the days of Blockbuster now? No, what I have now is way better. You still borrow physical video from the library. Well, the library is a different thing, because you don't pay per video or anything like that. You have your library pass. That's a very different situation, because a lot of libraries, parts of what supports them financially is you do have your membership kind of stuff and all that. You know, and you've got like fees for like late returns and whatever as well. But a lot of libraries that have community and or tax funding, they're not typically private businesses and all that. But, you know, the idea of being able to run your local Blockbuster by having your tax dollars pay for it, I feel like that would be a non-starter for a lot of people. Yeah, Redbox is way better for renting movies. It was, but I would even, I didn't say Redbox doesn't make a whole lot of sense these days. Again, being able to just hop on the internet and just, your movie's right there, like having that ability, there's a lot to say about that. There is a convenience there that is very difficult to beat. Because just the act of a person having to get up and get out of their chair to go acquire something, that being able to remove that step of the equation is going to be a major thing to overcome. Brothers of the Bear Desert. Oh, you're down here. Western. I agree. You lived in a place where they only got dial-up, so Redbox was a godsend. Yeah, no, if you're going back to the, where we're in dial-up, like, that's the thing. Part of what made video rentals so successful is at this time, buying a brand new movie was $20-$30. Quite often. So it was very easy to justify going, hey, I'm going to rent this movie, it's going to cost me $4 or $5. You know, sure, I'm only going to watch it once or twice and probably not re-rent it, and that's fine. And so you could justify it versus buying, yes, like he's got the mustache today. You know, we were on dial-up where a lot of people didn't have internet at the time. But you kind of notice that a lot of the rental services kind of started to fade out once it was much easier to get a lot of these things. That between the fees and all that, the gap between buying a DVD and renting a DVD, like, it never caught up, but it got narrower. They're like, you know what? If I'm going to have to pay just a smidge more, I'd rather just own it.
Hey.
Like, the margin between rent and own got narrower. Race car in Moonbase 42. And then, you know, gas prices went up and everything else, so the driving to the rental place, you know, you're just driving less in general, it costs more. People started to, like, really financially struggle, so those $4, $5, $6 that, you know, that would come up from doing each rental, that would start to be more and more of a thing. Because, like, we had the recession and all that. That's kind of when a lot of those things started to, like, really get hammered, because people had to be a lot more frugal. And I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm just basically saying, like, for me, like, I know, as someone who even grew up with this and have fond memories of it, I would not go back to this. Rose Bear.
Ooh.
So you don't totally disagree. You wonder if there's enough people who don't want the great complications of big internet, who want to watch Orange is the New Black. I think the reality with their decel is, while I don't disagree, like especially like the enshittification side of things, where you have the platforms that have these things that are just kind of crappy with a lot of their stuff they do. I think the more realistic thing that would happen is, as people got more and more upset with what was already there, kind of thing, that you would just end up having like a different platform show up. You want a good drama.
Ooh.
Did you miss the spring calendar scrutiny? I actually didn't even look at it. I just went autopilot. So you got comedies in one day. In 2 days, they've got a new release. In like the next week, there'll be romance. There is an action movie time, a horror movie time. Yeah, they've got it so every month has a Friday the 13th. Fantasy movies are end of the month. Kid movies are later on. Oh, what's this one? Kid and chocolate purchases go up at one point. The curtain fall over my philosopher.
Whoa.
What?
Hey.
Okay. That was weird. Cool. How are we doing on our inventory on these things? Alright, so we're starting to get to that point. I need to replenish the snacks. Okay. Sir, could you get that out of my face? Okay. And I hear him snoring. The idea about you going to work and like every third day your employee goes to sleep on the job, you would not last. There. Long live the monkey. Have a good time. Okay. Get a bunch more money from this. Okay. We got our westerns, our police movies, our adult movies. Okay. We still got people coming in. Oh, come on. Alright, so Santa's Duchess is coming to town. There you go. You'd like to egg impersonating Santa is what you want me to go ahead and hold for you. No problem. Here's egg impersonating Santa for you. Alright. So it was what, 125 or 1? Oh, 750 is what it cost me to get the next room. We'll probably do that like after the next day happens. And the reason I think we do that after the next day happens is just because what we can do is if we get the ability to hire our staff member, I want to make sure we get everything squared away. But with the staff member, like, I shouldn't have to worry about restocking the shelves. I can just focus on expanding, decorating, acquiring new inventory, that kind of things. Or watching everything work. I'll also have to deal with customer complaints constantly. Which will take whatever the best hire we can get at the moment is, even if they're not great. And then we can always fire them and replace them with someone better if the chat shows up. Alright, so next day we level up. Richard has narcolepsy, this may be a great job for him. You might be getting a tax breaks. Oh, why? How? Ah. Good morning, you look fantastic. Thanks, Richard. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's a lot of them. I definitely feel like the no sick days is probably my ideal one. I would rather someone work slow, but it just works, than anything else. Is that the only prank? I'm a little disappointed. After having that experience, I'm like, you know what? I'm in for some other pranks. You grab the balloon. Nope. Still, it's also like, it's like, oh, you just made 4-player split screen. Alright. So you're doing your thing there. What do we got going on here? We got a new release tomorrow. Alright. Actually. Ah, boo, the corner isn't paintable there. Only those two corners are paintable. Nah, purple. There we go. Got our adult section. The only 3 expansions, but it already seems like the fast rocking is needed to keep up with returns a day. Yeah, but they can work on it in the morning. They don't have to, like, literally keep up. I'm not saying it's a bad trait. I think it actually is a very excellent trait. But to me, the super immune where I never have to worry about them never have to worry about them, missing a day. Because missing a day means I gotta do it, and I don't like work. Work is gross. Work is stinky. Oh. Excellent. Just gotta deal with that. Bear, you could also be overestimating how many returns you get after opening a full-size store. Yeah. Well, I think so far it seems like most of the traits are pretty good. Let's see. Santa's spirit is coming to town. Dude, man. Christmas is over. We're on New Year's. We're in spring. Hopefully that isn't a Westernist casting couch. Who knows? Like, we have straight up adult movies here that are far, far worse. So far as, like, the type of content they would have in it. Okay. I'm very much looking forward to not needing to do all this myself each day. Like, I understand I have the employee, but, like, during the actual shift, though, I'm constantly running around handling this. Okay, so this isn't new anymore, so chuck that up there. Because he's going to put a bunch of those on the shelf. I'm going to run up here to romance. The kids' movies I moved down here a while back. Got 2 action movies. Okay, we have the comedy and the police movie. You're on checkout. Meanwhile, let's look at the comedy. Grab some of these duplicates of this one. Put them up for sale. There is no sitting. Almost none of these games have any type of, like, sitting or anything like that. Honestly, this game in itself already has way more functionality than most of the games have. like, broadly just even having multiple floors up and down at all is something you don't see in the genre hardly at all. The Coffin's Final Ascent.
Oh.
Holiday, holiday, holiday. Because also as things like, okay, they could add sitting, but does that really add anything to the gameplay loop or what you can do there? All right, egg impersonating Santa on reserve. Here we go.
Oh.
Like the more important things for them to be focusing on to be like stuff like being able to get the SKUs and more easily type them in, making the information more searchable so far as like your stuff to see like what tapes you do and don't have easier, bunches of stuff around like that kind of thing, versus taking the time to like code in furniture that is sittable, that all that. Like unless they were to add a mechanic like a comfort mechanic, but that feel like a really weird ad. You have a vintage story question. If you don't mind, is winter a long time? And does spring bring new food, or should you stockpile? You should stockpile. Winter is not short in vintage story. It is a very, very long season, during which you can't really grow anything at all. The amount of forage is not as readily available. So yeah, no, that's very much with vintage stories. So much about is preparing for the winter and then trying to ride out the winter. Once you get past your first winter, the game becomes way, way easier. And you can survive the winter with, like, not having proper prep, but it's definitely a lot more of constantly hunting and that kind of thing. Women impersonating Santa, or woman impersonating Santa,
Oh.
singular. Let's see, your friends saw you brought back 200 grain, and there's like 5+ of us, and you keep telling me you don't need a stockpile? Ah, ha 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 ha.
Hi.
You could get away without stockpiling, but you are going to be spending the most of your winter running around hunting constantly, just trying to keep the food there. Not unless they've changed their settings. If they change their settings so that hunger's a lot slower, that's a different animal. But yeah, no, very, very much. There's Santa Spirits coming to town. Very much vintage story. You go through food way faster than you'd anticipate. Seems like Richard could use a stamina indicator. I don't think it's a stamina thing, like he drains stamina and when it depletes he stops and goes to sleep. I think it's just RNG chance that he decides he's sleepy. I'm guessing. Winter goes through food fast than the rest of year 2. Yeah. No, vintage story, you obliterate your food during the winter. And it's much harder with multiple people. You're an admin, vanilla hunger and gathering stuff. Yeah, no, people are gonna go through a lot of food very quickly. I'm asking for a friend. Do you have an adult movie to recommend? Like I said, it's for a friend. All right, friend. You want some of that? You want some of that adult stuff? Hang on, I'm already taking care of a customer. Where are you? Oh, well, it's already out, so... Look, I need to actually choose a good one. Too hot for my keg. There you go. Genie and the hot dog.
Hi.
Alright. Close enough. Do you have a new release to recommend? No, there's literally no new releases right now. My last new release is no longer a new release, and there hasn't been a new release yet. There's the genie and the hot dog.
Oh.
Because, yeah, as far as, like, the employees, even if the employees just not going super fast, running around taking care of this, the fact that they're working on it all day should help a lot. So even if I have to, like, run around at the end of the day and do, like, 1 or 2 loads, shouldn't be too bad. Or also just, I just don't advance the day until they're done. Okay. That said, I do think today will be the last day for this game for us, because at the rate we're going, there's a very good chance I'm about to get the employee the next day. And then the only 2 achievements left are just get a bunch of videos and to open up all the space. And there's a good chance if I stop spending money on other things, we could probably get the, we could probably get those last 2 sections opened up. So that there's nothing left to do. But while you might look at that and be like, oh, does that mean this game is only good for like 20 hours? I wouldn't say that. Like, there's definitely room to like continue to grow your store and do a little bit and all that. That said, I honestly find these kind of games, broadly speaking, usually for me at least, they're 20, 30 hour kind of games. Even the ones that have more content to them, because usually it's around then that you've got the gameplay loop and you're like, you know what, I'm content. You would like a horror movie. Screw you, man. The uncle haunting the mansion. You can just, like, walk away, just leave it and be like, I'm not paying, and leave. Like an adult. I mean, that's not even adult behavior. But, like, if you are going to be leaving in a huff and not paying, like, just leave. You don't need to throw a tantrum. Let's see, there's a site you can submit links, and it goes and checks and comes back with the safety check. I'm sorry, I'm missing the thing. Me time with my cigarette. Sure, I'll hold on to your movie. Yeah, I'm not, like, for the record, I did buy this. This is not one of the games that I got provided a key for. I did buy this game. I saw people playing it, like, that looks like fun. I don't mind paying the price that they're offering. So I'm not unhappy with it, because I'll probably go with the other achievement. Staff number 2. Hire an employee using the staff book. Heck yeah. Alright, so we're going to take the best we can get right now. So, strong immune, thick skin. That's the best they've got for right now. I am going to take them, because that'll give me achievement at $100 and 50 XP. Which it's weird that it bothers to give you XP after you finish anything. So yeah, so now it's just down to 1,000 movies and unlocking the rest of the store. Which is going to cost me about 4,000 to unlock the rest of the store. Dear goodness, lady. Compared to Richard here, Richard is a very small dude, and just, she rolls in here and just, like, towers. I'm seeing a lot of F's in chat. I don't see a disconnection or anything. We good? No F here? Okay. Okay. Alright. When I saw the F's in chat, I was like, wait. Okay. Oh, I see. Right. Okay, that makes way more sense. I just saw the F in chat. I'm like, no. Dude, she is like almost as tall as the displays. She is like in real life. This lady's pushing like 6'4". She is a tall lady. Mila, you now work security. If anyone causes trouble, we are 1 cent off of like, you know, a perfect number, funny number. 6666666. Sadly, we have the extra penny. So with that, we've maxed out our level here. There's a new release today, so let's deal with that. Bad Dreams on Mel Road. Rounding area. No more customer tantrums with her looming over the counter. It's like, I have a complaint. Never mind. Never mind. Still short to compare to Tim. 6'7". Yeah. Yeah, so buying... I'm gonna stick with the 10. I could potentially get more money with that, but the game definitely feels like it encourages 10. We've been getting really good luck with the holograms on these. Like, whenever I get, like, the new releases, I'm almost always getting at least 2 holograms now. Hey, Nightjar, how's it going? Can you rent them for more? No, you can't adjust prices. That was actually one of the things I was saying that would be a nice addition to the game. Is it would be a nice addition to the game to have some strategy around, like you could adjust your fees or your prices and all that, that maybe you're a higher margin, lower customer operation, or maybe you like bring the prices down a lot and it could kind of like really boost your turnaround and all that. Okay, so you go on the shelf, because I already have a hollow of that one. This is a duplicate. You can go here. You want the Outsider in Autumn. We can go ahead and grab that. Alright, meanwhile, go ahead and grab another one of our holographic tape displays. Alright. It's a shame you couldn't put them, like, behind the counter kind of thing. Like, have the big, like, holographic tape displays back there. Honestly, just open up. You got this. I don't need to wait for you to get that done. I can help out as needed. Yeah, so we got our new release and all that. You want Sleepy Fish?
Ooh.
Yeah, we're seeing random varieties. I'll let her deal with that. The Astronaut Space Explorer, that is what usually explores space as an astronaut. That's kind of their whole job.
Hey.
Me time with my cigarette. There you go.
Oh.
Got some horror to put on display. There's some comedy. The Starlit Skeleton. Okay. Can I get an extra large pizza with cheese, peppers, mushrooms, and a ton of pepperoni? Only if I can get one. Alright, so now we're keeping an eye out for a really good employee.
Hi.
Gotta remember to make rice in a couple hours. Making egg fried rice tomorrow. Nice. Okay, yeah, so she's just catching up. So, the catch is, I don't want to spend money right now. Yeah, it's fine. The Outsider in Autumn. That outfit vaguely makes me think of 2D Curie. Just, it's the hair. The hair is the right color.
Oh.
Now, granted, Curie doesn't have the whole thing done. But still. Long live the monkey. It's just like for a moment, it's like, oh no. What? I feel awful about this. It's my fault the movie I return's broken. I'm just unlucky. Unlucky. No C. Oh, I think she went in the back to use a restroom. All right. Keep making me money, my minion. You know what I could be doing to contribute to this? I can actually do legitimate marketing. Hey.
Wow. Oh.
With all these calls, it would really make sense if we ran a pizza delivery by the side, at least forwarded orders to the pizza place. Yeah. You're already my customers.
Oh.
All right.
Whoa.
Okay. You want an old romance. Oh, crap. An old romance.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay. Yep, so they're just getting it done. And honestly, could be the thing we do is in the morning as well. We can put Richard also on the return desk and see if two of them can work it at the same time, at least short term. to have them catch that up real fast. And, you know, kind of deal with it from there. Yeah, so we need $4,000 to finish out buying out the rest of the space, and that's pretty much what's left. And then the only achievement I'll have is just having a bunch of tapes, which that's as easy as just going and buying the tapes constantly.
Hi.
Alright, what'd you want? Do you have a kid movie I'd like? Hey, I'm an adult and I'm allowed to enjoy them too. Don't judge. By the way, my grandfather might watch it, so he also likes old stuff. So he wants an old kids movie. Well, I've got one that's got a bad review. Okay, we got one that's okay. Ah, here we go. Magic cassette tape, Count With Me.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, she's objectively keeping up. Like, there's just enough that by the time she gets back, there's like 3 or 4 tapes there, which is enough for her to carry. That said, I'm still gonna try and get a hold of someone who's fast. Like, she's got the super immune, which is the one trait I'm like I'm kind of seeing as like that's a deal breaker kind of trait. Is that super immune there? The thick skin I don't care about. That's kind of a nothing burger. But super immune is huge, because them just taking a whole day off means I've got no choice but just to deal with it. Oh hey, I didn't realize it was one of these days. Elephant covered in blood. Horror. The quest for the holy race car. I already own this one, so goodbye. The Biscuit Protocol activated. Is a science fiction. Double gas mask action. I already own double gas mask action. Spaceman Temptation. There you go. Movies are gateways to the imaginary. A fantasy genre lets me escape real life. Do you have a suggestion? Alright, where's paying off my mortgage? No. The Sausage Spellcaster. There you go. Okay, I keep missing why I keep saying like -$1, and I'm missing what the -$1 is being caused by. Oh, is it adding 10 and then subtracting 2? That's an interesting thing. So I think what's happening is when Richard receives money, I'm seeing the plus money. Yeah, so got 15 and then gave back 50 cents. That's weird. Yeah, so we don't see like the actual like transaction total. We do see the transaction, both the money coming in and the change provided. Have you been checking the computer for random pack sales? I haven't, because I'm trying to save the money a little bit. Because our last objective's here to get that. I probably could continue to buy these. There's usually only 1 or 2 a day. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we got the Wraith Obsession. The Elephant Agents. One Stuffed Toy Show. Comedy. Spirit Sea Shanties for Kids. A Big Swimmer Payoff. Police. And XP no longer exists. Okay. So the best one is fast. So we're going to wait for fast. So we got 2 solid employees. Rough night, boss. You look tired this morning. Alright, let's see if they can both work at the same time. Okay. So I can have them start the day both working the returns counter to catch it up from the overnight hustle. And then once that's done, we can just do the register for a while. Or we can have Richard do the register. Just every time I see just the two of them compared to each other, Mila versus Richard, Mila just towers. Absolutely towers over Richard. Like, don't get me wrong, Richard is on the short side to begin with, but Mila is also very tall as well. The dead clown is alive. We can go ahead and put that on reservation for you. Oh, right, these are new. Okay. Then probably after this set, I'll put Richard on the counter. I do wish there was some type of indicator here, being like, hey, there's 30 tapes in there. Yeah, I have 2 of them, so I've already got that one right down here. Both the new ones we ran into that. So far as like this new one and the last set. I got 2 holographics, so I put one into the cabinet and then the other one I'm renting out. I wonder what you're worth as I've been doing that. Is it worth it for me to instead sell it? Ooh, $71 versus what's a regular one worth? Hell, sell that. I get half off? That's like 16 bucks right away. Maybe we keep renting it out while it's new, and when it's not new anymore, we will sell the holographic. We got some duplicates of you floating around still, so let's sell those. Where the Philosopher Falls, we can grab that off the shelf. Do holographics have a unique SKU? I don't believe so, but we could double check that. Because I believe I have purchased stuff from the black market where it ended up being a holographic. So let's see. You end in 12286. Yeah, no. They do not have a unique SKU. That's a duplicate. Hardcore challenge every movie in holograph. Okay, you're on checkout. Looking for people who don't have tapes in their hand. Why is everyone already one of my customers? I'm trying to aggressively market here.
Ah.
Okay.
Oh. Ooh.
There you go. Trying desperately to make sure we get as many customers as possible. Bring in that money. The moment they walk in, don't hump me. Okay, what do you want? You would like the clown is the dead clown is alive.
Oh.
Ooh.
Everyone's just trying to mind their own, and we are aggressively getting these pamphlets out here. Okay, so I see. So I can't actually pass it to them till they're inbounds. The casket down the chimney.
Ooh.
Hey.
All right. Feels like we're in the golden age of these sorts of games. You like it? Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that we're getting like tons and tons and tons and tons of, like the simulation retail style games. And it is a little bit of diamonds in the rough, where like a lot of them are pretty awful, but it's definitely a thing. Hey, come on, buddy. It's definitely a thing where we're getting tons of them, so we are getting goods with. This has definitely been one of the ones that seems way more polished than the others. Because I've actually made the comment that I end up skipping on a lot of the games in this genre because of like Gen AI asset, asset flips, just basically taking the existing game and then just, like the existing model and not really doing much to add to it. So you see a whole lot of the games that come out in this genre, they're like really, really rough and unpolished and not very fun. But this one, like it's not doing anything earth-shattering in any way, like it wouldn't go any there. It's just doing a good job of, what type of simulation it is. They've created their own character models and all that they definitely have distinct differences. They don't just look like every other character model in every other game. They do have special mechanics that are, with that. You're planning for the holidays, Xmas movie you should rent? Yeah, we can get you a Christmas movie. Sure, The Glowing Tentacle, a classic. Let's see, mechanically it's not that much different than art shop games. It's just clear the devs care about making a good game. Right, that's the thing. Like, mechanically, like, dealing with complaints is kind of new, reserving the stuff. You have, like, the handling the counter for the returns is kind of different from what we've seen in the other. And again, none of that is earth-shattering, like, oh my god, look at this feature, it's so amazing. But it just does a really good job of, like, this is what we're doing, this is what we're going for. We're gonna put effort into making it good. Like, the fact that we can put, like, our own videos on the TVs and all that. Like, little touches like that are just good stuff. We've got, like, the calendar that adds variation. That's something I haven't seen in the genre where, like, the calendar matters at all. Like, just in general. His massive dog strikes again. Alright, buddy, I'll get you your adult film, The Massive Dog Strikes Again. Alright, so $1,500. Once we hit there, the store grows. Oh, also, I was going to go in here. Yeah, this is my hesitation with buying the packs right now, Bird and Son, is like days like this. $260 is the profit I make some days. I make more than that on other days. Alright, so you want an old action film. So buying those packs will definitely let me explode my inventory. But at the same time... Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's I'm trying to get the store expansion, like, content-wise, That's the last thing we have, because otherwise it just makes store bigger after that point. There we go.
Oh.
But yeah, and that's the whole thing. How long does it take to sell them? Might it be able to just flip for the paybacks? You know, we can do a test here. Let's grab one of these. Okay, so we spent $100. Duck Detective Missing Kid. So that would be $4. So we'll say $10 once we get this one. $15 by the time we get this one. $23 with this one. $27. Let's see, $27. That'll be about $31. $35. Ooh, about $45. That's a pretty good one there. $48. And about we'll call that 58. We'll be generous. Yeah, so the theory there is if I would have sold those, like bought and sold, I would have made $58 at the cost of $100. So I do think it is a thing that I can't just buy a pack and turn around and sell it and make good money. Like I could get lucky and get an individual tape that's high dollar, like get a really good holo. I don't think this is gonna be like TCG Card Shop Simulator, where you can just draw the right card and get yourself several $1,000s. The holographics we've looked at, tier 16, 37. I'm seeing if any of these are like big dollars. So 67 is the most we've seen so far. 71. Yeah, so most we've seen is a $71 card. Or, not card. Yeah, those are barely worth $10. They're barely worth it when buying at $10 each in the pack. Yeah. But we can science, because there is another achievement for getting the getting 1,000 tapes. And I have no idea what the relationship is between, like, how much inventory you have versus how much customers you have, because it's not like I'm running out of any of the type of tapes. And it's not like I get extra money because a tape is good or low quality or whatever. We haven't seen, like, any type of rating system for the tapes we have. Okay, I'm jumping on this right away. I'll check to see what you're worth. I imagine you're probably 70. Yeah, we already know because you're the one that was worth 70.
Hey.
But yeah, the fact that it's worth like only half as much when you resell it does undermine it a lot. Okay, you have the instrument power-up.
Wow.
I'm working long days here while ice cream shop next door pays twice as much. Dude, you better hope there's not a better person here. You got lucky, man. Soon as I get a better candidate, you're out. You keep increasing your wages. How long have you been playing this? Did it just come out? It just came out recently. My partner's movie terrible, so you want an old movie. But, this is only our second stream of it. So you want an old movie. Alright, the race cars backstage pass. There you go. Be kind, rewind. How about be kind, don't charge the fee? We're charging the fee. Well, it is what it is. Yeah, now we have a dedicated person. I didn't wait to open it. So like, just open. I will assist in the restocking while the day runs. Okay. I guess we get to answer the phone. As Condors are a movie. Oh wait, what was the title again? I don't remember. I'll call you back when I remember. Do you have a new release you can recommend? Yes, I do.
Oh.
Okay, so she's still doing her thing.
Oh.
Need to go to the bathroom. How dare you using the restroom on company time? What do I even pay you for? Okay. Yeah, no, this is recently come out. Full release, not early access. Full release. They are adding more functionality to it, but they're not doing the thing where the game's like half-baked. Relatively well polished, has like plenty of content and functionality. Now, granted, we were mentioning earlier that you can kind of play through all the unlocks and all that you can get. You can knock that out in a matter of like 20-ish hours. Okay. So you can keep dropping off the fantasy movies. Oh my god. My staff member going to sleep. Okay. My date is coming over to watch a movie, but it turns out I want to bail. Give me a bad film so my date has a bad time. Cool. I could take care of this. Wash My Stranger. Here you go. Alright, and target the plant. 144, 21, 903. I'm assuming the 24 was the wrong part. 21. Trying to get the one. There we go. Ask for $9. Ask for that. Yeah. The dinosaur beyond the rainbow got on reserve, man. There's your rainbow T-Rex, man. Nope, we had someone throw a tantrum and throw stuff on the floor.
Hey.
You want the cauldron experiment?
Ooh.
There you go. All right.
Oh.
Okay. Astro Golf Tentacle 3000. We can get you that.
Oh.
Oh, it's basically closing time. Oh, wait. It is a black market day. Alright. We've been picking up basically everything he sells. The Shipmate Legend of the West. Actually fairly well reviewed. Flaming Hot Bodybuilder. A fairly well reviewed adult film. We have Wolf Delusion, just okay. Just an okay comedy. You can copy paste SKUs. Oh, that's the thing. The Mystery Astronaut Assault. It's a cop movie. Squeezin' Gangster. Adult movie. Okay.
Oh.
Alright, well, let's test it. Oh, no. You know what it's going to do? So I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. Alright, let me try this. There we go. I just had to switch the keyboard back and forth. Because it's too hard for me to remember, like, Control-C, Control-V on a QWERTY keyboard when I use a Dvorak keyboard. But it's fine. I was able to, like, flip back and forth. No, it's good that they have it. I still think it'd be good to have just, like, a dedicated button to grab the SKU as opposed to having to click, highlight, copy. Because it's also not clear that you can copy-paste from the UI. Then you go to the R1. We're gonna charge you the fee. That's unfair. You literally just told me your VCR destroyed my tape. What is unfair about that? You literally said effectively it was your fault. That the tape entered your home in working order and your equipment that you have failed to maintain destroyed my product. Sir, everyone here would like to go home. Everyone here would like to go home, and you are the only reason right now we're not getting in our car. Sir, we're closed. Get the hell out of my building. Don't play another round. I can't close the door while he's in here. This is so true. Oh, no, absolutely. I have 100% been that situation where, like, you have, you know, 8, 9, 10 people in your retail store and everyone's trying to get out of there. And there's the one person who slipped in at the last minute and is just meandering, taking our time. And you're, like, very much trying to... Okay. So the moment he finished the transaction, I could slam the door on him. The guy who goes grocery shopping at your video store? Yep. Okay. Okay, and you're lucky again, employees, that we haven't had a better applicant show up. I can't afford a telescope, so I guess I'll settle for science fiction movie. What do you suggest for a space nerd like me? Alright, for a space nerd like you... I'm trying to look for, like, the least spacey sci-fi I can. That's got a good rating. I've given up. Here. You want space? There's not in space. There's sci-fi here on Earth. Okay. Jeez. Particularly rough day for just every other tape needing something done. There we go. Nothing immediately actively on fire. Haha, haha, hi. Oh boy, I just saw the funniest thing. Anyway, could you have a comedy you could recommend? I'm in laughing mood today. I'd prefer a good movie. Okay. A good comedy. I'm sorry, those don't actually exist, actually. There's a lot of great comedies.
Wow.
Alright, there's a Smoke Corporation. Cool. Hi.
The Smoke Corporation?
It was a comedy movie.
You go smoke.
No.
Oh, they did that on The Simpsons. I love you. I'm heading downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep. Oh, I was asleep in the chair.
No.
I'll be asleep in the bed.
That's a better place to be asleep. I reserved a copy of the Diver Laboratory. Love. Diver Laboratory. There you go.
Ooh.
Maybe they can afford a bed once Rual has actually paid them a higher wage. And at least the carpet in the shop is very kind of soft. Boom. Expansion. Just the people in the room just going, oh god, the room's suddenly bigger. Alright. So we got all the romance ones here. I'm charging you the fee. Deal with it. Did you just call me? No. There's a police one. I love Christmas and I refuse to wait for the holidays. Please give me an Xmas movie. Okay. There you go. Christmas Carols Cookie Edition.
Oh.
Comedy, comedy, comedy.
Her.
That's fine. You're looking for a good horror movie. There's the monstrous bun. Okay, so Jesus stepped away, so Mila's not going to be back for a minute. So grab a bunch of the holiday movies. Could you not do that, sir? Ma'am? I can't tell. All I see in my life is your entire torso. Kind of hoping they add corner shelves. Yeah, and I mentioned earlier, it would honestly be a thing I'd like to see so far as like progression-wise, that a lot of the games, what they'll do progression, they'll start you off with these crappy little shelves, and they'll usually let you buy like slightly better shelves, but as you progress through the game, you'll end up getting gradually better and better shelves. I honestly don't think that's a bad mechanic. It can be a little annoying if it drags on too much to get those better shelves, but just having the better shelves right at the start, you kind of just don't have to worry about it at any point.
Hi.
The legend of the toaster, a Christmas legend. There you go.
Oh.
Alright, meanwhile, while you deal with that, I'm going to go in this other room here. No, busy. Yeah, it's fine. You know, the rest of that looks fine. That is certainly a setup. The depressed singer, ma'am. Is that you?
Oh.
Are you the depressed singer? It's okay. You're among a business more than happy to exploit whatever you're going through for our own monetary gain. Really? My dude. So this one's fantasy. The rest are sci-fi. Okay, you're still working. We need a second desk for you to be able to work on this stuff. I also just need faster employees because Richard's working this counter the whole day and is backed up the whole day. And there is no buying a second register. That's interesting. Why was that sitting there? Someone must have pushed tapes on the ground and just didn't get very far. Hey, we're right at the end of the day and I'm just about to catch us up. Thank goodness I caught us up. Because, I mean, we were just falling behind. If I didn't catch us up, who knows what would have happened here. Really carrying this team. Some of my staff are like, I need to take a restroom break. You don't see me taking restroom breaks or demanding increased wages or, you know, being treated with basic human decency. Okay, you would like Snake Laboratory. This game just keeps endearing itself to you. You just realize all the video covers are hand designed, and it must have been such a huge job. So to be clear, it is procedural generation. So if you look right here, why do we have the ability to crouch? If you look here at these two, you'll notice they have the same background with a foreground image. We can also go other places, and so we got, what, the coffin? I can find... Yeah, so there's not the coffin, but there's that fisherman again. So they do use procedural generation, so not generative AI, but procedural generation, where they've got like basically they made effectively a lot of clip art, and they just kind of rearrange the clip art using just a computer program, just be like, you know, each combination of background and foreground. They did the same with the names, where it grabbed like a few different sets of things. So it'd be like his godfather is one of the endings there. The mammoth is one of the endings there. You know, the singer is one of the prefixes there. So you get the idea. Is it will assume and all stuff. You've seen a few people assume it's AI, which is disappointing. Yeah, I mean, part of that's the nebulous term AI. But yeah, no, it's definitely not generative AI. It's not LLM stuff. It's nothing like that. It's good old procedural generation. And if people aren't sure, it's like, well, what's the difference? Procedural generation means they created all of the bits in-house together, and they're kind of just getting rearranged. Versus generative AI, on the other hand, is effectively just consuming copious amounts of data and then regurgitating things. Which usually, in a lot of ways, means ultimately stealing those things, and the effect of just grabbing them online in bulk to compete with the very creators who made the things that they took from. And I say stealing, and you'd be like, but it's free! Right. But it's free not with the intention of just grabbing it all in bulk and just hucking it over the fence. Alright, so you help with returns for a couple minutes while we run around here real quick. Applicants. Ooh. Yeah, unfortunately, if I'm not mistaken, you do have fast checkout. Yeah, you have... That's interesting that they order checkout and return differently on the two screens. Yeah, so you have fast checkout and a lot of good traits. She has fast checkout and only one okay trait. How long has procedural generation been around? 4 decades, presumably? Yeah, basically, like, procedural generation has existed pretty early on. Because I know NetHack had procedural generation, and that was before Windows existed. Yeah, there's a big creator who immediately claimed it was all AI slop, but his chat jumped on it. Such a shame. Yeah. And I like, it's understandable that a lot of people would confuse AI slop and all that stuff. Okay. Let's see, maybe even Sentinel had procedural generation. Maybe even Sentinel had procedural generation. Yeah, no idea on that one. One thing, just answering some. I have a question I want to, want to answer. Roguelike comes from literally a game called Rogue in the late 70s, you believe? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Procedural generation has been around for a hot minute. I know Handcrafted, I believe, came before procedural generation, but yeah. The Squirrel's Final Biscuit. But yeah, no, that's, there's been a lot of stuff. Where is it? Oh, there you are. Or Squires, not Squirrel. That explains a little bit. But so you don't have an issue with, like, word generators that use words someone input? Like, random witch generator, or here is what you would like as a magical girl based on your name, you know? That crap doesn't seal. Well, that's kind of the big problem. Like, procedural generation usually doesn't need to be scaling onto requiring data centers and all that kind of stuff to run it, and all the implications around that. And it doesn't require scraping absolutely copious amounts of data. Whereas, generative AI, that's what it has to do. It has to have absolutely absurd volumes of data to be really any good. And good being the very relative there. But procedural generation has been around forever. Because when you look at the way a lot of procedural generation ultimately works, is people will make the different chunks And the procedural generation is effectively rearranging those chunks in different capacities. So, like, if you look at a procedurally generated map, so let's say Minecraft's procedurally generated. You'll have the houses that make up a town. It'll have a bunch of pre-made houses that someone did take the time block by block to design the house. And it'll just kind of rearrange, like, it'll go, okay, well, we're going to put a town here, and it's got some basic rules around how it's going to arrange the house. It'll take all those pre-made houses and put them down. But someone did make those houses for the purposes of being used in that game. Like, it wasn't some computer scraped a bunch of house designs that people made and then, you know, vomited up a house design and then shoved it in the game. Or like Terraria, it's procedurally generated. Ultimately, it kind of just puts a noise filter to make the terrain on the surface, and then it does another pass where it does another type of kind of noise thing where it goes through to make all the caves, and it goes, okay, well, I'm supposed to have, like, the dungeon over here, and it goes and it has a bunch of different designs of the dungeon that kind of pieces that together to make your dungeon. Okay, well, I'm supposed to have opposite of the dungeon, I'm supposed to have the jungle, and it does, like, its generation for that, where, again, it has, like, different style rooms and all that, and some noise filter, which kind of goes and does all that. But all of that, again, is entirely in-house doing that. What? We have light switches? Oh, well, that's unexciting. I was kind of hoping it'd be, like, under desk lights or something like that. It's a Terraria mod that lets you watch the world being generated. It's pretty neat. That makes sense. Okay. So with this, get the checkout. There you go. But yeah, so no, it is a thing with the procedural generation in Terraria that is just doing like a pass, like it takes the map, it does one pass like to generate the thing, then does the next pass to do like the next set of rules of what's generating, that does the next pass. So yeah, no, it is kind of a cool thing to watch that. Let's see, Astrogoth Tentacle 3000. Sure, there you go.
Ooh.
Let's see, you've been playing for 2 days, basically beating the game, you just now found the light switches. Yeah, to be fair, who puts a light switch at, like, Shin level?
Oh.
His name is World Gen Preview, or World Gen Previewer. Yep. You want the Snake Laboratory.
Ooh.
Oh, come on, man. Visitor Contraband.
Ooh.
I think that lady had reserved a copy of the tape, and I grabbed the tape off the shelf instead of the copy she reserved, which doesn't matter. She was happy about it. So it's good to know that if it's you have, like, a set of tapes, it's not that one specific instance of the tape is the one. Hey, Devlin, how's it going? Yeah, it's kind of hoping to be able to open the last piece of the store on stream. But unless we start making some big money days, like that's gonna be like another 4-something days for us to get there. Some people think I'm crazy, but I swear goblins are real. Maybe I watch too many fantasy movies. You got one you'd recommend? Sure, fantasy. Get out of my way. Tentacle Jester. Does it mean Factorial lets you watch several procedure or map generation passes if your PC is slow enough and or the game is mod enough? Totally not me and your laptop. Procedure generation, creature, spore, no man's sky, things of parameter. Yep. Yeah, we even brought that up earlier when we were discussing procedural generation that, like, No Man's Sky, when you really look at it, it'll have, like, here's all the different torsos, here's all the different legs, here's all the different arms, here's all the different heads, here's the scale thing here, here's the different textures they apply, here's the different color filters on the texture. So it's just a bunch of parameters that it does, you know, swaps out the parameters. So it doesn't genuinely generate a brand new creature. It kind of just hodgepodges together a bunch of parts that, you know, have been developed for the game. To that extent, what is the, it's not Terraria, it's the other one. It's, Starbound. Was it Starbound? Yeah, why am I saying that? Starbound, I believe, is the other one that's like Terraria-esque, that all the creatures in that are, well, a lot of the creatures in that are procedure generated. There's some that are handcrafted, but broadly, most of them are, generated through procedural generation. Yeah, because you're 2,500 for the last area. Yeah, I enjoyed Starbound as well. Like, I had a relatively good time. It didn't hold my attention to the same degree that Terraria did. But I think a big part that kind of worked against that is when you went to go fight the bosses, when the game first came out, you would fight the bosses just randomly on a world. But the boss fights weren't quite as interesting as, like, Terraria boss fights. And then they turned around and later on made it so you'd go into, like, a rigid designed map that's always the same, that they would put you in there for fighting the boss in. And I kind of, that going into that, you know, rigid thing was kind of a really big negative on that. Oh, I don't actually have it. You played a lot of it, 100 hours. You just avoid talking about it if you can. Yeah. Yeah, no, there was some fallout that happened with Chucklefish towards the end. That's that basically my understanding was there was a lot of art that kind of was unpaid, take advantage of kind of that type of thing. That happened in it, which is a really big bummer. And I know that really hurt Chucklefish's reputation, which is actually one of the big thing that I want to say that Stardew Valley, when it came to their mobile versions, they published that under Chucklefish, that they had Chucklefish help out with getting the mobile implementation. And I want to say around the time that all those allegations and all that came out from Starbound that Concerned Ape kind of separated themselves from Chucklefish, if I remember correctly. Chucklefish is a publisher. They're a publisher, and then I believe Starbound was a first-party game, so like the publisher made the game themselves, if I'm remembering correctly. I know you didn't know they had a bad reputation. It's kind of that one situation. So like I'm not in the camp of like avoiding Chucklefish entirely or anything like that, because I think it was more like miscommunications, perhaps, you know, taking a little bit of advantage of people's generosity kind of thing, more than something that was like outright awful. And I'm going by memory here. But it was, like I said, I don't know the final details, but it had to do with Starbound, that there was allegations of unpaid artists. I don't know, like, the details and, like, how true or whatever that was. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so it's like, it's not a game I actively avoid or anything. I'd have to look. Let's see. Starbound accused of stealing art. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, there's yeah, it was basically they had some like some people working on it. Some was Some were like kids and all that who made art. Yep, there's Waldo. Waldo comes by a lot. Dinosaur on the Moon. There was accusation of, again, like it's whether it's stolen or manipulated, is kind of whole thing. I just wish they had more planet variety for all the blueprints you could get. Yeah, that was kind of my thing. She played as a relic. Is with Starbound, because it was kind of the pro and the con of having limitless worlds, is I found I ended up really not caring about the worlds. Like, I put a little effort into designing stuff on one world, and then when I realized I was just going to hop to different worlds to get resources that I kind of stopped caring about, I used my ship. And it's actually, there was a couple of achievements I were missing, and all the achievements I'm missing for it are entirely, like, the couple achievements I'm missing for it are entirely around, like, getting enough people or whatever in your colony and having maximum happiness, that kind of thing. And I ended up finding that to be an absolute slog to get that achievement. You made a really, really cool ship. Sadly, your save got erased when the game updated. Yeah, so it's like, I liked the things you could make, but it's kind of the same thing as, like, I've talked about, you know, Stardew Valley versus Coral Island, that I appreciate that Coral Island has such a larger, more diverse cast than Stardew Valley. Not as a negative Stardew Valley. Coral Island just went and did that much more. But there is a negative to that, in that when your audience, or like when your number of NPCs gets that big, it's kind of hard to care about them nearly as much. And as a result, it kind of could be a lessening thing. I still think Coral Island is wonderful, and I actually prefer it over Stardew Valley these days. I still think they're both excellent games and all that. But that is one negative I'll give Coral Island, and I think that same thing kind of held true with Stardew or Starbound, is that having infinite worlds basically made it so you just didn't care about the worlds, because there was just too many to care about at all. Let's see, you thought they had a 1,000 bowl of oatmeal problem? Procedure generator is just too generic. Yeah, I would definitely say the worlds weren't that interesting when it first came out. They definitely expanded on it and made it somewhat better, but it was still definitely kind of the thing where, again, the worlds weren't that exciting. Like, they added some stuff to differentiate them, but it's kind of the same thing like when No Man's Sky first came out, before they started adding all the glitch worlds and everything, that the worlds were kind of fairly samey, that you had like a couple different slices you ran into, and otherwise everything was basically that but randomly generated creatures. Let's see, Starbound made you realize you hate linear progression. Tier 1 planet, Tier 1 ore, Tier 1 enemies, then you go Tier 2 planet, get Tier 2 ore, beat Tier 2 enemies, and you felt like you never made any progress. Yep. Yeah, you tend to only keep a few base worlds. With Fracking Universe, the Mega Factory-based colony ship is unfortunately not something you can realistically do because of game engine limitations. You recommend smaller factories spread over the multiple worlds of different resource machines. Yeah. Yep. No, it's just kind of one of those things. Alright, 1 second, I'm gonna hit some buttons here real fast so y'all don't get hit with an ad here in a minute. I can delay it. I can delay it for up to 15 minutes, I'm gonna do that. Okay, because what I'm kind of feeling right now is, where we're at in the game, the things we've got left that we haven't done, is I haven't unlocked that space. That's the only upgrade left in the game. That's it. And I'm not going to do that tonight because it is going to be another, like, 4 to 5 in-game days would be my guess, all depending on how much money I make at any given day. So as a result of that, that would be committing to like another hour and a half, 2 hours or whatever, just to knock that out. So I'm not going to be going that late tonight on that, or whatever, to get that. So we've got that to unlock. And then the only other achievement in the game before we have 100% of the game, yeah, like literally these are the achievements of the game. So there's getting 1,000 movies, and then there's expanding all the things. And genuinely, I feel like I could get that done in a couple of hours. But at this point, I don't think that's going to make any gameplay differences or anything. So I have very much enjoyed Retro Rewind. I do think this is probably where we wrap playing this on the stream, because at this point it would be mostly Like, I've got them handling this, and I mostly just deal with the customers whining about stuff. Which I think is actually one of the things that's going to be kind of a negative for me playing, hundreds of hours of this game. Is there would definitely be a point I would want to be able to ignore the customers in some capacity. I do think it's a good game, but I think it's one of those good games that you're going to get 20 to 30 hours of playtime out of, which is totally fine. I think it does an extremely good job. Very much lets you live that, like, 90s video rental service. I wouldn't say there's any one gameplay aspect about the game that's like, oh man, that's the one that really, really sets it apart. It's just broadly a well-polished game in this genre kind of thing, which I think is really good. But, oh yeah, get the shout out for Uzi Usborn. So, playing some Slay the Spire 2, so if you like your, plays a lot of indie games, that's what just leave it. Just plays a lot of indie games. If you want to find that, you can find it over there with Uzi and whatnot. So with that said, what we're going to end up doing here is I'm going to be wrapping up the stream for today, but as a reminder, tomorrow we'll be doing a sponsored segment for Roadcraft for their new DLC. The day after that is going to be the 4-year partnerversary for the channel. I don't know exactly what we're doing for it. I wanted to do a subathon kind of thing, but I've got like this whole thing where the next day I've got another thing I got to do on another channel I'm already committed to. And then on top of that, I got to prep for family visiting here in just a couple weeks and all that. And there's just kind of like way too much going on that I can't commit to a subathon, unfortunately. So we're going to actually be able to craft roads this time. I did craft roads. Do the stickers, hair type reward stuff. Yeah, I'll probably see what I can throw together like for that stream. It'll probably be that kind of thing. I'm getting low on the stickers, and I've used most of the stickers that are actually fun. There's a bunch of like really kind of stale meme thing kind of stickers. But we can see what I can come up with that we can do for it. It's just kind of things are coming so fast. The hair dye milestone one I'm on board with. We did that previously where we hit a certain amount of money raised and stuff. Do our Twitch integration. That's kind of one of the other things I'm debating, is playing something I wouldn't normally play because it's too hectic, like RimWorld with Twitch integration or whatever. We'll see what I can come up with. I'm just struggling with time of having more and more stuff happen. But regardless, 4-year partnerversary is not next stream, but the stream after that. And then the stream after that is going to be happening about 7.5 hours earlier than normal. It'll be probably an hour-ish or so. But we'll be over on SCS Software's channel, doing American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, because those are the people behind those games. They're going to be kind of interviewing me. So we'll do that over there. There might be a stream that evening. I'm kind of playing it by ear, by like after the stream, do I still feel well rested enough to do a normal stream? Because that's Thursday, normally my day off. And I've got a lot of stuff I got to get ready for family visiting. But we'll get all figured out. But with all that said, thank you so much for tuning in and all that good stuff. I do hope you've enjoyed Retro Rewind. This has been a very fun game. I very much enjoyed it. I am going to go ahead, and if you're over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly for you over there because I do not have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in. For those over here on Twitch, if you have enjoyed tonight's stream and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. What I'm going to go ahead and do is